confidence in the current INEC chairman. I've known him for quite some time. You know, he's the close relation of one of the closest human beings to me, Segun Bello. They're from the same village, they're from the same kindred. And when he was made a senior advocate 14 years ago, I was there, you know, to celebrate with him, you know. He's a very stable person. He's a good, stable hand. If there is a square hole in a square peg, it is Professor Mipito. And I know he cannot learn to become left-handed at old age. You get the point. Now, having said that, you know, if you have also noticed, his style is not noisy. You know, the former INEC chairman will put themselves in our faces, reminding us that they have just been appointed to a plum job, you know, and all of that. But the man has just been quietly reading the files, you know, trying to rein in, you know, the whole process so that confidence can gradually build up. You know, so I think that, and to the glory of God, at least he demonstrated it with the Anambra elections, which was the first baptism of fire that he received. You know, even though all of the processes had been put in place, but as the man who was in charge, he made sure that it was even-handed. Election results came. Who lost. Who won. You know what I mean? I'll be very surprised if anybody goes to court on this matter. But Nigerians are highly litigious. You know, even between themselves and their wives. If the two of them contest for an election and one loses, the other one will go to court. They tell you, please go to court. So I believe that this INEC will be different from the Mahmoud Yakubu INEC or the other ones we have witnessed in the past. And then once he's able to set the right scene, I believe that the Nigerian political process will correct itself from there. You know what I mean? Nigerians know what is right. But it is that impunity and that thumping of noses at Nigerians to say, yes, what can you do? That has kept us where we are. And because Nigerian population is largely docile, when there is a criminal or a vagabond in power, you get the point, who is a determined vagabond, you know, the people get cowed easily because they don't want to bleed, they don't want to suffer. You know, if you go to the Middle East and, you know, some of these other countries, you know, all these Arab countries, the people can protest day to day for the next 6 months. It doesn't matter, you know, until what they want to see, they see. You know, like when they had the Arab Spring and they were, you know, people were setting themselves ablaze in anger. You know, Nigeria can set himself ablaze, you know, because they know that tomorrow will you die for nothing. You know what I mean? So, exactly. So, I think that INEC can harvest the huge powers that they have under the Nigerian Constitution and under the Electoral Acts to do the right thing by the people.
Let me interject in specifics now. Some people say that INEC regulates, and a plethora of Supreme Court pronouncements have conferred the parties the authority of managing their internal affairs. Will INEC now coming in to say, look, you cannot charge more than this amount of money, not be meddlesomeness?
Well, INEC is a regulator. And I want to compare the role of INEC in the political process with the role of the CBN in the banking sector. If the banks are charging, you know, as they always charge, you know, I don't know how they maintain accounts, but there's something they call account maintenance fee. You know, and this can become really high based on the appetite of the particular bank. You know, and they hide all these charges and all of that. CBN sees that those charges are not right, and they say no, it has to be a certain charge, or some of these charges are completely ambiguous, or there's another very funny charge in the banking sector called card maintenance fee. If I bring out my card now, my bank card, and you'll be wondering whether they give me water to drink,
to maintain it,
whether they give the card water to drink. What are you maintaining in the card that is electronic, and the whole thing is in the system? You get the card maintenance fee every month, a certain amount. You may not think that 15 naira card maintenance fee is big, but if you multiply by the millions of account holders whose accounts will be debited with that 15 naira, you know, what I hear, you know, and this is not the banking conversation, but you know, the analogy I think is interesting. What I hear is that one particular bank, I'm not going to name the name, that the board of directors go to spend the weekend in any location that they want, and what they do, is that on every Friday, they will authorize the department that handles this to debit everybody's account to 1,000 naira. And when they debit the 1,000 naira, the instruction too is that if anybody notices and complains, credit the money back into the account instantly. So from this harvest, just do the numbers. 1,000 naira multiplied by 1 million is 1 billion. You get the point? So if they do it to like 1 million accounts, and there's that 1 million accounts for the bank,
that's if there anyway. This is just an anecdote. Now, but, analogously in relation to INEC.
So I take it to INEC. So to that extent, nobody can say the CBN cannot regulate how much the banks can charge as card maintenance fee or account maintenance fee or any of those plethora of charges. You get the point? In the same vein, INEC has awesome powers to rein in the political parties, because they can deregister political parties. They can do and undo, within the confines of the powers that they have, and those powers are enormous. So why is INEC not enforcing those powers in the Constitution and in the electoral laws? Because there is a lot of laxity. The INEC chairmen see themselves as electoral umpires whose only job is to just conduct elections. Whether they are conducted well or not, the people will wait for the next election. You get the point, but it shouldn't be so. INEC should have a daily regulatory role that they play in the life and the running of the parties, because if that's how political offices will be filled, then why is it not made a day-to-day work that ensures that the political parties are run in an honest, transparent and constitutional manner? So to answer your question directly, INEC has the sole authority to determine what the political parties do, how they hold their elections, how they hold their meetings, even their regular meetings, NEC meetings, so INEC has offices in all 36 states of the Federation. The INEC in the states are supposed to monitor meetings, regular meetings of the political parties. But they're not doing that. The only time they take their job seriously is when, there's money to be made and when there's huge budget to be spent, But the INEC work is a lot more involved. And that's why we are suing in this particular case, we are suing only INEC and the Attorney General of the Federation. We are not joining the political party. We have nothing to do with them. Once you get the regulation right and they roll out the guidelines and say this is how it will be going forward, all of them either comply or they get thrown out of the system. There are too many political parties already anyway. You get the point? So the ones that will never win election, the XYZ, Yellow Party, Green Party, all those ones will asphyxiate. They will die a natural death because they cannot see oxygen, that will, and I used to wonder how we do politics in Nigeria. A time was in this country, Chief Njoku, when the government used to give political parties money. So, and people were forming parties at that time so that they could have access to that free money that they get. So whether your party has 10 members or 100 members, the leadership will collect the money, they share it, and you don't see them again until when it's election time. And I've been hearing some heckling lately that if the party, from the parties, that if the government wants the parties to be run properly, they should fund them. How? It's like saying that the government should form all the town unions that are available in this country. For what? If you set up an organization, you are licensed to win an election or lose it, and then at the end of the day you come and say the government should give you money, to be able to do your business. There are many analogies. That's why our conversation never ends.
Yes.
So on this particular occasion, we're suing INEC, we're suing the Attorney General of the Federation, and we're asking via originating summons. So in the next 2 to 3 months, we have a judgment. We're asking via originating summons for the court to order INEC to properly regulate the political parties and to level the playing field so that any Nigerian who earns the national minimum wage of 70,000 naira should be able to pick up a form and say, I want to be president. So that it doesn't become like an obscene jamboree that we saw in 2023, where the APC, because they knew that they had already set up the right structures and they were the party in government, set a nomination fee of 100 million naira for anybody to wake up and say, I want to be president. And what I found particularly obscene about it was that when obscene as the amount was, it did not scare the political gladiators. 28 people bought form, paid for form, INEC form, for the political party form to to aspire to say I want to be president under APC. That does not include whatever money they may have been spending behind, and what the money they spend at the rally ground to make sure that and those ones are in dollars, so that you don't carry truckloads of naira and everybody will see what you are doing. People made money. I saw people. In fact, one of my relations gave me $200 from the money that she was paid. As part of the rally activities. And we know these things, but they go and say, no money was spent. We know the kind of money that.
But I want to take you on something that's bothering as you make your presentation. This is a court process, in other words, a legal matter. Mm-hmm. But as you speak to me, I see some semblance of righteous indignation. You want to protect the weak. In other words, you are being moralistic. This person earns 70,000. Why do you shun him off just because he cannot get 100 million? Exactly. So you want to protect even the weak. Is it law or is it morality?
It is law, and it is also morality.
Help me with the legal dimension.
Don't forget that the best laws in this world are the laws that are founded on morality. Jurisprudentially, law has to be based on morals. If you make a law now to say that it's capital punishment to not stop at a traffic light, and anybody who does not stop at a traffic light, as soon as it's captured on the other end, is straight to the prison. Everybody say, well, what is the meaning of this? When people are doing heinous things, there are bandits and terrorists. These days we don't even know what the difference is between a bandit and a terrorist. I think they are all terrorists, quite frankly. But it's just a matter of semantics. Well, that's the story for another day. You now have this kind of situation where a financial bar is placed on the head of anybody who dares to aspire. And that's why I call it a fight. In that last election cycle, for APC alone, 28 people paid for the forms at 100 million. That's 2.8 billion naira, Nigerian naira. You get the point? That's the official fee. Now, many of the people who went to buy those forms at 100 million know that even when they run for council or in their wards, they cannot win. That is the word of a few people that you can almost read out the names of every member of the ward. They know they cannot win a councillorship election, but they want to be president because they see it as an investment in the party. When they now put that money there, when they don't win, it's not an if. When they don't win, because they didn't buy the forms to win, they just wanted to become relevant. When they don't win, the party will remember them in one kind of appointment or the other after the obscene victory is achieved. So that's what they did, 2.8 billion into APC from the presidential ticket alone. Now talk of the governors. Count all the 36 states. In fact, the governorship ranking was much higher. In my poor state of Benue, 11 people bought the form at 50 million. That's 550 million naira down the drain for people who want to say, I want to be governor. Not that they have been given the ticket to I want to be governor was 550 million.
Give me a chance to test my popularity.
In a poor state like Benue. Because the ticket was 50 million. I said, you mean we have 11 people in this state who have 50 million
to give out
in the bank account, and they would not mind using it to buy a lottery ticket? Because it's a lottery ticket now, you get the point. Is that not supposed to be one of the most expensive lottery tickets in the world? But 11 people bought it. Many of the names of the people who bought those forms to run for governor in Benue in 2023, I have never heard it before. And I've been a Benue man for 59 years now, you get the point. So at least, and I've been in the political process, I should hear some names. Now when Mr. XYZ comes and brings out 50 million and says, I want to buy form. What I hear happens is that they give them these monies, and then, those who have a chance of winning want to break the votes. So when they sponsor other people to come and put that money, and the contestants are many, at the end of the day, the boys will be separated from the men, and the men will now take it and run away with it. In Nigeria is about snatch it.
No. Let us cause it.
No, but that is a part of the conversation. Okay? Nigerian political system is so funny and such a joke. That when there's no end to this kind of conversation, you get the point. So the point that is being made is that in every other political system, of countries that take themselves seriously, even in America that we borrowed our current presidential system from, the nomination form for the presidential ticket is $5,000. And that's about the average salary of a graduate in America per month. You get the point? So the idea is, if you earn $5,000, which is like you are earning the entry level salary for a graduate, and I can talk with authority because my daughter is an American citizen, and she's working in America now in Brookings, and her salary is about that
in that range.
You get the point. She's only 23 years old. So the idea of setting the ticket for any contest at the same level, which is what they have done in America, is that anybody who is anybody should be able to either raise the money himself or save for the amount over a short period of time, or have
if he so aspires,
or have enough friends who can chip in something, $500 there, $100 there, and the money is gathered. And not that one individual will go to the bank and take 100 million or 50 million out of his own money that he's supposed to use to pay his students' school fees, or organize his life,
his community,
or buy a house, and then or improve his community, and then he goes and puts the lottery ticket for a party. So if you Chief Joku, for you to know how obscene this story I'm telling you is, Benue, poor as we are, 550 million went down the drain. Nobody has seen the impact.
In one party.
Only one party, and there are several of the parties. And then of course the other party, the parties that have no hope, most people, they beg people to come and take their ticket for free, and they won't get it because that the ticket of some parties is bad luck. If you come and say, I've contested before, it's not what serious politicians are looking for. It is, can I win under this party platform? Because the parties have rated themselves. The big ones like PDP, APC, maybe Labour Party in that last election, they will set nominations just because it's the harvest season for the parties. That has to end. We must level the playing field, because if we want this country to grow, that primary school teacher in my village who earns a little above the minimum wage and is very popular at home and knows that he will go to the House Assembly or he will go to the council, the local council, and be that good councillor for his people, should be able to aspire for any office, and then if he doesn't get his party nomination because there are stronger people within the party, that one we can understand. That's where the internal affairs of the party comes in. But the parties cannot on their own tell us that they have set up a limited liability company or a PLC to be making money, at the behest of the country. That's why there is no good governance in Nigeria. If we level the playing field, all the good people who have currently been obfuscated from the political process, who have been shut out because, why we prove in my place that it is, if you want to drive a leper away, if a leper enters this our gathering now, for instance, you just start spitting. You don't have to say, go away. Once you start spitting, the man knows that he's a leper. And he will quietly disappear because he will say maybe his leprosy is beginning to smell. That is what the political parties are doing right now. It is organized criminality. And that has to end. Because if it doesn't end, that good teacher in the university or in the secondary school or that popular person in the community who will win any election any day cannot come out because there's a financial bar. Where is he going to see 100 million? Where is the man running for House Assembly going to see 10 million or 15 million or 20 million that they are waiting now to start announcing? You get the point? Because the parties announce their fines. I have never seen where you are not a judge. There is no law that you are operating on that then you will report the fine. And everybody has to line up.
Let me, because I want to sympathize with those who are going to take you on this issue. Mm-hmm. They ask me to ask you, mm-hmm. Look at INEC, its powers, its rules, mm-hmm. and its regulations. Can you find where INEC is going to draw its authority from to be able to say to the parties, don't charge more than this, or charge jurisdiction?
That's why
just please go ahead, because we need some education.
That's why I give you the analogy of CBN.
Yes.
The CBN comes and says all the powerful banks that are declaring trillions, the banks are declaring trillions as profit now. All the powerful banks that are declaring trillions, you cannot charge account maintenance fee or card maintenance fee.
But the parties will drag INEC to court.
And then they will lose. Because it's the constitution. The constitution is the ground norm. And the basis of it is very simple. You know what I mean? There's a right to franchise guaranteed in the constitution. And franchise is a two-way right. The right to vote and the right to be voted for. So you can't tell me that I have a right to vote for a choice among 5 criminals. in which case, whichever of them wins, nothing will improve because they have already paid upfront, to buy the ticket. When they buy that ticket, the first monies they have access to is to try to balance their books and recover the money they spent on the electoral process. You get the point? But if you level the playing field and anybody who is 18 years and above can come and pick up a ticket. In America, recently, one member of the House of Reps was barely 24 or 23. Young girl, she's not even from an American Caucasian. She was from one of the Arab countries as a migrant. And she came and she contested the election and she won. Trump was railing against her and making her, demonizing her, but she's there. She can't do anything. So see, our democracy is probably going to become the best in the world. But it takes a strong INEC chairman. It takes an energized and empowered INEC. And that empowerment doesn't need any more new law or anything, just the right person in the right job. And I think that
picking up the current provisions of the mandate
and implementing it. Thank God that is a good man. I know so. And he's also a decisive person and he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. So he understands the law and he knows how to apply it. Whoever appointed him must be having sleepless nights now, because if they know that
if that make it on you we have to time
for years is the one that is the current INEC chairman. I'm not going to see him since the became INEC chairman, so that we pay him a costly visit at some point. You get the point? If he's the one that I know, he will do it according to the books, not caring whose ox is God. If you take him to through the judicial process, he will run with you all the way to the Supreme Court, spending minimal amounts. Because INEC used to give a lot of money to lawyers, in defending election cases and all that. And honestly, I don't know why they do that. Because for me, if INEC has done the right thing, they should just be nominal defendants in most cases. Let the party slug it out, but they'll just be there. If you join them, they're just there to say, okay, fine, we did what we did, and we believe that we have done the right thing. But they shouldn't so tediously try to prove that what they have done is right, beyond just leading the evidence that enables an unbiased judge to come to the right decision. You get the point? So I think that INEC has all the powers that they already need, both in the constitution and the electoral laws, to level the playing field. And if that playing field is leveled, Chimjoku, you will be shocked about the sort of genius that will be unleashed on the political process in this country. And we do not desire a military government or any change of governance. We will continue to run it the way it is. When the bad people come in, they will become very obvious. It's like, if you place, a clean cloth on a refuse dump, the whole eyes will be on that refuse dump and say, well, this cloth is too clean to be here. So take it to where it's supposed to be. And that's how our system will correct itself. That's how the systems in the West, where we all aspire to have corrected themselves over time. There's an organization in Europe called the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Most people don't know about the OECD. Now, I learned about the OECD when I was doing my master's degree in the UK, some 2 decades ago. And they taught us about OECD. I heard it mentioned for the first time in class. And I was already a mature adult. I was already a lawyer of 16 years standing when I went for my master's as a chief name scholar in 2005 in the UK. And then they were teaching us about the OECD. And one of the things that OECD does is like they provide a peer review mechanism for countries in Europe that are members of the OECD. So they look at what other countries are doing and then they import the best practices and they insist that it must be complied with. So the way you plan your cities, the way you occupy offices, the way you do this, well, it's a quiet organization that most Nigerians probably have never heard about. Well, just Google OECD and you see. They have a full secretariat that does this kind of peer review work. We try to do it, the African peer review mechanism and all of that, but the leaders are so full of themselves and they're so arrogant, they will not even want to hold me.
Let me borrow from the OECD example you just given. Let's look at other countries of the world that are practicing democracy. Is there any of them whose electoral umpire determines the amount charged by political parties for different electoral offices?
Well, I've already given the example of the United States.
Yes, you did.
If $5,000, you can Google it, you can check. You know what I mean? If $5,000, So you want to aspire $5,000, and in their place you fundraise. So, and you keep transparent records. You know, where the electoral laws have tried to impose, limits to the amount people can spend, but it's never done effectively, and nobody ever gets punished. You know, for
that's where I was coming to.
Bringing money from wherever they can find it.
Now I'm coming to that.
Yes.
Because if you say put a ceiling on the amount paid, it means it will also attract sanction if you exceed it.
Exactly. So, and people get to go to prison for this. You get the point. In America, if you are running for election, all sources of income into the electoral process must be declared. And these days that we have electronic banking with BVN and all of that, you know, once, you know, the organization like EFCC, you know, like, ICPC, they will monitor the accounts of people who are running elections. If there are huge withdrawals from wherever the account is, even if it's not in your name, but the BVN is the same, they say, hey, now, how come this 100 million is moving from here to here? So nobody can carry 100 million in Ghana, must go back and say he's going to give it to a party official. You get the point? So it's because we have refused to regulate. When regulation is being done by honest people who have nothing to benefit from the outcome, but just to do an honest day's job for an honest day's pay, it doesn't take more up to 4 years.
Let us look at what if this succeeds. I pray that His Lordship listens to you people, and he comes from the same point of philosophy as they're coming from, and sees and agrees with you. But let us see what advantage this is likely to unleash on the political process. As at today, one of the complaints when Nigerians raise about our political process, especially our political parties, is that they have allowed themselves to be captured by the money bags. And most of Nigeria's money bags who are willing to capture political parties are not some of the neatest in the flock. Their monies, I do not, I can't, their monies come in bundles. If this regulation comes, can you look at what good it can do to the money back capture of political parties and political process, and therefore the process of leadership recruitment?
See, thanks very much, as always. You know, your questions are very, very pointed. You know, and it's an exchange. You know, so we're learning from each other. I think that one of the biggest malaces that we have in our political process is the current unregulated jamboree, you know, that is going on. You get the point. But I also know that Nigerians are very law abiding, and they are afraid of prison. They have been mortal. The rich people are mortally afraid of prison. You get the point. So that's why you see them desperately scampering for bail. You know, and they will pay any amount of bail bond just so that they don't go and sleep in that prison, because they are afraid of what the people who are there, the inmates, the wounded inmates who are there will do to them when they subject them to the same environment. So nobody wants to go to prison. So because of that, if they know that prison is a sure destination for their bad behavior, all of them will decide that they will start sponsoring good candidates. So their money will now be behind, and when you do fundraising, they will come and contribute money within the limits of what the law allows, because there's also supposed to be, and there is a limit to how much an individual can put into a campaign, so that it doesn't corner you and then be ordering you about. You get the point. So they see it's just one single silver bullet. This leveling of the playing field, you know, this decoupling of the parties from, you know, the jamboree, the bazaar, you know, that takes place at every election season. All of them are waiting. You know what I mean? You know how the season has come. Those who are aspiring, who are beginning to bring their posters out, they have to be ready to pay the fine. You get the point? If that ends, as it must end, you know, we will have a political process that corrects itself. Nigeria's democracy will become such a shining example to the world that you will be amazed at the impact that this single thing will happen. And you talk about, well, let's hope the judge listens. The judge must listen. We have 5 senior advocates, 5 top senior advocates on the originating summons. And they are not easy, they are not mean people. These are people who see the law, see in the law, you know, what others do not see. You get the point. And 10 other young lawyers, sharp-witted, who will provide the ammunition for the senior advocates to go to court and get this done. So when a judge is privileged to be assigned this case, in fact, as he's collecting the assignment of the case from the chief judge, his hands are shivering. So, but how? How can 5 senior advocates be facing me in this case alone? You get the point? So there are some kinds of cases that judges cannot play with because they know that the interest behind them are so heavy, that you cannot afford to just mess around.
That's also an indication of not just the conviction, but the seriousness of the issue that is before his
For me, this issue is very, very serious. You get the point? And for years I've been trying to do this, but I didn't have the organization behind which, this can be done. You get the point? Everything is about organization. So when 2 years ago I decided to set up a public interest advocacy network, in order to bring to life, my passion for the law. You get the point? I'm a very passionate lawyer, but anything I'm unable to do with passion, I don't do at all because there's no point. You get the point? I've been a lawyer now 36 years. Par excellence, when I was studying, I was best in every subject I took in law, every single subject. When I went to study law in ABU in 1985, between 1985 and 1988, when I graduated, I was the best in every subject, including Islamic law. I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. I entered the university at 19. But every time they set exams, even in Islamic law, I was the best. Islamic Introduction to Islamic Law Part 1, I was the best. Islamic Family Law in Part 2, I was the best. Islamic Jurisprudence in final year, I was the best. So people were wondering how, you know what I mean? Where can this innocuous,
Christian
boy from Benue, poor boy, that could hardly change his shirt, be coming to, floor us? My classmates, they know they can't play with me. You get the point. But when I now went to work, I started law practice, did like 5 years. I went to consulting with Arthur Anderson, then left Arthur Anderson after 2 years to join Shell, for a deep pocket, and I was in Shell for 12 years. When I left Shell 17 years ago on voluntary early retirement to get into the political process and burn my fingers and eventually emerge as governor of my state, you get the point. I did it pointedly. When I left Shell in 2008, my last day on the payroll was May 18th of 2008. My salary per month was 1.4 million. 1.4 million naira was $10,000. That was $10,000 because the exchange rate was 140 to 1 at the time. But I left the job 19 years earlier than I would have needed to leave if I wanted to wait it out until my retirement. If I had not left when I left, I would have had 1 more year before my retirement. Because I'm 59 now, I would have been retiring at 60. Now, I give you this analogy to say that, and then when I left Shell in 2008, many of my friends wanted me to come back to law practice and then become a SAN and all of that. But it didn't excite me. How people say that if you want to make a career in teaching, you should look at the head of the headmaster. If what you see on the head of the headmaster on the wall as that young, energetic classroom teacher,
don't disparage teachers. No, because you wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't be sitting here without that man with that on his head.
No, but this is actually a proverb, and it's a proverb.
Tell the person to stop the proverb.
And it doesn't mean to disparage. It means that you should choose other options of career. Because if you're a classroom teacher, as a young teacher, very intelligent, very excited about education, about bringing people up, the highest you can go to in the primary school system is to become a headmaster.
Yes.
It might take you 30 years from when you started. So what I was saying is, if you are entering there to go and make money, you know that this is not the place for you.
No.
So if you look at the head of the headmaster and you see that,
you might determine whether I want to be there.
Well, I can't be this until 30 years from now. Do I want to start now, or I should go and look for something else that may pay me more? You get the point. So that is the objective of that is the idea behind this program, which I actually find very funny. And the way you are laughing, I think you are hearing it for the first time. But the point of it is, so when they say I come back to law practice, go and argue cases and then become a SAN, I say, well, I'm more of a solicitor than an advocate. And this is another issue we're going to take up. Well, I'm a solicitor. I've been in oil and gas, electricity law, and all this while. If I come in and then I comply with the bare requirements of becoming a SAN, which is like number of cases I've handled in the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, and the High Court, and all of that, and you have an office that's organized, you can predict almost to certainty if you apply, when you apply, whether you get it or not. They have been refining the process, year in, year out, and it's getting, more transparent. So it's no longer like a lottery that it used to be. But the point of it is, if I'm an advocate, a solicitor, and you call me a senior advocate, it's a misnomer. Because in Nigeria, every lawyer called to the bar is both a solicitor and an advocate. Then you have law teachers. If law teachers write the clever books and they say, this is a very good book, it will change the course of law practice, they make him senior advocate of Nigeria based on the book. As a solicitor that I am, that don't like the boring outlook in the courtroom. You know what I mean? When judges barely talk at the base of their voices, people have to strain their ears to hear what the judge is saying. And then of course, when they used to do, now they've become more electronic. When judges used to record everything that was said in longhand, you cannot maintain your train of thought as a lawyer. If you have to talk, the judge writes, then you say, hey, or if your brain is telling you to talk faster and you start talking, you say, my friend, I'm recording what you're writing, what you're saying. Am I your typist? Am I your stenographer? You get the point? And then you lose your train of thought. The kind of law that I want to practice is law that gives me the passion to do what I want to do, not just to comply with all what the rules are. And I tell my friends, any rule that I'm not involved in the making of it, I don't obey it. You get the point? I want to be part of the thinking behind the law.
Let that now.
We are digressing.
Yes, so, I even want to bring you back to INEC, this money being charged by the parties, how it impacts on the process, its consequence, and the advantages we are going to harvest if his lordships listen to 5 senior advocates, you said 10 other lawyers, that's 15, that's a lot of people, a lot of lawyers showed interest in this matter. But the politicians will also say, you're a spoiled sport. After all, in this game, you deploy all your arsenal, including your money. It's part of the recruiting process, it's part of the qualification. You might as well say somebody who is bankrupt just because you want to be moralistic. And the constitution says he has a right to vote and be voted for, even though bankruptcy disqualifies him.
Exactly.
I'm just being hyperbolic. That you might as well say beggars should ride on horses just because they so wished.
Yes.
And it doesn't happen. That you are a meddlesome interloper. You are nosy.
A beggar can ride a horse if he has maybe 1,000 naira or 500 naira that he had just been dashed. If he goes to Jabi Lake, there are horses there waiting to just be paid for and ride. So that proverb alone, that if wishes were horses, beggars will ride, is now extinct.
Because the beggar can give him money
to pay that 500 naira or whatever it takes to ride the horse at Jabi Lake. And not to talk when you go to Bar Beach in Lagos or wherever, you get the point. We will bring those horses, for commercial purpose, just like riding Okada. So please, riding the horse is no longer such a big deal. I think that proverb came about in those
it was royalty.
Exactly. Horse-driven chariots, and all of that. But now, the playing field around the riding of horses has been leveled. As we are now trying to level it, for the political process. You get the point. But the point of this is, not every person will come to say they want to aspire.
Correct.
Because the parties will still have their rules. You know what I mean? And then there will be a contest. There will be a proper primaries, which will be monitored by INEC to make sure that they don't clobber down people that they don't want. By the time you emerge through that process and you become a candidate or you are not a candidate, you know that you lost. Just like the election, the Anambra election, those who lost know that they lost. If they go to court, they just enrich a few lawyers, and wait their time. But there's no way a court will declare that the election was not properly conducted. When you're a politician and you lose the election, you know you have lost it. In fact, if you are not going to win, you know you will not win, even before the election day. You get the point. So that's aside. So to that extent, anybody who is saying, well, there will be too many players in the field, everybody will call every Jack and Jill. The parties will make money because it's a game of numbers. if everybody who earns the national minimum wage can buy the form, that's a 4-page form that didn't cost the party more than 1,000 naira to print, if they buy it for a flat amount of money, let's even say 10,000, you know what I mean, and then if 100 people buy forms for 10,000, or 1,000 people buy forms for 10,000, you can imagine that the figures are already adding up, so it's just like the Coca-Cola effect. You go to any country, you can buy a bottle of Coca-Cola.
I don't want to put a charge on you.
Okay.
I don't want to give you a bill.
No, okay, that I'm advertising Coca-Cola.
Oh, yes.
No reason to advertise Coca-Cola, but you and
but
I know that, a Coke or a Pepsi or whatever it is, a soft drink is a soft drink.
Thank you.
Exactly. So, but if I've advertised Coke, please find Coke. They didn't pay me.
They didn't come, yeah?
Exactly.
It's you I know.
Okay, no problem. Send a bill and then see whether we'll not contest it in court. But the point of view that I'm trying to make is that if you reduce for high quality service, if you reduce the amount you charge for it to enable more people buy it, you will make more money than that person who set his own high and only a few people can even dream of it, or they walk past it as if they didn't see it. But you know what I mean. So to that extent, I think that leveling the playing field throws up the genius in the Nigerian, and even the Americans are afraid of the Nigerian genius. Trump himself, as brash as he can be sometimes, has acknowledged the genius of the Nigerians. You get the point.
So to open the field for more people.
So more good people, both who are here or who have been forced into the Japan syndrome because there is no space for them around, will come back here. They will begin to participate in the political process, either by sponsoring people or by wanting to be players themselves, or by even contributing their ideas on social media, criticizing what needs to be criticized, and then we have a refined culture.
Well, the population of those who will contest will increase, and then the parties will have the opportunity to select the best from the population.
That's the idea.
Apart from that, there is a sense of morality in what they are saying. It's not right in a society that because of not having the money, you are disqualified, no matter if you have the most important where in the whole process, integrity.
Exactly.
You have integrity, you don't have money, you are shunned off, he says. And therefore, and this is very interesting, 5 senior advocates of Nigeria, 10 other lawyers, putting themselves together, heading to court to ask the court to say, look, we cannot institutionalize bazaar, financial bazaar for the parties. When it is time for election, they put the prices up in the roof, and only those with deep pockets, no matter if they don't have that word called integrity, but they have the cash, they buy off men of character. And he says, that's the moral dimension to it. The other side of it is that the parties have a right to bring out as many people as possible by lowering the fees, and then the primary election process will sieve the wheat from the tar. My friend Madaki, we are no longer contenders. We are friends this morning.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming to the program.
Always a pleasure. Really, always a pleasure.
My name is Wabos Njoku. This conversation never ends. Please follow us as you follow this case. Each time I make you that promise, as they head to the courts, we head there with the cameras. We follow this case and we see how it ends. It is significant. It could be a watershed if INEC is gotten by its lordships to do what Madaki says is the right thing. For the rest of the day, please invest your time properly and enjoy yourself, and good morning.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome to this week's episode of Gender Perspectives. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Now this week on the program, we turn the spotlight on fathers, exploring how mental health shapes their experiences, their relationships, and their identities. Why are so many fathers suffering in silence? And what support systems exist and what still needs to change? Well, join us as we delve into this right after the break. Welcome back. Now, before we dive into today's discussion, fatherhood is often portrayed as a role rooted in provision and protection, but beneath the surface, many fathers are quietly grappling with mental health challenges. From societal expectations to limited emotional support, the mental well-being of fathers remains a largely overlooked issue in public discourse and policy. And so in this background report, we unpack the data, the drivers, and the stories that reveal why it's time to rethink how we support fathers, not just as parents, but as people. So let's take a look.
For decades, conversations around parenting and mental health have centered primarily on mothers, and rightly so, given the immense physical and emotional toll of pregnancy, childbirth, and caregiving. However, a crucial piece of the picture has been missing: the mental health and emotional well-being of fathers. Modern fatherhood is more emotionally and psychologically demanding than ever before. Today's fathers are expected to be present, nurturing, emotionally available, and financially responsible, all while navigating their own personal and professional pressures. Yet the mental health of fathers, their needs, struggles, and support systems remains largely invisible in mainstream discourse and public health services. Gone are the days when a father's role was defined solely by his ability to provide financially. Today's fathers are expected to change diapers, attend school events, cook meals, be emotionally available, and still succeed at work. This expanded role is a positive shift toward more equitable parenting, but it also brings increased emotional and psychological pressure. Fathers often report feeling unprepared for the emotional changes of parenting, and many are taken aback by how deeply fatherhood affects their mental health. Unlike mothers, who may receive some emotional preparation during prenatal care or postpartum follow-ups, fathers are rarely included in those conversations. Fathers are not immune to the mental health challenges of parenting. In fact, studies suggest that 1 in 10 new fathers may experience paternal postpartum depression, PPPD. Rates of anxiety, burnout, and chronic stress are significantly higher among fathers of young children. Fathers who are sleep-deprived, under financial stress, or lack social support are at greater risk of clinical depression or substance misuse. But most cases go undiagnosed. Why? Because few fathers know that what they are feeling isn't just normal stress. And fewer still feel comfortable asking for help. One of the greatest barriers to mental health care for fathers is gendered stigma. From a young age, many boys are taught to suppress emotions, avoid vulnerability, and project strength even when they are struggling. As adults, these expectations don't disappear, they simply evolve into silent suffering. The idea that real men don't cry, or that fathers should man up during difficult times creates a toxic silence. Men who are experiencing depression, anxiety, or overwhelming emotions often internalize their pain, fearing judgment, shame, or the belief that they are failing their families. This silence isn't just damaging to the individual, it affects entire households. When a father is struggling emotionally but doesn't seek help, the effects ripple across the family. Children may pick up on emotional withdrawal or irritability, which can affect their sense of security and behavior. Partners may feel the burden of unbalanced caregiving, emotional disconnection, or increased conflict. Fathers themselves may experience guilt, shame, or resentment, further compounding mental health struggles. In some cases, this can lead to a breakdown in communication, intimacy, and parental teamwork. While maternal mental health has rightly gained traction in public health and policy, support systems for fathers are still underdeveloped. Key gaps include lack of screening. Fathers are rarely screened for depression or anxiety during postnatal checkups. Healthcare design. Postnatal care is typically focused on mothers and infants. Fathers are often treated as secondary or peripheral. Limited paternity leave. In many regions, paternity leave is unpaid, too short, or culturally discouraged, preventing fathers from bonding early with their children or supporting their partners during the postpartum period. Few father-specific programs, parenting classes and therapy groups often focus on mothers, making fathers feel unwelcome or out of place. The modern workplace can also be an unsupportive environment for mental wellness. Fathers may feel pressure to remain stoic at work, suppress signs of emotional distress, or avoid taking leave for fear of seeming less committed. This adds to the stress and isolation many fathers already feel. Despite the challenges, there are growing efforts to change the narrative. New fatherhood groups, mental health workshops, and parenting support programs tailored specifically to men are beginning to emerge. These safe spaces allow fathers to connect, share their experiences, and access tools for emotional resilience. Some hospitals and clinics are piloting programs that include fathers in prenatal and postnatal mental health screenings. These initiatives aim to normalize emotional check-ins and destigmatize mental health care for fathers. Advocacy organizations are working to expand paternity leave, parental rights, and workplace protections. Several countries have implemented dad-friendly policies, recognizing the critical role fathers play in child development and family health. Fathers are more than providers, they are emotional anchors, caregivers, and role models. When we ignore their mental health, we risk undermining the foundation of family well-being. Supporting fathers benefits. Children, who develop more securely when both parents are emotionally healthy. Mothers and partners, who share the emotional and caregiving load more equitably. Communities, as emotionally well fathers contribute to healthier family systems and reduced intergenerational trauma. It's time to break the silence around fatherhood and mental health. When fathers are encouraged to speak openly, seek support, and prioritize their well-being, everyone benefits. Yet this shift requires more than awareness, it requires action, from policymakers, healthcare providers, workplaces, communities, and media. Fatherhood should not be a journey of silent suffering. It should be one of shared responsibility, emotional growth, and holistic support. By reshaping the way we view and support fathers, we open the door to stronger families and a more compassionate society.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top-charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Now, that background report has shown us just how complex and deeply rooted the challenges around fatherhood and mental health really are. But behind every statistic is a human story, one that deserves to be heard. And now we turn to those at the heart of the issue: fathers, mental health professionals, and advocates who are working to change the narrative. Now we're joined by Reverend Chukwudi Nwachukwu. He is the founder, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. It's a pleasure to have you. Now, let's start from the beginning. Can you share a bit about your journey as a father and how that has impacted you emotionally and also your mental well-being?
All right. I believe that my experience as a father is similar to the experience of most fathers in Nigeria or around the world. We are expected to be the protectors, providers, teachers, guardians of the home. Now, these roles carry with them a lot of responsibilities. Chief among them is the role of being a provider. And in our society today, in Nigeria today, if you look at the ability of men to provide for their families adequately or the way they would want to, that ability seems to be dwindling. Now, there is no pain for a father greater than the pain of not being able to provide for your family. When that happens, for instance, school just resumed and your child needs to go back to school, and they go to school and they are sent back for lack of payment of fees.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very common occurrence in Nigeria, Nigerian society. Now, no matter how that father tries to comfort the child or the rest of the family, he himself is going through unimaginable pain. Watching someone you brought into the world suffer because of your inability to provide. Now, what effects do these have on men's mental health? A lot. So when we talk about fatherhood and mental health, this is a very important topic. It's not only providing for the family, for the home. Like I said, the role of a teacher, a guardian, giving advice, the role of a protector. Because of the, I would like to say, interesting security situation we have in the country, nothing is guaranteed anymore. And then you can imagine something happens to your child or a member of your family. So every man is constantly thinking, every day you see every man, his mind is constantly moving from one place to the other, thinking about how to make sure the family is safe and well taken care of. Now, these present a lot of mental health challenges. Chief among them are anxiety and depression. In fact, according to the World Health Organization, 25 to 30% of Nigerians, that is about 50 million people, suffer from mental health illnesses, and chief among them are anxiety and depression. So, you can then extrapolate the number of men this affects. And you know, because it's not written on the face, right? If I'm down with malaria now, or typhoid fever, or whatever else, if you observe me closely, you might be able to tell. Maybe if you feel for my temperature, you might, I might be running a fever. But mental health challenges or mental health conditions, when they start, don't appear on the face. And the man is expected to fulfill his roles. The pilot is expected to fly that plane irrespective of his nobody asks him, how is your mental state by the time he goes to fly that plane. But that his mental state affects his commission of his job. The law enforcement officer with a rifle on the road is carrying a rifle, standing in the sun, but nobody asks him, nobody asked whether his child was sent home from school that morning. All the work cares about is, look, it's your beat, go and do your job. The bus driver may be driving from here to another state or wherever, or within town, is expected to come in the morning, start the bus, and continue his job without concern for his mental health. Whereas if any pilot or driver or police or whoever says, I'm not feeling well today, and you look at them physically and you can tell, and you check, and they are burning up, they are having a fever, nobody will give him that rifle and say, go and stand on the road. But nobody cares about the mental health. My friend, you are okay, you are healthy, you are strong, nothing is wrong with your limbs, go and do your job. But something else may be happening. What has happened to the man before he came to that point? So these are issues that affect men's mental health. And because you're expected to perform, you're expected to do your duty, do your job. That's why the rate of depression, the rate of suicide, right? Globally, even in Nigeria, men are more likely to commit suicide than women. Why? Because of all this. So because they say men don't talk, so a man may hold it in. Men don't talk for many reasons. You know, I'm not justifying, I'm not just maybe who to talk to, who will listen without judging, who will understand, and so on and so forth, you know. But women, their first response is to talk. So you find out that their suicide rates is it's low compared to that of men. And it doesn't really matter how rich or wealthy the person is. We've had rich people commit suicide, very rich people. We're not here to start giving statistics. We've had religious people, priests, commit suicide. Because suicide is the next step from depression, it's like a step away from depression. We've had politicians, we've had popular people, we've had athletes commit suicide. So depression is no respecter of person. There's nothing you will acquire or gain that will make you immune from that. So the man has to there have to be systems in place where the mental health of men is looked into and taken care of more, because it trickles down. If a family loses their provider, especially in Africa and in Nigeria today, it has a damaging effect on the rest of the family, on the wife, the children. You hear a lot of stories, oh, we're okay till my father died, and so on and so forth. So if a family loses its provider, loses its protector, loses its guide, because you're also supposed to provide spiritual guidance for that home, for that family. When that is lost, you find out that there seems to be a misalignment in the compass that guides that family or guides the life of the people in that family. So it's a very important topic that we are discussing, and I'm sure we'll be able to make more headway as we continue.
Yes, but Reverend, you still didn't answer my question.
Which one?
I asked you about your journey as a father.
Okay.
Yes, but you just spoken about, men's mental health generally. But I'd like to have that personal touch to it, that personal feel from you and your experience as a father.
Okay, well, I think I answered your question. Because
You answered it generally.
Yes, I answered it because it's the same thing with most men.
Okay.
It's the same challenge that most men face, providing for the home, taking care of the home. Well, at different degrees and at different levels, yes. But you want the best for your family. Most men don't even, that's a strange thing. Most men don't even care about themselves, as long as family is okay. Most men don't even, I have people I talk with, and they tell you, I don't mind sleeping on the floor as long as my family is okay. And that's the idea in the mind of most men. You understand? It's all about providing for them, taking care of them first. But here we are saying, as you are taking care of them, of others, also take care of yourself. Because if you break down, or if something happens to you, those people you are struggling for will be adversely affected. So yes, whatever affects men, I'm a man, I'm a father, affects me as well.
Yes, right. Now, while you were talking, you mentioned how, they say men don't talk. But you didn't go deep, so I want you to shed more light on why you think that it is still so difficult for men to actually open up and talk about their mental health, or what they are going through to either their fellow men or even to someone else, or seek help like therapy or something.
Thank you. Men don't talk for certain reasons. I've mentioned some. Nobody wants to go and face a wall and be talking to a wall. In other words, a wall cannot respond, a wall cannot hear you, a wall cannot understand or comprehend what you're saying. A wall cannot prefer any solution. So when I say a wall, I don't mean a literal wall that a man will go to a wall and be talking. But what I mean is, you want to talk and be understood. At least be heard. You don't want to talk and always be talked over. You don't want to talk and what you say is not regarded as anything. You want to talk and then what you say, you are listened to, appreciated, your point of view is seen, and then a conversation can be had. You understand? So it's part of the reasons why men don't talk. Another is our belief that talking makes men weak. It's a belief we all grew up with. No, come on now. Enjoy it. Are you not a man? Take it. You don't need to cry about it or talk about it. That's life. So we've all grown up with that belief and feeling that as a man, talking makes me weak. But we, in our organization, we try to change that narrative to let you know that talking actually is a sign of strength. Because if it was, and why is a sign of strength is that it takes a lot of courage to talk. For men, it's almost impossible to get him. That's why when in your introduction you mentioned something about seeking help or seeking support, and globally the statistics are there. Men don't seek support. If you come to, like in our organization, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation, if you check the people who have come for counseling since we began, I would say 80 or 90% are women.
Wow.
Yes. Men hardly, make, even when you make it free, even when, because we make it free, like we could do a month free for men about to retire. It's very difficult for men to come. So, and in Africa it's even worse. In Nigeria, it was because of that stigma. Oh, what are you going there to talk about? So you find out that men, but you see, stress is inevitable. You must have stress every day. It's part of life. So what men tend to do is to find other ways of coping, alternative coping mechanisms, which may be harmful to them, which may not be healthy. That's why a lot of men, this evening, you could go to some places and you find the general population will be mostly men drinking or engaging in one activity or the other. These are coping mechanisms, trying to cope from the stress of the day. Yeah. But as you're trying to cope from that stress, what are you doing to your body? You are affecting, you feel you are relieving yourself in one way, but you are also affecting this other aspect of your life. So we prefer holistic well-being and positive coping mechanisms, positive coping ways, because you must have stress. It's inevitable, you will. So, but how then do you cope when it happens? So that's part of...
You're right. Now, you've mentioned anxiety and depression as one of the leading mental health illnesses that most Nigerians, or should I say most men face?
Yeah, the WHO put the statistics at 25 to 30% of all Nigerians, which is around roughly 50 million people.
Now, Reverend Nwachukwu, you mentioned anxiety and depression as the leading causes or the leading mental health illnesses that most Nigerians or most men face. So what are the other mental health illnesses or challenges that most fathers face that you've encountered so far?
Okay, the list is exhaustive. Eating disorders, sleeping disorders, schizophrenia, bipolar disorders. I mean, are we here to just that PTSD? And
I mean, most of the things you're saying, some people might be experiencing it, but don't know that is what it is. So maybe if you could just give a little background to the things that you're mentioning, so that people can have a clearer picture of what you're talking about.
Okay. An eating disorder, I'm hoping we won't dwell on the problem. We'll dwell on
of course,
on the solution.
Yes, of course.
An eating disorder, it's where someone, because of depression, finds solace in food. So they overeat. So when you find someone who suddenly blows up, could be, it not necessarily be that the person is enjoying, in quotes, as we say in Nigeria. Could be the person is suffering from depression. When you find someone, on the other hand, who suddenly also loses a lot of weight, suddenly, then the reverse is occurring. In other words, the person loses interest in eating altogether. So these are the two two ends of the spectrum of an eating disorder. Schizophrenia is the typical, what we call madness or iyala, if I put it, in Igbo, which we see from time to time. But that is, at that point, the challenge has already gotten quite bad. So that's why, like in our organization, we try to do preventive care, holistic because as the white man says, prevention is better than cure. So it's best you try and handle the issues before they handle those conditions before they get to that stage of those illnesses. Then of course there's PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a mental health illness where someone experiences the symptoms that they experienced during a traumatic event over and over again, as if that traumatic event was reoccurring. It is usually triggered by something. For instance, let me try and give an example. Someone walks down a particular road and is robbed. After the person, maybe the person is beaten and all that, and their items are collected, dispossessed of their items. After everything is fine, you find out that for some people, if you tell them to take that road, that same road again, if they get to that point, they start having goosebumps, they start sweating, they start shivering, and all the symptoms that occurred when that initial, it could be 5 years ago it happened, but the symptoms that they experienced when that trauma occurred, they start reliving it again. So this prevents people from living their full lives. PTSD could occur as a result of different, I don't want to,
Okay, now still talking of mental illnesses, you mentioned depression, and I want to ask a funny question. Do men go through postpartum depression? I mean, I know they are not the ones that had the baby, but at that moment when there's a new baby around, do men go through that?
I knew I would need to study this question because I've never heard that men go through postpartum or antenatal depression. But some men, I've heard, some men do go through, let me coin my own terminology for it, maybe post-delivery anxiety.
Okay.
And why I say this is probably when they are presented with the bill, the medical bill, and probably they were expecting one child and it turns out to be triplets. Good. Okay. And then they are presented with the fact that the cereal that you bought suddenly finishes in a day or two, and you know how much the cereal is, and then you've calculated how much you have, and then the diapers and so that period is a very interesting period for a lot of men. But I mean, let me leave it at that.
It seems like you have a lot to say, but you don't know how to say it.
I prefer to leave it at that.
Okay. Now,
but planning is good. Planning could help because you've had 9 months to prepare. You could be surprised by 3 instead of 1, but planning goes a long way to help. Men we tend not to plan as well as women do, and I have my reasons for saying that, but anyway, that's the topic.
Okay, now you mentioned that when you your organization, when you open the doors for maybe free counseling or therapy sessions, it's mostly women. Now, the few men that come, is there any particular one or that struck you that you would love to share as to maybe what the person was going through? I mean, you don't have to say the name or anything, but just a particular experience that struck you and it's very important to share.
Yeah, I mean, I would never mention anybody's name here,
Yes.
you know, outside the counseling session, but one of the challenges I would like to share, not from one man, but from a couple, is the issue of salary not being enough. In other words, again, finances. So, in the course of our counseling session, I'm a CBT coach as well. We're able to say, look, you don't have to sit in one place and say, I'm waiting for salary. There are things you could do, right? You could farm, right? You could go, whether it's livestock or crops, you could do something, you know. So I'm just trying to be as vague as I can, you know, because, you know, they may be watching, but the point is, there's a solution to that thing, especially if it's monetary or financial. My wife used to tell me that any problem money can solve is not a problem, and I strongly believe that, because a problem is the one that you present 100 million naira from that problem and it doesn't go away. It's still staring you in the face. But if there's anything that money can solve, that's not a problem, really. So that has been the major challenge that I've encountered or we've encountered. It's usually
mostly finances.
Yeah, stress for the home. You know, how they can better take care of their home. And the people, some of them are paid quite well, you consider reasonably well, but you know, the challenge is inflation seems to be catching up with
go on. These are the stories we want to hear. Go on.
Yeah, you know, we all live in Nigeria.
Yes.
So you know what I'm talking about. So it seems to catch up with whatever you earn, you know. But again, planning could help, and then having an alternative source or alternative sources of income are a good way of mitigating, or at least helping to, you know, mitigate some of those challenges, especially when they are financial.
Yeah.
Yes. Someone has said, if you can't pay, if you can't purchase this brand of milk, why there's a cheaper one? Why not go to a cheaper one, downsize? You know, things like that. So there are practical ways that one could help as challenges, because challenges will never stop. Look, the price of anything that goes up in Nigeria doesn't come down. Inflation keeps occurring. I've never seen, though, the price of a pen go up and then suddenly come down again. So you then have to try and match that by getting busy.
So let's talk about the solutions, because like you mentioned earlier, we don't want to talk only about the problems, but about the solutions. So how can fathers better handle and cope with most of these mental health issues?
All right. Let's continue from the last point we were making. Like I said, a large portion of men's mental health issues have to do with anxiety. That is excessive worry, overthinking about the future. And then depression. Depression is, let me briefly just talk about depression. Depression is not when you feel sad or when you have a mood swing. Depression is when you have lost the will to live, and when you are given those things that you normally love and normally interest you, but they don't mean anything to you anymore. That is depression. You don't have the will to get out from bed, to get up from your bed in the morning. Your children or your family that used to give you joy, so much joy. You know what it means for a parent to kill themselves? Not considering those they are leaving behind, and the pain they will go through, and the problem they've just put them in. But that will to live is lost. It's no longer there. So that is depression. It's not a joke. That's why it's a mental health illness. At that point, the end of the funnel of all this entire conversation, the end of that funnel is come for counseling. Come for counseling. Don't say, I can handle it alone. You can't. You're not trained. You don't know. You may not even know what is happening to you. So just like you asked, from the last point, get busy. If your child is sent away from school because of maybe 20,000 naira, and you get busy, you'll be depressed when that child comes home crying. Maybe, you'll be ashamed and all that. But if you get busy and you get that 20,000 naira, you send the child back to school, that pain, that shame goes away. So you find you've done something that changed your situation. So get busy. Then, like I was saying earlier, come for counseling. Don't say it's a woman's thing, or nobody will understand, or what am I going to say. Counseling is talking therapy. Come and talk to someone who understands, who is trained to help you navigate. The mistake some people make, counselors don't provide answer. We don't tell you what to do. We guide you. You will find the solution by yourself. We will guide you to find the solution to that problem by yourself. So, but we'll be there every step of the way. So do that. Get in touch with God. Man is not body alone. Man is body, soul, and spirit. That is why we preach and teach holistic well-being. What is your relationship with your maker, with your creator? Do you even have a relationship with your maker, with your creator? Do you pray to him? Do you talk to him? Do you lay your challenges? Scripture says, cast all your anxieties on the Lord because he cares for you. Simple scripture, one sentence, but it works. It means a lot. So are you a spiritual person? Yes, you should get in touch with your creator. Another thing is coping mechanisms, which we're trying to mention. Avoid negative coping mechanisms. I don't want to go into all that, and replace them with these positive ones that we've mentioned. Something else that could help you as a man is getting physically active. Don't be a couch potato, as they say, and sit in one place. The gloom and the stress of the world will rest on you. Get active. Get active. It helps. It helps you as you move around, as you're energetic during the day. It depends. Maybe you're working at a place where you have to sit in front of a computer or a screen all day, or you have to do more of sitting, maybe sedentary lifestyle. But within those hours you're at work, you could get up, walk around for 1 minute, and come sit down. Get up, walk around, sit down. Reconnect with nature. So these are some of the coping positive coping mechanisms that we use. Yeah. But more when you come for counseling, because each case is treated on its own merit. Each case is different.
Yeah. So very quickly, before I ask the question I want to ask, you made mention of negative coping mechanisms. So what are some of the negative coping mechanisms that men usually fall back to, trying to cope with their problems? You can just mention them, a few.
Alcohol.
Okay.
I think I've mentioned this earlier.
You mentioned
you want us to keep. Okay. Alcohol. And you may temporarily forget the problem at that moment, but when the effect of the alcohol, the intoxication, or the effect, the euphoria clears from your eye, the problem is still there waiting for you. So what you've done is simply postpone your problem. Handling of the problem. That thing you did doesn't solve the problem. It makes you to forget about it for a while. So that's one of the coping. Drugs, substance use, substance abuse, and alcohol.
So I take it that smoking too is part of it. I'm helping you at this point. All right. So now, what gaps would you say that you see in the mental health system when it comes to supporting fathers, and what can be done to better improve them?
Okay. In the mental health system?
Yes. Mental health care system when it comes to supporting fathers and helping men.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. In my organization, we have done mental health interventions for different companies, hotels, banks, and time will fail me to start mentioning Zenith Bank, a couple of other people we've done interventions for, football teams, professional football players, football teams, and all that. What we advocate for that will help is having a counseling unit in every office and in every institution. We are at Signaturetv. Is there a counseling unit here right now at Signaturetv? If someone is having a mental health breakdown or a mental health challenge or just needs 5 minutes to talk to a counselor, it is not existent. You go to our schools, the schools within ENUGU or across the country. You go to even our hospitals. You go to our police stations. You go to our military barracks. You go to our banks. With the hectic nature of their jobs, you go to the motor park where they are loading buses or taxis and they are going to different places. You go to our airports. I could go on and on. There is a ubiquitous, a clear absence of mental health units in all of these places. And who goes through mental health challenges? It's human beings. It's human beings that are in all these places. So if you had one, say, in any office or in any school, a young person or a banker or whoever could walk in and meet the counselor, the resident. Even if the counselor, you say, oh, we took us leave, we may not be able to employ one, you could have some on retainership. And my organization offers that. We do that. We have that on retainership. Some people say, okay, come in every Monday by this time and this time. For instance, there's a hotel we work with here in ENUGU. You understand? So, and we have our days, and the timetable is clear. Come in, and the staff knows that between this time and this time, on this day and this day, a trained counselor is there. So if there's a mental health challenge, a mental health issue, for instance, stress is a mental health condition. It's not a mental health illness. They are different. It's a mental health condition. But in Nigeria, oh, come off it. The stress is normal. Stress damages our internal organs. Stress is not, well, when I say stress, I mean the dangerous kind of stress. There is some level of stress that's okay, but the dangerous kind of stress where it begins to affect, because when we talk about mental illnesses, what we mean are things that affect your productivity, your relationship with others. Like we're giving you the example of we mentioned schizophrenia, PTSD,
eating disorders,
and the rest of them. Someone that has PTSD, let's say you're a friend and you live down that same road and you want the person to come visit. The person can't. So it has affected their relationship with others. Or let's say the person wants to attend a program on that road, maybe a church program, whatever program, they can't because of that fear. So mental health illnesses are real. They affect our productivity.
So you're saying that having a counselor in every
counseling unit,
yes, in every organization and office, and
and even if it's having one on retainership, most organizations have an auditor, right? To check the books, to balance the books. Most organizations have a security department, right? Some even have a medical department. I know some organizations that have a medical department, but in that medical department, you find there is even no mental health department or mental health practitioner in the medical department, and everything starts from the mind.
Right. So now, just before we go, you mentioned, still on this issue of having a counseling unit in every place, you mentioned the motor park, drivers loading the buses and all of that. And you've also mentioned that men don't talk, and the average man would want to man up and just deal with it like a man that he is. So now, what message would you leave for a father who is watching that needs help, or what message would you also leave for men generally to give that awareness of seeking help when they should?
Thank you. Speaking up is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it is a sign of strength. Come and speak with us. Come and speak with a trained mental health expert who will tailor responses and solutions to your own particular need. Don't shy away from it. Come, make yourself available, and your privacy is guaranteed. It's absolutely confidential, in a comfortable environment, and you will be listened to.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. And Gender Perspective will be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We've just heard powerful insights from a father and experts that reveal the emotional and psychological layers of fatherhood that are often hidden from view. But despite growing awareness, many misconceptions about men, mental health, and parenting still persist. So now it's time to set the record straight. In this next segment, we'll look at myths and facts, challenging beliefs, and highlighting the truths that often go unspoken. So let's break it down.
way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Today we've explored a side of fatherhood that's too often left in the shadows. The emotional weight, the mental health challenges, and the quiet strength it takes to ask for help. Now, from breaking myths to hearing real stories, one message is clear. Supporting fathers is not just a family issue, it's a societal responsibility. Now, as we wrap up this episode of Gender Perspectives, we leave you with this thought. When we create space for men to speak openly, seek support, and show vulnerability, we're not just shaping better fathers, we're shaping a healthier, more compassionate world for everyone. Well, thank you for joining us this week, and until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Goodbye.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
into bite sizes that is meant to help you take charge of your health and your welfare. We have a very interesting topic for discussion. Today, we're discussing health benefits of mushrooms. What indeed are mushrooms? And do they really have health benefits? What are those benefits? Well, these and more will be coming your way if you stay tuned to the end of the show. I'm your host, Signaturetv, and we invite you to be a part of the conversation. So go on over to our social media platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram at Signaturetv Official. Go like, comment, share a story or a submission about mushroom. We want to hear from you. Don't forget we are live 247 on SLTV channel 265, and you can download the Signaturetv app from the Google Play Store so you can get notifications each time a new episode or program drops. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues after this break. If you're just joining us, thank you and welcome to Inside Health on Signaturetv. Today we are discussing the health benefits of mushrooms. Our guest is an agro farmer. Her name is Amaka Anita Allison. She's in studio and she's going to give us all the information we need to understand about mushrooms and their health benefits. Hello Amaka, thank you for joining us on this show.
Thank you very much.
So I've heard a lot about you, about this mushroom lady that is making waves, and I couldn't wait to have this chat with you. So you're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited too because I want to know your story. I want to hear your story. I mean, why mushrooms?
Yeah, because mushrooms are, like I said, I always say, are great medicines of the planet Earth. They are food, they are life. They are vital for our very existence, and they are very, very, very much needful for the present day living, because we are being exposed to a lot of toxins in the environment. Then there are also now more demands for, plant-based, then the alternatives that are more natural to the body because of too much health issues that people are now encountering out there. So mushroom actually has come to our rescue at the moment, because if you understand what mushrooms can do, what mushrooms are for, you definitely run to them as a panacea at this period.
But what was the interest for you?
Yeah,
your agric days, you could have been poultry,
yeah,
you could have been fishery,
yes,
could have been other sort of agriculture.
yes.
But what's the particular what was it about
I think
mushrooms that caught
yeah,
your attention?
what caught my attention to mushroom is that mushroom is actually it came out actually at the time during that COVID period. Yes. The poultry business is shut down.
You went to poultry too?
I was into fish really, but there were no fish. So the fish you can buy, the fish that you are feeding, you don't have feed to feed the fish. And then even to go and buy meat then was really very, very difficult and very, very expensive. So the market wasn't really there. So I started thinking, what will somebody now take that will give you enough protein? And then the vegetables too were in there, because the markets were not that open and things like that, So those that were open were at their own risk because everywhere was shut down. So I started thinking, what can somebody get around here that will solve the problem of meat? Giving children food without meat and things like that, and also be healthy and things like that. So I started researching, and then I stumbled into mushroom, and I discovered that they have a lot of proteins, and discovered that mushroom is one thing that has a lot of minerals, vitamins, and what you're looking for in herbs and in spices is in one thing. So, and I started noticing also that where they display mushroom dishes, you wouldn't see vegetables and fruits around them, because the mushrooms itself contains those things. So it was like seeing an all-in-one thing I was looking for.
Like an
all-stop
shop for
yes, and then besides then too, I was looking for an alternative that I've always liked, an indoor farming.
something that I can do within the confine of an environment that is secured and then easy to monitor. And the mushroom farming actually came into place because somehow it fits. It's an executive indoor farming. I actually started in my children's bedroom because they were in yes, when I started, because they were in school and the room was empty. Nobody was using it. To see how easy it is to start mushroom, you can start it at anywhere, any corner. So far you have a little space that is a little bit cool, you can start mushroom. So that's how I started growing my own meat. I can't remember the last time.
2020.
Well, the interest started, the quest. Yeah. So it's 2021. I started it fully. I've been in it for about 4 years plus now. Yes.
Now, tell us, this is a health show, so we want to extract all the health benefits of mushroom.
Yes.
You said you wanted something that will give you all the protein and all the vitamins, minerals.
Yes.
Tell us the content, the health content in mushroom. And I do realize that there are different types. So before we get to the types, tell us the content. Because you said that you wanted something that will be a replacement for synthetic drugs and things like that. Something that will help you rid toxins. So it's also an antioxidant in itself.
Very much.
Tell us the contents of mushroom.
Okay, let me start with understanding that mushrooms are basically fungi.
They are fungi.
Yes.
We are told that fungi are microorganisms that hurt us.
No, they are healthy fungi.
Oh, they are healthy
yes. Now, they are what they call gourmet mushrooms, and they are what you call medicinal mushrooms. Now, gourmet mushrooms are mushrooms you can just cultivate.
Gourmet means G-O-R-M-E-T.
Yes,
like
the
food.
ones that you cook.
Okay.
You can get them in restaurants, hotels, and cook them in your own houses and things like that. And then there are medicinal mushrooms. Those are the ones I call the dogoyaro of mushrooms. Like, you have vegetables, you have ugu.
Yeah.
You have water leaf, you cook them, you use them. But you don't cook soup with dogoyaro. Because these ones, that are medicines.
Herbs,
so there are mushrooms that are in that class. As we continue, I'll show you those mushrooms.
Okay.
We'll talk more about
Okay, so what are we looking at and what are the contents?
Okay, now this is basically, we call them the oyster. This is a very, very common mushroom. You can see we grow them in bags. This one is coming out from this bag. You can see this one is coming out from this bag, things like that. So this is basically, it's that's the most proteinous of all the mushrooms. It has a high content of protein. So when you're looking for an alternative for meat, now that meat is expensive, people will buy very few anyway. They may buy chicken once in a week. The mother will give the organ, give to herself, and maybe that Sunday, by Monday, Tuesday, there's no meat in the pot. And children that eat it, they're not taking it. But if you can grow your mushroom by the side of your house, in one of your balcony, or behind your house, or any environment, you can grow in different ways. I can always teach you what to do or show you with time, or maybe as we continue. You now have protein. Like I said, I can't remember how much is the same meat. 1 kg of meat. I don't remember the last time I bought meat. So with this one now, you cook with it, you have meat already in your food. So it has enough protein. And apart from the protein, this mushrooms contains a lot of vitamins. You have vitamin D is not easy to get. We used to say it's in the sunlight. But now with the depletion of ozone layer, you can hardly get real vitamin D. Mushroom contains vitamin D. This mushroom is high in vitamin B, this oyster mushroom. And that's why it's used to treat anemia. It contains folates, like folic acid.
Yes, that's B complex.
Yes. And it's the origin started during the time of German war, where children were kind of malnourished and they were looking for alternative. This mushroom came into as a
so it's not originated, it's originated from outside of Nigeria.
Well, the culture of eating mushroom has been there. I know our ancestors, because people in the village will always think there's a mushroom that's, people eat mushrooms, they know. That's one thing. You don't eat mushroom, you don't know. So the culture has been there. But the medicinal and the contents is what we are beginning to understand and to know, that these things are really medicine, these things are really antioxidants, these things are really a lot of vitamins. They contain potassium and they're not easy to get. Most times, even with the farming that we have now, with so much pesticides, herbicides, and everything, and even depletion of the soil, most of these minerals, you cannot get them again. But in mushrooms, they are retained in mushrooms. You get potassium, you get calcium, you get selenium. This one contains what they call L-egothianine. They call it the.
Is it an amino acid?
Yes, age boosting supplement, anti-aging supplement. So it prolongs your kind of
Youth.
longevity, in the sense that it makes you more youthful, more vibrant. So there are a lot of things in consuming mushroom. They're taking vitamin, they're taking minerals, they're taking the things you're looking for in herbs and in spices too, inside one thing. So, and it's easy to cultivate. That's why.
We'll get to that. You said ever since you discovered this oyster mushroom, meanwhile, this is a gourmet mushroom.
Yes.
It's not herbal.
It's also, it has some medicinal, but not as
It
medicinal
looks
as
too
some other.
good. It needs to be eaten. Now, my question is,
Yes, it's
does it taste like meat? I know it's plant protein.
Yeah, there are
but
different types of
you know,
mushrooms.
why I'm asking this question is, because you understand the content, you know that this can quite easily substitute, be a good substitute for meat. But does it taste like meat? What's it taste like?
Yes, mushroom has what they call the umami test. That's what they call the sixth sense test. Umami. It's like, wow, what is this I'm eating? That umami is like, there's a feeling like, so this is this good. So like I said, there are so many varieties of mushrooms. There are over 300,000 species, but we have about 10,000 that are really, research for, planting domesticated. So, and all of them have different tastes. Like this one has its own taste. This one is normally, this is shiitake. It's normally used in pizza. It's very meaty.
Yeah.
You understand? This one is the wheat air mushroom. It has its own taste. Each mushroom has its own taste. This one is the lion's mane mushroom. It tastes like crab, shrimp.
Wow.
Yes, there's mushroom also that is tastes like chicken. It's called the chicken of the woods. You won't even know it's not chicken you're eating. And I've seen people around that told me that they know that. I know my mother-in-law before she's living now. She told me there's a particular mushroom that they eat that is tastes exactly like chicken. So mushroom actually came to really stand as an alternative in creation.
Most people the mushrooms they know, the ones that, although this one is dried, the one they call that looks like toadstool. That's the mushroom, the one that looks. Yes.
That's the variety that there are different varieties in different locations. That's the one that is maybe in common in their location.
Okay.
But what we do now is that we try to encourage people to start looking at taking some of the domesticated ones.
Yes.
Like you said, if you go to leopard is bushmeat, it's not true. Goat is bushmeat, is meat too. But you don't grow leopard, you grow goat.
Yeah.
So we now encourage people to start growing the domesticated ones because you get all the proteins that you need. And there are some that are more delicious than the other. Understand? And then some you have to learn how to cook them so that you get the taste that you want.
We'll get to that one because I'm really interested in knowing how to cook them. Now, these are gourmet mushrooms. Tell us about the herbal mushrooms.
Yes, some of the herbal mushrooms. Some mushrooms have dual nature. They are both gourmet and then medicinal at the same time. Okay, I didn't bring out the Ganodama mushroom. I think I left it out here before I came in. But that particular mushroom, we have the tincture here.
How was this produced?
This is what we call a double deportation, both alcohol and water extraction. That mushroom is called the mushroom of longevity, Ganodama mushroom. It's the most researched mushroom, healthy, and it's very healthy, and it's a solution to a lot of health issues. That mushroom also helps. The Ganodama mushroom helps to boost white blood cell. So
immunity.
Yes, anything that boosts white blood cell is very, very good for immunity. That's why they call it the mushroom of longevity, the mushroom of immortality. That's actually what it's known for. You can always get to Google now, put mushroom of immortality. Ganodama, these are the total number of mushrooms. So, and those mushrooms also help people with multiple health issues, people that are suffering AIDS, people that are suffering cancer. When they start administering those mushrooms to them, in most cases, they will tell you that they have improved health and improved lifestyles.
Outcomes.
Now, this one is the lion's mane. A few years ago, in the 2020s.
This is mushroom?
Yes. It's called the lion's mane.
Can I have a few of it?
It's right. It's for brain. It's called the ultimate brain mushroom. It helps to grow the nerves of the brain. It helps to also focus.
Feels like sponge.
Yes, it's spongy, really spongy. Also helps the retention of memory. Very good for
So it's good for dementia, Alzheimer's,
yes,
and
Alzheimer's.
persons with
Parkinson,
neurologic
yes.
issues.
Even for focus too. Most times you read, even for children that are preparing for exams and things like that. So it helps the brain. People that have strokes, things like that, nerve issues, it helps to regrow nerves from the brain and all the neural problems. It helps very much.
So can this be a gourmet mushroom?
It's not gourmet because it has a very nice taste. You can see it now. Let me open it up. You can see the
Looks
texture.
like bread.
Yes. Very, very sweet mushroom.
Okay. Now, how is mushroom prepared? Start with gourmet mushroom.
Yes, we encourage people to cook mushroom very, very well before you eat it.
How so?
Because mushrooms well contains what they call keratin. Keratin prevents it from, from being damaged. But one thing it does, like it coats the wall, so and it has to, it requires a lot of heat for it to really open up. So that's
Keratin reminds me of the makeup of nails, right? Keratin. But it's a thick covering.
Of mushrooms. So most mushrooms contain it. So people are advised to cook mushroom very well. The more you cook mushroom, the more it releases the healthy benefits in it. Don't just get mushroom and eat it raw. It's not advisable. And then if you must eat mushroom, make sure you cook it very, very, very well.
Okay, so you're preparing something like maybe soup?
Yes.
Or
something like
porridge jam?
Yes.
How do you inculcate your gourmet mushroom
So
into
what I normally do is that I marinate, I saute and marinate.
You do? Please
Yes.
break it down, because when you say saute and marinate, most people will not understand. So break it down.
I kind of like this one. If I want to cook with this oyster, most times if I have varieties,
They're so
if you
beautiful.
Mix, yes, if you mix, they are delicious too. If you know how to cook them, you can even make this one taste like chicken.
Please teach us now. Teach
so
us.
what
now.
I do is that you bring
You
it
pluck
out,
them.
You don't just bring it out. Most times we encourage people not to soak it so much in water, because if you squeeze it now, you find that it naturally has a lot of water in it. So what you do is you break it, slice it a little. Don't just put it so that it won't look like this.
Yeah, sure.
Just like this. Then what I do is that you get a little bit of oil, natural oil.
You mean bread oil,
Yeah.
palm oil?
If you're cooking soup now, it's red
Okay.
oil. Then put it in the oil. You put oil, some onions has to be there.
Okay.
Then put the mushroom there. Let it fry, because mushroom, like I said, the wall is very, very thick. So you need to break it down with a lot of heat. That's why most times you say frying is not good, but the mushroom is allowed.
Okay, now, so if you put the onion and then put the mushroom, won't the timing affect the onions? Because onions are actually fragile.
No, once you put the onions and you put the mushroom,
okay.
Once the onions enters the pot, the next thing comes in, the mushroom. So
That's,
once it is frying with it,
okay.
it will actually prepare the environment to accept the mushroom, to onions to not to really overfry. So you now start frying, put in your spice, and fry it very, very well. That's just the secret.
You just did your saute.
Unless you're cooking something like porridge. Like when I'm cooking porridge here, I can easily tear it as the porridge is coming out. Tear it and to boil.
So you can actually use this in your coleslaw.
Yes, like we have mushroom burger, we have mushroom pizza, we have mushroom shawarma, we have mushroom suya. You can use mushroom to do anything, because there are different varieties of mushrooms. There are mushrooms that taste like this one, like I said, is very shiitake.
Could you pull one out so that the camera can capture? Yeah.
Which one? This one.
This
one is shiitake.
Shiitake.
Yes, it's both gourmet and medicinal too. Very, very good for bone health. Lowers cholesterol.
How do you prepare this?
Just the same way every other mushroom is prepared. Like this one now is dried. Most mushroom, like you see this mushroom now. Once you harvest mushrooms, if you're not cooking it that way, the next thing you do is that you have to put it in the fridge. If you're not putting it in the fridge, you have to dehydrate it so that it can last for at least 6 months or 1 year.
Can you freeze it?
Yes, you can freeze. But the best thing to do is to dry it. Once you dry mushroom, you can stay for 1 year without spoiling.
Under the sun or in the oven?
Normally, what we do is that we use a dehydrator, food dehydrator, so that it can retain the contents. And then also the quality too.
Without denaturing it?
Yes.
Okay.
So once you bring this one now, you put it in you just tear it up a little. Because it's
a bit hard because it's dry.
Not very hard. It's not really hard. It's a little humidity is temperature too. So you just soak it in warm water for about 15 minutes or so. Bring it out. Just fry. Put your spices. You can even put your tomato paste or whatever you're using, or fresh tomato. Cook it very, very well. You put it before you put it inside any other dish. That way, the mushroom have absorbed some of the spices that you use and some of the maybe the cubes you used to prepare it,
and the keratin would have been broken up.
Yes, it now gives you the taste that you want.
Okay.
But this one tastes more meatier than each mushroom.
What about the spongy one? How do you prepare it?
It's the same thing. Just that this one is a little bit spongier because it's a little bit spongier because now this mushroom is already dried. So when you're cooking it, when you soak it, because of the sponge, it naturally has more water than this one. So what we normally do is that we put this one in the frying pan. Use the frying spoon to kind of reduce the
press
it so that your water will come out a little before you now start
processing it.
Yes, start processing it for cooking. That's what we do. But you still get the taste of it because it's very, very sweet too.
Okay.
So some are sweeter than the other.
Yeah.
Depending on what you want to cook.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, we're still talking health benefits, but I am curious about the bagging. The soil is white. We expect soil to be brown. So, how do you prepare the bags? What's inside the bags? And do they come in? Do they come as seeds? How do you get your seedlings? How do you cultivate?
You seem to be asking so many things at the same time.
So you have all the time. You have all the time.
Now, you see this mushroom, what they call mushroom substrate bag. You can see mushroom coming out from this one. So this one is a little bit bigger. You see it's coming out from here now. Sorry, let's look at that one. Are you seeing this one as it's coming out from here? This bag now, like mushroom is like a zero waste farming. You use waste. You can use sawdust. This one is a preparation of what you use for the substrate as a growing medium is what we call the substrate. It's not soil. We use a waste like a sawdust. I've never really bought sawdust. Rice bran to make this one up. We sterilize it and then put in the seed. The seed is just that which it's called the spawn. That's the way we prepare the seed, but this is the mushroom seed. So we now put it inside. If you now start colonizing the bag, when you do it, the bag is brown. But when you finish colonizing it, it becomes white. Once it is white, fully white, it starts flushing like flour. Start coming out. You see this one now is flushing out. Yes, you can have much flushes about 3 months before the bag. Now go and compost it. Composting means you now return it back to the soil, because what it does to the soil is that it now detoxifies the soil and returns the soil back to nature. Of course, you know that this mushroom is very, very powerful when it comes to oil spillage. It is the mushroom that is used in biomediation, this particular mushroom, for clearing the oil spillage, like maybe that Niger Delta issue. The mycelium of this mushroom, if you spread it around there, it can recover that place in about 2 to 3 years. So if anything that does that, you can now imagine what it does in the body.
In the body. Wow, interesting.
So it contains a lot of dietary fiber for the body.
This is the
this is oyster. It's very, very popular and one of the easiest mushrooms to grow.
Growing up, we were told that mushrooms, that they grow on dead palm trunks.
Okay. Yes.
So, what kinds of mushrooms, or is it every kind of mushroom that grows from dead,
there are different varieties
tree trunks?
No, they are saprophytic mushrooms. Like this one now, that's why you do the sawdust, gives you that tree.
Feel.
Like so some saprophytic mushrooms actually can grow from trees, but they are compost-loving mushrooms. Like at times you see where they, somewhere so as if mushroom is coming from the ground. You've not seen it.
Yes.
Those ones are compost mushrooms. So there are also mycorrhizals. Those ones have a symbiotic relationship between the soil and the tree plants. Those ones, like there's a mushroom that is called truffle. That truffle mushroom is the most expensive culinary mushroom. Very, very delicious mushroom. That one is, whenever you see a pig and it's digging something from the ground, it is that truffle that is digging out. And then they train dogs to
sniff it out.
It's not very easy to cultivate because they are mycorrhizal. They develop a symbiotic relationship between the soil and the tree roots inside the soil. So they go inside. But the ones that are like, there's another mushroom that Okay, I don't, it's called tramella. Now, those ones are parasitic mushrooms. There's a way you grow them too. So each mushroom has its own growing specifications. But generally, they are grown on waste products. Like this one is sawdust. Some grow with dry leaves, sugarcane baggers, granite shells. You know, things that you actually throw away. These are the things that you use to grow mushrooms. That's why it's very, very easy to cultivate and very, very cheap to also you know, to cultivate too.
Now I'm looking at this. It seems as though something has been dried and blended for seed.
Yes.
So tell us,
you have mushrooms.
Aside the fact that you can cook it and put it in your meals, you can also dry it.
Yes.
And blend it. Tell us about that.
Yes, like this oyster mushroom now. Like for instance, you can have children. Like when my children were growing up, anything they don't like, they'll find it in their cup.
That's a good one, actually.
So you find a way, like mothers, you know, I try to encourage them.
Yes.
Try to be innovative.
Especially picky children,
yes,
picky eaters.
Like some of them, if you put this thing, no matter what you tell them, they won't want to eat it. No matter how sweet
they'll remove it from the food.
Yes. So what you do is that you dry these mushrooms, and then put it in powder. And it's in this powdered form now. You can go as far for pap. You can use it to cook your soup as part of your spice. That way you're adding mushroom in water. You put it in your porridge. Use it to make your tea. You understand? You are not getting the healthy benefit, the protein that you need. Your children are getting the enough protein. You're getting the vitamins. You're getting the minerals. You understand? And you're getting the immunity that your system needs. So in every way, just make it easier for you to take once it is grinded this way. And that's okay. There is a mushroom coffee that we make with Ganoderma. The Ganoderma is not at this table at the moment.
Okay.
But that Ganoderma mushroom is normally taken as coffee. And it's grinded this way, but it's brown. Because once you harvest the mushroom is already very thick. So it's not, you know that this one doesn't joke with the pot. It's not a no-nonsense mushroom. It's one of the dogoyaros of mushroom. So that one is, you must grind it. Once you grind it, you can take it as coffee. But the greatest way to take it is as a tincture.
How was this produced?
Like I said, we do a double extraction with alcohol and water.
Please take us through the protocol.
Well, the process is not too hard, but a little bit technical, because you have to first of all do the extraction, do the alcohol extraction for some weeks. After the alcohol extraction, now you do the water extraction. It's something that maybe somebody needs to observe before you can understand it. But we call it double decantation. Why do you do that? This mushroom is so powerful. There are some properties of the mushroom that doesn't dissolve in water.
Yes.
So most people take it just as coffee. When they take it as coffee, they don't get all the benefits. They get about 40% of the benefits.
Okay.
When you do double extraction, you do it as tincture. You now get 100%, because some of the minerals they need that cannot dissolve in water.
Dissolve in the alcohol.
Yes.
But this is what I want us to get out. Step one, maybe soak in water for some time. I just want to understand the process.
Steps,
and then the alcohol. Is alcohol edible?
Well, when you talk about people that make tincture, something like vodka.
Okay.
Yes, you use things like vodka to do it.
So you soak it for some time, then you drain the water.
For some weeks, and then you now extract it. When you finish the extraction, you now do the concentrate. You now pass it through water. Put it in the water for some time, and then mix it up. And then, as they say, it's a bit technical. But it's better observed than maybe to.
Sure. How to do it.
Well, it's not too hard to process, but it's a little bit technical, like I said. Because there are some percentage, you have to know the quantity of the water, you have to know the quantity of the alcohol. There's a percentage mix for the two.
Maybe we'll bring you back so that you can take us through that process. Yes. All right. So how do you know edible mushrooms from poisonous mushrooms? Because there are actually mushrooms that are poisonous.
Yes.
That can actually be used as poisons.
Thank
so
you.
How do you know?
Yes. The greatest way that you know is don't take any mushroom you don't know. Because in your culture, there could be a particular mushroom you eat in your place. But if you come to my own side, you don't eat it. So to be on the safe side, any mushroom you don't know, don't eat. But like I said, we already have them domesticated ones. That's why we train people. Why running from mushrooms? Why don't you? There's shiitake, there's lion's mane, there's a button mushroom. There are a whole range of them that you can go and things like that. But what we do, they are poisonous mushrooms. But what we do, we have mushrooms where we identify them. You know, there is a mushroom identification. Even now, there's a mushroom identification app that they have. So when you bring in a mushroom, like now, that's why we advise people. See this oyster. This is oyster mushroom. Do you know that it has a poisonous substitute that look alike? Some mushrooms have poisonous look alike. This mushroom has a poisonous look alike. It's called jack-o'-lantern. Very beautiful. You know, this mushroom also has different varieties. It has the pink one. The pink one tastes like pork. It has the yellow one. The yellow one tastes like cashew nuts. It has the blue, the grey. Then that one looks like orange. So you can think that it's part of it. But jack-o'-lantern is a poisonous mushroom. You know, you understand? So what we do is that once you bring that mushroom, you give it to people that already know it. You take it to an identification group. You have a group. Once you are growing mushroom, you must belong to that group. That group now identifies the mushroom for you. Tell it exactly the kind of mushroom, the poisonous content and things like that. So, but there are already from mushrooms that are already been researched and known. These are not poisonous mushrooms, and there are a lot of them that we know, like these ones I'm bringing here. We still have so many of them, and instead there are about 10,000 research ones that you can grow, and they're all around us. You understand? So why are you looking for the
sure when you have these ones, right? All right.
And some people will say that it's from tree, that good trees produce
but does that really
good
follow?
mushrooms. No, it doesn't, because I have a mango tree in my compound. It's producing Ganoderma mushroom, it's producing oyster mushroom, and it's producing some poisonous mushrooms at the same time. Because what causes the tree to bring out those mushrooms is the mushroom spore. Once the spore touches it, the spore is like the seed, but it's like microscopic. You can't see it visibly. So there's a way we capture it. This is the mushroom seed. Sorry, permit me to go down and bring it down. There's a way we capture it. This is the Ganoderma mushroom spawn. We call the seed spawn and pass it through the grain. We capture it, pass it through. It's a process that is very technical, very technical, and we have to do it under a very sterilized environment in a lab. You have to have, if you're preparing mushrooms,
all right.
You have to have a lab to prepare.
Amaka, you will hold that thought. We'll get back to this, but we'll need to go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the concluding part of this episode. Do stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Thanks for staying with us. We are still talking the health benefits of mushrooms. Amaka Allison is doing justice to this topic, and you just want to stay and hear her to the end. Welcome to my doctor and I. But before we go into some of the questions that we gleaned from our social media platform about this particular conversation, I wanted you to complete what you were saying before we went on a break about the spore.
Okay. Like I said, there's the spawn. The mushroom spawn can grow anywhere. So you don't just say that because a tree is a good tree or a bad tree, it's producing. And that's why people can get mushroom poison, because you think that the tree is a mango tree. It's not it's an edible tree. So any mushroom that grows there is no, you don't do that. So that's why we now that we are growing it, we prepare it in our own way, but it has to be it's a little very, very technical, in a kind of sterilized environment and a lab. And then we now have to capture that, because like I said, the spores are a little bit microscopic. There's a way we capture it, pass it through a grain. Like this one was passed through millets. This is a millet that was colonized. See how hard it is. And now became, so when you want to, I actually brought it so you can now open it, break it up.
So when you want to plant, this is what you take to plant.
You put it in the bag. By the time you spread it in, this sun does bad. It starts
Wow.
coming white until it's fully white.
Okay, so is there an anti-poisoning for mushroom poisoning?
Well, I don't know anything about anti-poisoning, but what is normally advised that once you get mushroom poisoning, rush and go to the hospital for medication. But to prevent it, don't even, like you said, grow your own mushrooms. Because some people in the process of harvesting a good mushroom, there are mushrooms that grow together with other mushrooms. You understand? So in the process of trying to harvest them, you may harvest a poisonous one and cook all of them together.
Wow.
And while you are enjoying the good one, you don't know when that's...
So it's just best to grow your own.
If you can.
All right. So welcome to my doctor and I. First question from Chidi Obasi Enugu. He says, Dr. Chigi, I must say I'm delighted to get this information from Signature TV, and I will plead that you create more awareness for people to learn. So this is more of a submission or thank you, text. Emeka O from Enugu says, Dr. Chigi, I started using oyster mushrooms in my egusi soup. Interesting. Since last year, my blood pressure has been more stable.
Definitely.
Thank you for this awareness. Wow.
Mushrooms, like I told you, mushrooms are medicine. All of these mushrooms, they have to reduce the blood, regulate your blood pressure, lower your cholesterol. People say you have cholesterol, you should have, anytime you're taking oyster mushroom, for instance, this oyster, why I mention oyster is the easiest one to grow. It's very easy to grow. Once you are eating it, you find out that your health begins to, even you yourself, you notice a lot of health, you start feeling more alive. Because of the health benefits of this mushroom. Mushrooms contains a lot of antioxidants. You understand? So like I said, this mushroom, they can clear oil spillage. If it can clear something that is a problem, even this radiation that happened during that tsunami in Japan, there was a particular mushroom that was
that survived. There was it a mushroom or a shrub or something?
There's mushroom that they put there to clear the environment.
Wow.
There's another mushroom that is used to eat plastic. This plastic that is a problem. There's a particular mushroom that eats all plastics. So mushrooms have a lot of
benefits to the body and to the environment.
So it's eco-friendly. When you're growing mushroom, you're even creating and cleaning up your environment, without even knowing it. So the health in it now, like I said, this one contains egotianine, and then it contains a lot of selenium. Selenium is one mineral that helps the body to fight free radicals.
Does the body produce selenium, or you have to eat it?
No, your body cannot produce it itself. So that is why you have to get it from mushrooms.
All right. Okay, moving on, Zainab Suleiman, Kanu, Nigeria says, please, which type of mushrooms is good for diabetes? I heard some can help lower blood sugar, but I don't know the correct one. Please.
Ladies, Canodama. You call it the queen of all medicinal mushroom. Canodama lucidum, reishi mushroom, the red one is reishi mushroom. It's very, very popular, but it's the most popular medicinal mushroom in the whole world. This mushroom has a lot of health benefits. In fact, I started growing, it was a Reverend Father from Cameroon that called me and I started growing mushroom. Look for this Canodama, and the AIDS patients that is helping them so much there because it helps to build the white blood cells. So naturally, you're building up your immunity.
So somebody's wondering, how do I get this Canodama?
We grow it. We cannot. That's why we are here to help you. We have mushroom farmers. I've trained about 250 farmers. Even within, then outside too. Then we have platforms. That one is about 1,000 people that have trained in my online platform. So when we train them, we also introduce them this. Like this one is Canodama mushroom spawn. We introduce the spawn. You start growing your own. So this one now, once you see as it is now strong, you grind it into powder as a coffee, and then drink it as tea. Even people that have all these other multiple prostrate and things like that. People on Kafta, when they start taking it after a while, they're off those things because these are natural things.
They're off meds after taking this for a while.
Yes, I know somebody that came to me. I trained him, so I introduced this to him, but he didn't have it, so he now gave it to me. He collected from me and gave to somebody. He ran back to me after a few weeks and collected again and again. I said this thing was very, very helpful. I didn't know that it's that powerful. So God gave us a lot of things in mushrooms. He gave us meats. He gave us also medicine. He gave us protein. He gave us minerals. He gave us herbs in a start. So we grow our meat, we grow our medicine ourselves. Mushrooms.
So Ifeoma Chukwu from Lagos, Nigeria is saying, mushrooms helped me during my recovery from typhoid. Okay, so they really boosted my energy. I use them in jollof rice and soups. Now, I know typhoid is caused by bacteria. Does mushrooms have antibacterial properties?
Yes.
Which exactly? Which of them?
Almost all of them. Funny thing about mushrooms that every mushroom has medicinal properties. Just that some are more medicinal
than the others.
Like this one now. Say this one is like I use the word togonyaro of mushroom. This, you know when you talk of togonyaro, togonyaro is a neem. It's a powerful herb. So these ones are that are no nonsense mushrooms that are just there as medicines. But every other mushroom has its own health. But if you now want to take the real one, but like this one now is a root hair mushroom. It's okay. Okay, this mushroom too. I didn't know it was that powerful. I know that I've read a lot of things about it, and it helps in sore throat. It helps to also regulate blood pressure and things like that. But it was somebody that told me about this mushroom, this particular one. Somebody gave me picked me up. I went to the office. So he said, "You do mushrooms?" I said, "Yes," because we took it to the office for some research. The nurse, there's a particular woman that was sick for years in their village for about 2 years. This woman was so sick. All of a sudden, they came back and saw this woman. She was like, she has recovered. So they now asked her what was her secret. She said, at times when God wants to help you, just give you a direction on what to do. And the particular mushroom that she has been consuming, and it was she was the one that told me about it the first time before I even started growing and thinking about it. And she was taking that mushroom that they call Ntioke. That was what this little woman kept consuming, and all of a sudden she started getting better. One thing I know about mushroom that the more you take mushroom, even you yourself, you start noticing a lot of
improvements
in your body.
Okay. So moving on, Tunde Adebayo Ibadan, your state says, are the wild mushrooms found during rainy season safe to eat? My grandma used to say some are poisonous.
Yes, like I said, there are so many poisonous mushrooms.
So he's saying the ones that grow at a particular time, rainy season. Is there any truth to that?
Mushrooms likes a lot of humidity.
But not really rain.
Just rain. Whenever it's raining, the atmosphere has a lot of humidity.
It's humid.
That is why you see once it starts raining, you start seeing mushrooms springing up here and there. And some of them are so beautiful and enhancing. Some are even looking more beautiful than some wild ones. More beautiful than even the ones that they
domesticated.
And you may be tempted to go, let me go and try. No, you don't do that. We don't advise. There are some wild ones you get in the wild, but they are the ones that already know, like the grandmother already knows that one. You understand? They've already known them by tradition. Not like even herbs. There are some herbs that you don't touch. But you may go to the village, your grandma say, this one, it's very good though. And if she's taking it with confidence, you decide to try it. The same thing with mushrooms. So don't take, because it's in the wild and you think it's beautiful or it looks nutritious. No, if it has not been proved. Unless we now that are in the mushroom family, we know the names of a lot of them. So if you bring it now, I can identify it for you. I will have an identification group. You have an app we use to identify mushroom. We tell you the toxicity of the mushroom. We tell you the name of the mushroom, the biological group it belongs to, whether it can be cooked, how it can be cooked, and what the use is. So people that do mushroom, that are into mushroom, we are trained to know all these things so that we can help people demystify the mystery in mushrooms. Because some people don't touch, it's poison. No.
You know how it can be. Once one has an issue, it's generalized. All right. Yes. Moving on, Grace Ekanem Uyo Akwaibom says, mushrooms helped my mom's arthritis pain. She blends it with turmeric and uses it in soups. Natural healing is real. Now, what's with the combination with turmeric?
Yes. Most times, turmeric itself is a very good spice, but most times, for it to bring out the benefits, most times you combine turmeric with something. Like I know turmeric is normally combined with something like
ginger.
Black seed.
Okay, black seed. Yes, I've heard that.
So combining it with mushroom definitely may help you.
Black pepper, right?
Black pepper. Then combining it with turmeric with
mushroom,
they bring out more of its quality. But I know that this Ganodama and this one too, this shiitake is very, very good for arthritis, for the bone health. But anything that contains a lot of calcium, magnesium, zinc, you can't find them in vegetables. Even the vegetable that we are growing, before you know it is looking yellow. You understand? Even the fertilizer we are even using, it's not even organic. True. But mushroom is 100% organic. So why don't you feed your body with something that is natural?
Yes.
And look young and fresh.
Just the way you're looking. I must confess. All right, Usman Bala Jos Plateau State says, mushrooms grow well on our farm. We never used to eat them until we found out they help with the immune system and even cholesterol. I think we have touched on this. Atim Ali Kaduna says, how do I know the difference between the edible mushrooms and the dangerous ones? Is there any local guide or app for this, and I'm sure you have spoken about this. All right, there's an app. Chinonso M. Abia State says, I run a small mushroom farm. Congratulations, Chinonso. Honestly, more people need to know how medicinal they are, from iron to antioxidants. I even dry and grind some for tea. We already talked about that. Finally, Tola D. Oshobo Oshun State says, since I added mushrooms to my diet 3 times a week, my digestion has improved. I buy from local markets, but wish they were more available. I see you nodding like this. I see you nodding. All right. So time for myths and facts. I mean, what are truths and what are old wives' tales? So this is where we try to find out popular opinion, what people think about mushrooms, and you're here to demystify them. Are we good to go?
Like he's saying, the wish is he can
More
do
available.
it himself. We can train you. That's why we are here.
Sure.
We train people to grow their own mushrooms, and I've not seen anybody I train to grow. It's not excited.
Yeah.
So I can have enough protein myself now. So I can take something that has a lot of minerals and vitamins and antioxidants. So
And you know that since carbohydrate is a lot of, it's more in our staple food, having mushrooms will make you have protein as available.
Like they also the one we put in.
In egusi.
It's a mushroom too.
No way.
Yes, it is mushroom. Yes, it's even in this class.
The whitish also.
Yes, it's in this. It's in the same class. This one is Pleurotus austratus. That's the botanical name.
Wow.
That one is a Pleurotus tubericum. It's very, very powerful mushroom, and it's very, very good for also anemia. It also helps very good in calcium, because there's a lot of calcium, and also helps to regulate even blood pressure. I know somebody that said that she used to have blood pressure. That also is the mushroom. But we just put small inside the bottle and think we are
putting the thickening
agent.
agent.
We can also help you, teach you how to grow some of these things too.
All right.
All these varieties of mushrooms.
All right. So we have 2 minutes to wrap up. So I have just 2 myths so that you can quickly demystify them. Number 1 is all wild mushrooms are deadly. Is that true? No, it's not true. I think
just like all white, it's all white fruits.
Yeah, no.
Some of them even have more antioxidants than the other ones.
Sure. So mushrooms are only for. Sorry about that. You wanted to say something.
But you don't just take them because you feel that you have to know them. You have to be properly identified, or you have to have a history of that particular mushroom being eaten by your people. Otherwise, maybe you end up doing the wrong thing.
All right, mushrooms are only for medicinal purposes, and I'm sure you've talked about this.
Yeah, not if you say only for medicinal purposes. That means you deny the child or your family that wants to take mushroom as protein, because they are very good meat substitutes, highly proteinous.
Yeah. Okay, so going on, mushroom cultivation is expensive. So
like
this is false.
It's very false because mushrooms are grown from substrates that are waste products. So it's not really expensive unless you don't actually know what you're doing. Or if we teach you, can grow mushroom with every time. Some people grow mushroom with buckets, some grow with vases, some grow with bags, polythene bags. Anything you find can serve as a growing medium, as long as you have a waste that can accept the mushroom spores or the spawn.
All right. Okay, so mushrooms are not a viable business opportunity. Do you actually make money from cultivating mushrooms?
Yes, when I sell mushrooms, I make money.
Do you sell the substrates?
I sell the substrate, but there are different ways to introduce mushroom to people. At times when I finish training people, they say they don't want to grow their own, all that they want is this bag, so that the bag will be producing mushroom for them. I sell the substrate back to them, and it will be flushing out mushrooms for them. Then there are some people that say, teach me how to do it from the scratch. I teach them how to do it from the scratch. So depending on what the person wants, you can now give it to the person.
All right. So mushrooms are only found in forests. I'm sure that we have answered this question already. You can actually grow it in your homes. Mushrooms have no spiritual significance. What do you have to say about this? Because when you actually mentioned, what do you mean magical mushrooms?
Yeah, there are mushrooms that are attached to they're called sorry, maybe I didn't get the word right. But mostly magical mushrooms, and some of them.
What do they do?
It's not really legal to grow some of them, so in some countries too. Some of them can make you high. Some of them can make you hallucinate.
Wow.
Then some of them in recent times, there are researches on some of them. The Cubanis, I'm not too sure of their names now. I also help say for psychiatric patients in taking care of anxiety, depression, So those ones are, though they are magical mushrooms, or maybe they call them a mushroom that's not in the regular species that we know.
Yeah.
But they are very helpful in that. So researches are still going on, and people are testifying on how good those ones are.
Well,
But
they should be regulated so they are not
those
abused.
ones are highly, just like some drugs are highly regulated. So those ones are not part of what we are talking about. Those ones are another issue. It's not because the person that has a question took us in that direction.
Yeah, direction.
So those ones, we don't need to talk about them, because we finished the ones that are
about the ones that will give you
even illegal to grow, even in your country.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, it's good to know. All right, mushrooms consumption is not safe for children. Is there any truth to that?
Safe for children? No.
Very safe for children.
Children can take any
Sure.
mushroom, so far you know how to cook it. But that's what I normally advise. If you are not used to any particular mushroom, don't eat it too much. Just take small, and let your body start getting used to it before you don't just start there and not consume a lot of things. So there could be allergies, just like in any other thing. You can also have some allergies when you take some things that your body is not used to.
Sure. All right. Finally, mushrooms are not a priority crop. Someone thinks it's not a priority crop.
I want to suggest that you prioritize it for your health.
At least that's why we're here to
Yes,
bring awareness.
Prioritize it, because a lot of issues that people are going to, health issues, only one small mushroom can take care of it. You know this Ganodama. It's called the queen of all medicinal mushroom. I want to advise anybody that is watching, go and Google Ganodama mushroom. You find out that a lot of properties in this mushroom can take care of a lot of multiple health issues. At least help you to avert some things. You're taking, you have people that have BP, you take it, they give you the testimony. People that have a blood pressure issue, cardiovascular health, then sleep. It's called the spirit mushroom too. I remember the first time my husband took it, I was feeling a little bit tipsy.
Wow.
I said, yes, this mushroom is an anti-stress. It makes you feel sleepy.
Yeah.
When you have gone out during the day, you're stressed out and things like that, you come back, you take this one. Like now, we make this one in tinctures too. Oh, I need to. And every day, you just get to open it up. It's a little bit hard. Just put a little drop.
Wow.
Just 2 drops. After a while, you start feeling much better.
Much relaxed.
Even you notice an improvement in health.
Wow.
This is Ganodama, the tincture. Like I said, some people take it as coffee, some people take it as tincture. But you get more benefit if you're taking it as tincture.
Because it's been extracted.
Yes.
All right. Wow. So finally, do you have any parting shots? Because do you have any advice, parting shots, or?
Yes, advice I want to tell people is that demystify the thought that mushroom is not good, that all mushrooms are poisonous. No. Just like not all animals, wild animals are good to stay in the house.
Yeah.
The same thing is mushroom.
Yeah.
But it's not because of wild animals that you eat the goat, eat the cow.
Yeah.
So eat the cow and the goat of mushrooms too, and the chicken and mushrooms too. So I want to advise people to imbibe the culture of eating mushrooms, because for your own good, and also because of the cost of protein.
Yeah.
Meat is very expensive.
Sure.
But if you can eat these ones, they're not too expensive. You have enough protein in the pot all through the week. And your children are looking healthier and stronger.
Sure. Thank you so much, Amaka Allison. It's been a very wonderful time talking with you and having you discuss and give us understanding about mushrooms. We've learned about oyster mushrooms and the ones I can't even pronounce. I have to go. Lion's mane. And I'm sure you too.
It's called shiitake.
Yeah, shiitake.
This one is called wood Ethiopia.
Yeah. All right. So I'm sure you must have learned a thing or two about mushrooms. Don't forget, this is still Inside Health, and we want to still hear from you. Have you had any experience with mushrooms? So go on over to our social media platforms at YouTube, Facebook. Go like, comment, and share. Catch us 247 on SLTV channel 265 and download the Signature TV app. Well, that's much you can take today on the show. Don't forget, your health is wealth. Goodbye for now. My name is Signaturetv. Bye.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Greetings, Nigeria. I'm sure you enjoyed your weekend, right? It was a long and interesting one over here in ENUGU State. And of course, we are fast approaching Christmas. Christmas should be next week. Alright, so as the year is coming to an end, e-vibes takes time to look back at the sounds that shaped our music culture. And today we are pressing rewind on reggae. In a year where different genres fought for attention, reggae held its ground through artists who stayed true to the message and the movement. From the conscious delivery of Tanai Brown to the fearless revolutionary spirit of Soul Rebel and Kennedy, these voices carried the culture forward and kept reggae alive on the scene. This is our reggae retrospect on e-vibes. So, take a look.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
For reggae artists to always be on dreadlocks.
Well, I think it's a style that identifies Rasta. It's a hair type that says a little bit of rebellion, but a little bit of embracing who I am naturally. And if I leave my hair out, if I don't comb it, it's going to coil up and, you know, it's going to lock up because naturally that's what our hair does. And we do believe in, like, you know, being natural, embracing nature, and just showing that side of ourselves. So some Rasta, you know, they're Congo, so their hair are thick, and, you know, they might have 10 locks on their head or whatever. And then some of us, you know, I'm very feminine, so I wear my dreadlocks a little bit smaller. Sometimes I put curls or knots in them. So I do think that some people feel that a reggae artist or a reggae act should have dreadlocks. However, it's something that I love, and, you know, I always love seeing it. So I think if it's something unique to our culture and if it brings good vibrations, then we should just keep doing it. You know, I love my dreadlocks.
All right. Okay, on a more personal level, how has your journey as a reggae artist and songwriter shaped you both creatively and personally?
I've learned to be very flexible because in many situations, things might not turn out exactly as you plan. You know, I might go to a stage show and maybe, you know, there are too many acts there and maybe I don't get a chance to perform the long set that I, you know, rehearsed or that I practiced. So I learned to be flexible. I learned to adapt to the situation. And I also carry that in life with me, just the adaptability. I think also you always have to be ready to be ready. So, you know, anything can happen and someone might say, you know what, you're the opener for the show when you are supposed to be, you know, in the middle, or you're supposed to come on at 10:30. So just doing this music has kept me on my toes. It's kept me ready for anything. It's kept me adaptable. It's kept me flexible. You know, it makes me versatile when I express myself. I don't just use words, but I can use melodies and different sounds from the genre to express myself. So I really enjoy it. It is a tough journey because, like I said, things don't always go as you plan it, but it does fortify you as a person. It makes you proud to express, you know, these years and years of this culture that you're able to share with the world. So I feel that I'm in benefit of doing reggae music, and that it's grown me as a person. It's helped to shape me into being more adaptable and more flexible as a person.
Interesting. All right. You know, reggae is evolving quickly, especially with new digital platforms and global audiences. How do you see the genre staying true to its soul while embracing this new era?
I think what happens with a lot of us as artists, we dig into the crates because we are inspired by Bob Marley. We're inspired by Sizzla. We're inspired, you know, by Garnet Silk, Peter Tosh. We're inspired by, you know, the I3s, Judy Mowat, you know, Marcia Griffiths, Rita Marley. Once we start to tap into that inspiration, part of us wants to represent that. And I believe that the more that we kind of go back and see where the music is coming from, where the art is coming from, it influences us. Some of us might want to do a bam bam like Sister Nancy, you know, because that song did really well. But the idea was originated by Toots and the Maytals, you know. So even back then, the influence of the music was, you know, pushing new artists into the space. So we know that if we go back and we go on stage and a group does not know our music, if I sing a Bob Marley song, immediately I can connect with my audience. If I sing a Marcia Griffith song, immediately I can connect with my audience and they can sing along with me, you know, just like my song, King Majesty. It's coming from 60 years ago. Many different persons did it. And when I put my spin on it, the original was Queen Majesty. But when I put my spin on it and called it King Majesty, people were able to say, oh, I remember that song. You know, okay, this is her version. I like it, you know, and they're able to identify with me. So they might not know me yet as a young artist, but they're familiar with a sound. And I think a lot of us as artists, we use that familiar sound and that influence in our craft to bring our music to the world, to express our own voice to the world.
Absolutely. So we're also seeing more women and young voices rising to reggae. How do you feel reggae empowers these groups, and what role do you hope to play in that movement?
Well, now we have loads of new acts, and we've always have the acts growing and the new voices and so growing. I believe that in reggae music, it's very wide, you know. You can do roots and culture, you can do dance hall. I know that a lot of people want to separate the genres, but the reality is dance hall comes from reggae. You know, the rock steady comes, you know, gives you that reggae vibe. There are times when us as women, we might feel like, you know, maybe we don't get the same attention for doing the music, and so we might switch up the genre to get attention. We might sing a lover's rock and they might say, oh, you know, that song gave me a good vibe, her voice is beautiful, and then we can infuse the soul into the reggae music. So I mean, I feel like, and then there are some of us that we do dance hall. It's quick, it's trendy, you know, your voice is maybe heard a little bit quicker, you know, maybe your versatility is shown, you know, more easily, doing more trendy dancehall or fusion type music. You know, I just feel like once you tap into any one of those genres, you know, your voice will be heard eventually. And I think it has also a lot to do with just how you promote yourself. Who is your team, you know? So I'm grateful to my team, you know, Hit Right Inc., VIP Code, Music Media Management, just for me to be able to still be in my zone, still do my genre, still love reggae music, and I don't have to do too much excitement to be seen, because the promotion really works for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's impressive. So as a child with music theory and keyboarding lessons on Saturday, church choir on Sunday, and the Jamaican Cultural Development Commission programs throughout your schooling years, I mean, your love for performing arts grew extensively. Can you walk us through how that was a step to take you to where you are today?
I think every time I'm going to do something, whether I'm going to perform, like the other day, we had the Grammy certificate ceremony held in Jamaica through Back to the Future music. And I was able to sing the national anthem. And one of it was just how you carry yourself. How do you stand? How do you project your voice? Those are some of the things I learned as a child, you know, going to school, in my primary school, in Yorkton, and, you know, going to high school in Kingston at Holy Childhood High. We had to practice. Our teachers would bring us out on the lawns or in the auditorium, line us up, and we would have to check for our spots. listen for the timing. When do we come in? You know, like I said, go to rehearsals, you know, and get familiar with the music or get familiar with what you're going to be performing, you know, project, look at your audience, you know, make eye contact. These things are things I learned from those JCDC days and from those primary school days growing up. And they're still with me now, you know. Just the other day when I was singing the national anthem for Back to the Future music, it was like I was back in school. I was back in my primary school. We had to sing the anthem, you know, every day as part of the, you know, the way to start the day. So that never ever leaves me. And so every time I touch a stage, you know, the poise, where do I stand? Where do I look? How do I project? Those things have been with me from I was a child, and they still strengthen me now.
Absolutely. So as a talented female reggae artist and songwriter, you bring a powerful voice to a genre rich with history and heart. To start, what inspired you to begin writing songs, especially within the reggae? Because, I mean, something must have inspired you, something must have pushed you to say, oh, I'm going for reggae, whether they like it or yes.
Yes, when I first got into music and I would tell some of my friends, they would be like, oh, you're gonna do like Beanie Man music, you're gonna sing some dance hall, you're gonna, you know, and I was like, actually, no, you know, my father and his band, they play rubber dub music, you know, at home I listen to roots rock reggae music, and that's the type of singer, you know, I'm going to be. Oh no, am I here? Yes. Sorry about that. That's the type of singer, you know, I'm going to be. The inspiration really came from hearing, like when my dad would say, oh, listen to this Burning Spear. I played drums on it. I connected with it. And when I would hear like some of that Bob Marley music and I connected with it, and I know how the world felt when they heard it, like some of Bob Marley music was used to liberate Africa, to fight apartheid. The context of those lyrics and the context being used was used to free us, you know, as Black people in all different, you know, ways and means. So I wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to sing something that was going to uplift people. I wanted to write something that could make, you know, people feel better about themselves. Maybe if there was an issue like apartheid or something going on that people needed to become aware of, I could bring light to it. So I started to focus on songwriting the minute that I realized the impact of a Bob Marley in the world, or the impact of Marcia Griffiths in the world. I said, listen, I'm going to write. And I remember I wrote a song about blessed love and Rastafari, and you know, now I write about all different sorts of things. Last night I was writing a song about, you know, Jah leading his people safely home, you know, because I feel like we're kind of despondent out here sometimes. So the music to uplift, that's something that brought me joy. That made me feel like, you know what, if I can write something that brings light or brings life, then that would be good. You know, I would feel like I was doing a good thing. And I always loved music. I was always a part of music. So when I started to think about writing, I thought about people, I thought about impact. And then later on in life, I also thought about love, you know. I wanted to say what I felt about a heartbreak, or what I felt about falling in love. And I just knew that that would impact and people would be able to relate, you know, and it pushed me even more to want to become, you know, a diversified writer.
That's great. All right, women in reggae have always had a unique, vital role. How has being a female artist shaped your approach to writing and performing reggae music?
I feel like most of the time a person sees a woman, they think they're about to sing a love song, right? And I never wanted to project that. I love singers like Nina Simone and Aretha Franklin as well, those soul music artists. But they were also activists, you know. Even Aretha Franklin did a whole gospel album, and I was impacted by that, you know. So I feel though women have a feminine side, and you know, I've written beautiful love songs, and like I said, I've written songs about heartbreak. I've always been inspired by women like Nina Simone, you know, singing songs like Baltimore. I've been inspired by, you know, Marcia Griffith singing songs like Fire Burning that really brought light to things that were happening in society. And I love how that looks and how it feels, and that inspires me. So even though, yeah, I know that they might want to hear a love song or two, I'm not afraid to express, you know, how I feel about life, about growing up, about a tough society, about, you know, encouraging someone to stay on track and to do good every time, you know. So I mean, I feel free in the genre to kind of do and write whatever I feel, bring to life whatever I feel, and because I know someone is going to connect with it, and it's not always about a love song coming from a woman, you know, because Nina Simone, you know, Aretha Franklin, you know, I will survive, you know, that type of way. I love
All right, so we often
you know.
hear references to Jah, Babylon, Zion, and all that. I want to know if it's a flagship statement and why reggae artists make such references.
So Jah in our culture represents what you call Jehovah or God, you know. Reggae is spirit music and message music. So when we say Jah, he just brought God into the chat. You know what I mean? When we say Babylon, we're not necessarily speaking about one place. We're talking about a mindset of imperialism, a mindset of colonialism, a mindset that kind of, it doesn't bring, it's not positive. It's not good, it's negative. So that's what Babylon represents. So Babylon is not just a person, place, or thing. It's really a mindset. And whenever that comes into the reggae music, it's because we want to make reference to the negative energy that we're trying to block, you know, or the negative energy we're fighting against. We call that Babylon. And that positive energy, the source of our life and our light, we refer to that as Jah. So reggae is message music. Most of reggae music are odes and pieces to Jah Rastafari. You know, I mean, the content has definitely evolved, like I've said. However, whenever we say Jah, we're talking about God, because God have to be in the message. That's how the reggae has evolved. And when we say Babylon, that's how we are burned. And that's how we are fight against, you know, the system, you know, whether it's abuse or whether it's, you know, some negative trauma that has caused the system to, you know, spiral down or fall out of control. That is what Babylon is. So when you hear those things, it's a part of our jargon in the reggae music, you know, and that's what it represents.
All right, so we're gonna play one of your music, King Majesty. So yeah, let's have a view of that.
King Majesty, may I speak to thee? So much I've longed to say to you alone. Truly I agree, I'm not of your society. One day I'll be your queen.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Foundation as the lead singer. I had an experience where I was very nervous, as it was at the time. It was the first time I was really singing with a full band. And the third song, I was just getting comfortable, and the lead came out of the mic, and I didn't realize. And a friend of mine standing in front of me says, "Tanai, the leads come out of the mic." So that was one of my most embarrassing moments. But as they say in show business, the show must go on. And so I just bend down and pick up the lead, plug it back in the mic, and carried on singing.
All right. So how did growing up in the UK influence your sound and message?
Influenced us a lot, because as I say, growing up as young youths, everything was political. Even the sounds and message coming out of Jamaica, it was all political. If you go back to some of the 70s and 80s, you know, many references was to the black cause and the liberation of Africa. Yes, so it's always been there, as far as I can remember.
Absolutely. When did you realize that reggae was your true calling? Was it when you were tender or as a teenager? Because I mean, you said Bob Marley had a very huge influence on you. So at what point did you realize that reggae was your true calling?
I think it was just before I joined the band, because I used to be involved in what they call sound systems. And so I used to DJ on a sound system. And that's where my love for reggae music really grew. It was from the sound system. And then I progressed into singing with bands and recording music and so forth, you know.
All right. Now, reggae has always carried a message, like you said. I mean, message of unity and resistance. What messages are most important for you to share through your song?
For me, it is about awareness. It is about our story, the history of us being told by us and not by some foreigner. You know, and the upliftment of our people, you know, in the diaspora and on the continent. You know, that's my personal aim, to be honest, to raise awareness and, you know, spread the love, because we need more love amongst us, you know. Yeah, without a doubt.
Absolutely. Now, you know, you released Rebel Soul song. I want to know, what does being a rebel soul mean to you personally?
Being a rebel soul, well, my album, I have a list of different people from back in the day to today. Bob Marley's included on that. Nelson Mandela is included on that. I call them all rebel souls. And so the definition of a rebel soul to me is someone that stands up and be counted. When they see things not going right, you know, they protest it with their mouth, at least. You know? We don't just sit around and, you know, and do nothing. Doing nothing solves nothing. So we have to do something, even if it's just to speak, you know, to inspire somebody. Yes, we have to do that. So as rebel souls, you know, there are people that stood up, like Marcus Garvey stood up, you know, was counted. And, you know, over the years, many African leaders have stood up, you know, and been counted, you know. So, you know, what can I say? That's the message that I want to relay throughout my musical life, and to spread the love. Always spreading the love.
Interesting. So do you believe reggae still has the same social impact it did in Bob Marley's era?
Yeah, man. Without a doubt. Reggae music.
Okay.
Let me tell everybody, right? Reggae music is the only music that speaks about everything and anything. So it speaks about things that are to our detriment, but it also speaks about things that are to our betterment. Whereas most music don't do that. They focus on particular elements. But reggae music, you know, it speaks on all subjects, whether it's oppression, whether it's love, whether it's lightheartedness, you know, reggae music covers all the boundaries. And so for me, reggae music will never die. They've tried to hold it down because it has what we know as in Jamaica word, sound, and power. And you, as my mother would say, your word is power. And so the powers that be, they don't want the word, sound, and power to come true. So that in itself is a testament that reggae music is strong, alive, and kicking. And me, says Tana Brown, it will never die.
Interesting. Tana, you know, reggae has always been more than music. It's a movement. I mean, you've been saying a whole lot about it. In your view, what makes reggae such a powerful force for change? I mean, in the society and the world today.
Well, you see, as I said earlier, and I'll reiterate, is that reggae music is all about the message, you see, and it touches on many subjects, you know, that other music does not do. You know, there's many subjects that reggae music touches on, whether it's political, you know, in the political sense, in the political arena, or, you know, on the stage of, you know, love between a man and a woman, but then love between the brotherhood of man, a unity, you know, of the community, bringing the community together, mobilizing the community. You know, that's part of what reggae music is about. As you say, it is about a movement, you know, of spreading love, spreading the message, you know, of us African people. You know, we have contributed so much to society on a whole, to the world, and they don't give us enough credit. And reggae music will big it up every time. We'll big up Africa and black people the world over every time. Yes.
Absolutely. You know, to follow up with that, your song often speak about love, peace, and upliftment. How do you see reggae bringing people together across different cultures and backgrounds?
Well, reggae music testifies all by itself and doesn't need me to do that, because you go all around the world. Every year they have one of the biggest reggae festivals in the world. It's at Rotterdam in Spain. And it's for 8-9 days of pure reggae music. And it's mostly Europeans. It's a mixed crowd, but mostly Europeans. Germany is the next biggest reggae festival. Then you have India, Goa, they have big reggae festival. Never mind the States and other parts of Europe. You know, so reggae music is not dying for now, that's for sure. Because if you ever go to a reggae festival, you will see people cannot keep their foot still. Reggae music, that beat, that sound, that essence, you know, it touches everyone in some kind of way. Everyone.
Wow. I could actually feel the power from your voice.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It was in the guise of a journalist.
Yeah, that was absolutely it as a journalist. So prior to me becoming a journalist, as you've intimated earlier, I was that entity known as DJ Next Door Neighbor, as in, we're gonna have a birthday party, so Kennedy's got lots of records, let him come and play. So that was my role. So the president initially, in fact, initially I was trying to be an artist. I wasn't that good. So then that morphed into me being a DJ. And then when I started to write, I just used the DJ name as my pen name. And my writing style also followed the mode of making lyrics. So like when I would introduce my column, I would introduce it like when an artist first touches the microphone and he's about to go into his lyrics. That's how I used to introduce my column.
All right, that's nice. So Back to the Future just hosted Grammy Certificate Award ceremony, and this is the second time in Jamaica. And I know the second staging of other countries will be coming up soon. What was the whole idea behind it, and what are you looking to achieve with these awards?
Okay, so that's a two-part question. So the idea comes about. So the ethos behind Back to the Future is we like to recycle everything. So we have a weekly newsletter. That weekly newsletter is populated by news stories of what our clients have been up to in the past week. So when we're doing that research, it became a waste because every week we have to follow our clients and see what they're up to. So I was doing all this research, so I turned that into the newsletter. So with that newsletter now, we come into the Grammy conversation. We have a client by the name of Ansel Collins. So Ansel Collins, a legendary musician. There's a recording called Double Barrel, which in 1969 was the first ever recording by two males to top the British national charts. That song was called Double Barrel by Dave and Ansel Collins. So Ansel Collins, jobbing musician, keyboardist extraordinaire. So 2 years ago, so the end of 2023, he puts up post on Facebook and he's holding this Grammy certificate. So I'm like, Mr. Collins, where from this certificate all of a sudden, and why is it that you're just one day you just post up this picture of you and this Grammy certificate? So he tells me that he just received it. And I'm like, well, what for? So now a bit of history. 1985 is the incorporation of reggae music as a category in the Grammys. That certificate was won by a band called Black Uhuru. 1986, you had a gentleman by the name of Jimmy Cliff who won that year's Reggae Grammy. And it was on that album Ansel Collins had played. So his daughter was doing some research for him, and so she was putting together a website for her. Sorry, his daughter-in-law was putting a website together. So she was doing some research, and she said, so Daddy, where's your Grammy? And he said, which Grammy? So she does the research and goes to the academy, orders the certificate, and there we are on Facebook, and he's holding the certificate. So I'm like, Mr. Collins, this is a big deal. You can't just put it up on Facebook and leave it like that. So we commissioned an article, published said article at the front of our newsletter, and other clients started calling and saying, I think we're supposed to get one of them something there, as we'd say in Jamaica. So then I get another call, and I'm like, hold on, what's going on here? So then I go back to the year 1985. This is where the journalist comes back into play. So I go back to the year 1985, saw the Grammy certificates and the nominated albums, sorry, the Grammy award-winning albums and nominated albums. So if you play or if you contribute on a Grammy-winning project or a Grammy-nominated project, you can also get a certificate for participating. So from 2024 all the way back to 1985, pulled all of those projects and found out that we were eligible to apply for 105 certificates. So we wound up ordering 72, and that was the birth of the Grammy certificate ceremonies. So we did the first one in Florida, and we ended up in London in 2024. But the big one was in Kingston, Jamaica. And the second staging of that is what you saw snippets of just a minute ago.
What's your take on the current state of the music industry, especially for independent artists? It got to notice that most artist managers, producers, promoters, and all that tend to use social media as a tool to promote artists and their music instead of the way it used to be then. Either they go to radio stations or they go to TV stations. So what's your take on that?
Well, it's just utilizing the tools that you have. So utilizing social media to help promote your product is not bad. What becomes bad is when artists cannot separate the social media from the real world. So you would have an artist who may have had a viral moment and had 100,000, a million, 2 million streams, say, and all of a sudden they think that they have 2 million fans. That's not what you had. You had 2 million sets of eyeballs viewing your post, but that does not necessarily translate into you having 2 million fans. The way that we can tell how many fans you have then is if and when you follow your market and try to do a show, and then we see how many people would actually pay to come and see you perform. So social media is great, but it is only a tool. Where it goes wrong is if you think that your social media presence is your actual presence in this music world. That's where the problem lies.
Totally, I understand. All right, so before we let you go, what's one mistake you see a lot of new artists or labels make right now?
As I said, with the social media, I mean, we are in a flux at the moment. We don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, because we have these two letters that are hanging over us like a specter, being AI. And I've seen where a couple of producers have advertised the fact that their latest projects are AI assisted. So they're using it as a marketing tool, but the danger here is that you use it as a marketing tool, and then all of a sudden it becomes it becomes you, if you like. So there's one scenario where a producer has advertised the fact that he's actually signed an AI artist. This is a problem, because what's going to happen with the actual artists now? Because over the years, what we get to find is that, especially with ladies, say, if you're an artist manager, it's quite expensive to manage a lady, because the lady cannot go on stage wearing the same dress twice. She always has to make sure that the hair is good, the makeup is good, she looks good, the dress looks good, every blessed time. Now, I have an AI artist. I don't have to worry about all of that. I just press a button, and it's easy for me to change the dress, change the color, change the style, even change the features of the artist if I want. This is the easy way out. But the problem is that we can see a time where this will affect the creativity of the human being. This is the specter that we're facing this time. So we're hoping that, well, for me, I'm finding that I'm receiving songs, I'm receiving articles and stuff, and I can tell that this has not really got human touch. It's a bit too perfect. So I'm looking for the quirks. I'm looking for the humanity in things. I want to speak to people. I don't want to speak to a machine. I don't want to speak to a phone when I'm trying to speak to somebody about a problem that I have. And I'm going off on a total different rant.
Impressive. Thank you so much, Kennedy President Mensah, for joining us for this conversation this afternoon. I'm sure you had a great time doing this with us.
I did indeed. I hope one day to do this in person. So I'm waiting on my invitation to come to Lagos,
to Nigeria.
I don't mind whichever one. I'll be there.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay. All right. We just finished with Kennedy President Mensah, the CEO to Back to the Future Music. Up next is another guest which we'll be having live here in the studio, so stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
What role has winning these Junos played in opening doors for you in collaboration, exposure, or new markets?
It opens doors in places that, especially in Canada, a lot of people, whenever they hear reggae music, they only think about Bob Marley, right? So for me to win and be nominated consistently, it gave those people that only recognize Bob Marley like a nudge to say, hey, who is this person? You know, maybe you should go listen to their songs. And when they do, they find that the message isn't different. It's a continuation without it being a cover act. I'm not singing Bob Marley's music. You know what I mean? It is Kurt Diamond's music from Kurt Diamond's perspective. As much as Bob Marley's music is, you know, it transcends through time, they now can say, well, there's more to reggae music than just Bob Marley, right? And I hope that what that does is it sends them down a rabbit hole, so to speak, where they can discover other reggae acts or other reggae artists that has the same message, and see that we too take music very seriously. We fuse reggae with jazz. We fuse reggae with blues. We fuse reggae with rock. You know, like Bob said, roots, rock, reggae. We do all of that, and the Junos has allowed a lot of doors to be open where I'm able to go and perform on a rock festival. I can go perform at a jazz festival, which I've headlined, you know, as a reggae artist headlining a jazz festival. And I believe that year it was Andre 3000 from the Outcast that was headlining as well on another day. So, you know, just to say that my name is in these lights with these, you know, celebrities are these big stars. The Junos have surely paved the way and opened doors for me in that regards.
Great, great. Now, I would like to know, were there moments where you felt overlooked or disappointed in nomination cycles? And how did you stay motivated through those periods?
Yeah, there's have been losses that, you know, hurt because I felt like I deserved it, you know, but it's never anything that, you know, it's never anything that I take too personally, because I know that just as much as I work hard, everybody else that is nominated is working just as hard, you know, and I love to see when people fulfill and get rewarded for their work. Me being nominated, and I've won so much times already, I like to see when new people come, or even if you've been there consistently nominated and you finally get that one, I love to see the joy, you know, on their faces and the relief of finally winning. But yeah, man, there's surely been some that, trust me, hurt.
All right, all right. So with dread and past wins, yeah, how do you balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Say that one more time.
I said with dread and past wins, right? How do you balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Oh, that is probably the easiest part because I'm always working. I'm always working. So, you know, while Jed was being nominated for the Juno when it won, we were already 90% done the next album. And I was halfway through writing the book that goes with that next album. Right. So I'm just always, you know, focused on the work, on the music. So there's really no pressure when it comes to you know, following Jed or following any other win or anything like that, because I'm always working and it's always in the same lane. The only thing that changes now is that now that I've been to Africa, like I have, now there's more stuff that I didn't know how to say. Now I want to say it. So it's just about figuring out how to get it on, and, you know, collaborating with more artists from the continent and have an African perspective, either album or EP. That's the only thing now that I'm trying to figure out how to execute.
All right. Now, do you think awards help reshape how reggae is perceived in Canada and abroad, particularly conscious reggae? And what would you like your wins to inspire the young reggae artists?
Well, that's the thing, right? There's rumors that, you know, if you're doing conscious reggae, then you know, we don't get anything. We won't, no one will want to hear it, or you won't be awarded for it. And that is because, the hype is always so loud. The dancehall artists that are touring, their social media is always so loud, is always so enticing, especially to the younger people. Um, but with the awards now for the conscious music and stuff like that, trust me, everything has its space, right? So it's never just as though there's a lot of dancehall fans, there's a lot of reggae fans as well, all over the world. Um, there's places in the world that dancehall isn't played, it's just reggae music, you know. But these are things that, we hardly get to hear about because social media is so loud when it comes to pushing trends or pushing, what's new, what's hot. But, reggae is a slow burn. So you'll be all right.
Okay, so before we let you go, yeah, having achieved
Mhm.
multiple milestones already, what's the next big benchmark or dream award you want to win, or projects you want to be recognized for?
Um, I have well, like I said, the book that I wrote for the next album, that next album's called Poetic Revolution. And I wrote a book that goes along with the album. So every song on the album is actually a chapter in the book. And I think writing the book, I that is what I want to be recognized for, that I actually made some piece of literature that can be read, that can be held and read. Because I don't think we push reading enough as a culture, you know. So yeah, maybe that.
Just that?
But that's a good question though. As far as awards, um, the Grammy, of course, because once you go there, it is, even though the Juno is the Canadian equivalent to the Grammy, but when you go Grammy, the big one, then now the entire world has to understand and realize that you are making headways with this culture, with this music, that, you know, they need to be taken note of, and take notes of not just people that are on the island of Jamaica, but people that are making conscious music worldwide.
Yeah. I was actually expecting you to mention Grammy Award, and you did. All right, big thanks to you, Kirk Diamond, for your amazing journey from the Juno wins to representing reggae all the way in Botswana. Keep shining and
Thank you.
spreading those positive vibes. We are watching
I
what's
appreciate it.
next, like your book and the new album.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
All right. Yeah, the show has come to an end. I'm sorry I couldn't reveal movie trends to you. I'll do that next week. Enjoy your weekend. Make sure you leave the house. Don't sleep on your bed this time. All right? And of course, follow all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And join us same time tomorrow for more interesting and insightful stories and conversation only on E-Vibes, the entertainment show. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
A significant portion of Nigerian women and girls have experienced physical or sexual violence, with about 31% of women aged 15 to 49 suffering one form of abuse or the other. Adoji River Optimal Communications, a women-led media advocacy organization, convened a one-day stakeholders dialogue and documentary screening to amplify the voices of sexual and gender-based violence survivors and rural women in ENUGU, aligning with Ford Foundation's 65 years of promoting social justice in West Africa. Speaker of the ENUGU State House of Assembly, Uche Ugu, who gave the keynote address, emphasized the need for people who experienced or witnessed abuse to speak out. Ugu explained that silence in the face of abuse is complicit, noting that courage begins when people begin to speak, act, and stand with the abused.
It's not just a personal tragedy, and I agree with that. It is a violation of human rights. It is a public health crisis and a threat to nation building, development, and social justice. It affects men, it affects women, it affects boys, affects girls, but in different proportions.
The Chief Executive Officer for the Hague Institute for
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signaturetv. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, Senate confirms Are Dalatu Oke as ambassadors. ENUGU government tightens quality control in construction sector. London Jews use Hanukkah celebration to show unity after Sydney attack. EU drops 2035 combustion engine ban after automaker pressure. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
In a major diplomatic move, the Nigerian Senate has confirmed the nominations of Lateef Are, Aminu Dahatu, and Emmanuel Oke as known career ambassadors The confirmation followed the presentation of a report by the chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Sani Bello. According to the senator, the nominees who hail from Ogun, Jigawa and 3 states respectively met all the requirements during their screening.
The committee therefore recommends as follows. 1. That the Senate do confirm the nomination of Lateef Kayode Kolawole Are as appointment as a non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 2. That the Senate do confirm the nomination of Aminu Muhammad Dalhatu for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And finally, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Emmanuel Ayodele Oke, CFR, for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic Nigeria. We so move.
Are, Dalhatu and Oke were the first 3 nominees forwarded to the Senate by President Bola Tinubu for confirmation. 65 other nominees have been screened by the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs and await confirmation. In related news, the Senate has also confirmed Dr. Chukwuemeka Chukwu as the resident Electoral Commissioner for Abia State in the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC.
Members were unanimously satisfied with the nominee considering his wealth of experience, exposure, performance, qualification, competence and integrity as guided by the Constitution, and found him suitable for reappointment as resident electoral commissioner. And so the recommendation, after carefully scrutinizing all the relevant documents of the nominee and due consideration of his level of exposure, experiences, performances, qualification, and integrity, this committee hereby recommends as follows, quote, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Dr. Chukwuemeka J. Chukwu as Resident Electoral Commissioner, REC.
The nomination of Dr. Chukwuemeka J. Chukwu, representing Abia State, is hereby confirmed as Resident Electoral Commissioner, INEC, in the Independent National Electoral Commission. The nomination of Dr. Chukwuemeka J. Chukwu is hereby confirmed as Resident Electoral Commissioner, REC, in the Independent National Electoral Commission. I also, on behalf of the Senate, wish the nominee a successful tenure as a Resident Electoral Commissioner, and hope that he will go there to do justice to all and sundry, and particularly contribute to ensuring that every vote counts in the country and the electoral process continues to improve.
The Red Chamber also confirmed Aisha Mahmood, Kante Bello and Dr. Faoud Olayinka as commissioners of the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. As lawmakers convened for the first plenary session of the week, the House of Representatives went into an executive session that lasted about 42 minutes discussing on the precautionary landing of a Nigerian Air Force C-130 aircraft in Burkina Faso. Princess Ken Ochoma has the details.
The House of Representatives adopted a motion of urgent public importance on the precautionary landing of a Nigerian Air Force C-130 aircraft in Burkina Faso, alongside other resolutions on fuel supply and infrastructure. The House was told that the aircraft on an authorized ferry flight to Portugal for routine maintenance made a safety-driven landing in Burkina Faso on December 8, 2025, in line with international aviation standards. Lawmakers noted it was not on an operational or intelligence mission, and that there was no verified evidence of interception or airspace violation. Lawmakers expressed concern over the spread of misinformation surrounding the incident, warning that it could undermine Nigerians' diplomatic standing and public confidence in national institutions. The House, however, mandated relevant committees to engage appropriate ministries and agencies on the matter and report back within 2 weeks, while urging the federal government to use bilateral ECOWAS and African Union frameworks to resolve the issue.
The speed and the spread of false narrative has the potential to undermine Nigeria's diplomatic standing, strain regional relations, and erode public confidence in national institutions. The House is concerned that prolonged uncertainty surrounding the aircraft and its personnel could negatively affect national morale, civil-military confidence, and Nigeria's image within the sub-region. Swift, coordinated, and transparent action is necessary to safeguard national security interests and uphold Nigeria's sovereignty.
It's extremely important that we also work with the other ECOWAS partners, ECOWAS countries within the region.
We need to also look in the direction of retooling our foreign service, our diplomatic channels.
One minute more.
Structure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ensure that we have more professional touch in our diplomatic engagements. This is more so that it will help us, it will avoid second guessing while we are handling such very intricate diplomatic issues.
The House also adopted a motion highlighting the deplorable condition of the Abuja-Lokoja highway, calling for urgent intervention to address safety concerns and improve economic activities along the route.
The deplorable conditions of the road has led to incessant accidents, loss of life, and destructions of goods and vehicle prolonged traffic gridlock, and also heightening the insecurity in stranded commuters often fall victim to armed robbery and kidnappers along the roads. Further concern that the slow pace of ongoing rehabilitation work by the Federal Ministry of Works has compounded the suffering of motorists, with some sections virtually impassable during the rainy season.
The House has also stepped down considerations of a bill to repeal the Electoral Act 2022 and enact a new electoral bill, following a request by the House Committee on Electoral Matters for more time to conduct consultations. Presiding over the plenary, the Deputy Speaker said the decision was due to time constraints experienced during the sitting. He announced that the next plenary would be dedicated solely to consideration of the Electoral Act, with petitions and motions of urgent public importance suspended, while work on constitutional amendments may begin if time permits.
I want to move that we'll take the bill tomorrow. I'll step it down and take it tomorrow as
Thank you.
For the convenience of the House.
We're going to suspend petitions, urgent public importance, motions and notice, and go straight to the Electoral Act. When we finish Electoral Act and we have time, we might commence the Constitution and round up on Thursday.
I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Signaturetv News.
The federal government has ordered the suspension of all actions and enforcement related to the proposed ban on sachet alcohol by NAFDAC. A statement from the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation said the office received a letter from the House of Representatives Committee on Food and Drugs Administration and Control drawing attention to existing National Assembly resolutions on the proposed ban. The office noted that the correspondence signed by the committee's Deputy Chairman, Uchenna Okonkwo, is currently under review in line with its coordinating role as Chairman of the Cabinet Secretariat. As a result, the OSGF directed that all decisions, actions and enforcement measures of the sachet alcohol ban be put on hold pending consultations and a final directive. It also stated that any enforcement carried out by NAFDAC or other agencies with that clearance from the OSGF should be considered null and void. The statement assured Nigerians that legislative resolutions, economic impacts, public health and concerns, national interests are being carefully reviewed and that the public will be informed once a final decision is reached. The ENUGU State Governor Peter Mbah has sworn in 13 new permanent secretaries for key ministries and agencies The governor charged the appointees to uphold excellence, diligence, and the administration's vision of effective service delivery. Correspondent Signaturetv Ikebunam has the report.
ENUGU state government has officially sworn in 13 permanent secretaries for various ministries and departments across the states. The swearing-in ceremony, which took place at the government house in ENUGU, was presided over by Governor Peter Mbah, who reminded the appointees of the enormous responsibility placed on their shoulders. Governor Mbah charged them to serve with integrity and professionalism and to adhere to the governance guide designed to align public service operations with the vision and goals of the administration.
It's also to remind you that the honeymoon is over, because as they say, he who much is given, much is expected. And as we all know, the reward of success, the reward of hard work, it's more work. As permanent secretaries, you are largely the engine room of government, right? You are the repository of institutional memory and knowledge.
The governor emphasized his administration remains committed to delivering on its development mantra, noting that ENUGU State has recorded significant progress that has positioned it as a growing attraction both nationally and internationally. He urged the permanent secretaries to work collectively towards sustaining the gains while driving excellence and efficiency in their respective ministries.
There are programs and reforms that we want to institutionalize. We want to outlive us. And the people that will champion that will be yourselves. So we expect you as the leaders in your various ministries, chief accounting officers in your various ministries, to at the minimum not just be a beginner in ICT, but a minimum to an advanced level ICT person. The reforms going on, as I did mention, are across all sectors.
Speaking on behalf of the newly sworn-in permanent secretaries, the Solicitor General and Permanent Secretary Ikechukwu Ezenwuwa expressed gratitude to Governor Mbah for finding them worthy of the appointment and entrusting them with leadership roles in the state's public service. He assured that they would discharge their responsibilities with dedication and professionalism.
We express our profound gratitude for this opportunity given to us to serve the people of ENUGU State under your administration. Your Excellency, we are not unmindful of the gains that this administration has made in the area of revenue generation and infrastructural development. And Your Excellency, we pledge to add value to this already achieved success of this administration. Your Excellency, we are not ungrateful, we are very happy. On behalf of our family too, we express their happiness today for seeing us being sworn today as permanent secretaries. Your Excellency, sir, we once more thank you for this opportunity. We thank you very much.
The ceremony concluded with a group photograph led by Governor Peter Mbah, who also took time to pose for individual photographs with each of the permanent secretaries. With the swearing-in of the new permanent secretaries, the ENUGU State government reaffirms its commitment to strengthening governance structures and delivering efficient, people-centered public service across all sectors. From the Government House, ENUGU, Signaturetv Ikebunam, Signaturetv TV News.
The ENUGU state government has called for a radical improvement in the testing, supervision and regulation of construction materials to combat the growing menace of substandard structures and restore public confidence in infrastructure development. The call came during a one-day stakeholders workshop organized by the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure in ENUGU. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam saw it all.
The Enugu state government has reaffirmed its commitment to building durable and long-lasting public infrastructure through strict quality assurance of construction materials. The one-day stakeholders workshop on quality assurance of construction materials held at the International Conference Center brought together engineers, contractors, estate and housing developers, agents and residents for in-depth discussion on how to raise the standard in construction across the states.
To know if this material is standard or not. Even if you go through as now, when a building collapse, we have a way of knowing that the quality of concrete you use is good or bad. You look at it, it's fine, and you just go, wow, your face is just saying, did you look at what is under? Why don't you check the asphalt? What is the quality of asphalt? What is the penetration content? What is the resistance you get from the asphalt? Is it from the beauty of the black and the color that receives us? How do we know that this asphalt meet up the standard? We need equipment to test them.
The workshop was aimed at tackling the pervasive use of substandard building materials, which has contributed significantly to structural failures nationwide. Studies show that poor quality construction materials and weak regulation and oversight are responsible for the high incidence of building collapses and infrastructure deficits. Speaking at the event, Governor Peter Mba, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, emphasized that no sector can thrive on weak structures and poor materials. He emphasized that durability, safety, and value for money must guide public works across Enugu State.
From inception, His Excellency made it very clear to the Enugu that they will pursue infrastructure for visibility, but not just visibility alone, but for impact, for durability, and for long-term economic value, which is mostly what Professor Duden had talked about, even in his example about the 2 seasons of building and checking the quality of infrastructure. This philosophy is evident in the scale and in the ambition of the state's flagship initiatives, including the rollout of our smart, technologically enabled grade schools across all our 260 wards, the development of our world-class Tier 2 healthcare facilities, the expansion and rehabilitation of our strategic road workshop, the investment in industrial, logistic, and urban renewal infrastructure that is ongoing. These projects are not isolated undertakings. They form part of our deliberate strategy to reposition Enugu State as the preferred destination for investment, innovation, and human capital development.
The Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Benjamin Oko, said the workshop reflects a collective resolve by the state government to strengthen standards and promote regulatory compliance. This, he said, will enhance the overall quality of construction materials used in the development of the expanding infrastructure landscape in Enugu State.
This workshop reflects our collective resolve to strengthen standards, promote regulatory compliance, and enhance the quality of construction materials used across the state. By improving our systems of testing, supervision, and regulation, we guarantee the longevity of our public infrastructure and reinforce the trust of our people in the development vision of this administration.
The keynote speaker, the Director General of the Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, Professor Samson Duna, highlighted the need for robust material testing laboratories and certification policies for contractors. He also called for the stronger media awareness campaigns to educate the public on the importance of building standards.
It's a workshop geared towards creating awareness on the relevance and importance of using standard construction material in the construction of infrastructure. I've been as the keynote speaker, and I've made presentation, and my presentation centered on all the different materials we use for construction and the effect of using the ones that do not meet up standard and the ones that meet up the standard. So basically, what we are doing today in today's workshop is to create awareness, one, to the people selling the material, construction material. Two, to create awareness in the people going to buy the construction material. Three is to create awareness to the people using the construction materials and to look at the effect of not using the construction material. If you don't use a material that is standard, what will happen to the infrastructure? So basically, in all the presentation we did, we discovered that the keynote, the standard, the backbone of durability of our infrastructure to last long is to use material that is standard.
Experts at the event identified critical gaps in material testing, supervision and enforcement in various parts of Nigeria that have contributed to premature infrastructure failures and tragic building collapses. The workshop signals a growing recognition that safe, sustainable infrastructure begins with quality materials, firm regulations, and informed stakeholders. This will no doubt ensure safer building, stronger roads, and increased public trust in government's development agenda. In ENUGU, Chinemeremi Kebunam, Signaturetv News.
The chairman of the Yobe State Recruitment Committee, retired Brigadier General Dahiru Abdul Salam, has expressed concern over the low turnout of candidates for the ongoing Nigerian Army recruitment exercise in the state. Abdul Salam, who is also special advisor to Governor Mai Mala Buni on security matters, spoke about inspecting the 90 regular recruit intake screening at the 241 Reki Model Battalion in ENUGU. He revealed that out of 2,431 shortlisted candidates from Yobe State, only 1,605 had reported for documentation, leaving a shortfall of over 800 candidates. The committee chairman warned that the low turnout could affect the state's chances of filling its allocated quota, attributing the situation to poor information flow, misconceptions, and lack of commitment among applicants. He called for increased awareness and sensitization to encourage youths to take advantage of the recruitment opportunity, noting that the screening exercise ends on December 17, 2025. Suspected gunmen on Monday night attacked Ora Igbomina in the Ifedayo local government area of Osun State, abducting a former customs officer and allegedly killing one person. The Norin of Ora Igbomina, High Chief Sunday Fadigbe, disclosed to newsmen that the attackers entered the community at about 7 p.m. He explained that the gunmen went straight to the residence of the former customs officer and abducted him as he was returning home after laying an ambush at the house. Fadigbe said the assailants were fleeing through farmland in the Akisa area, encountered a farmer working with a headlamp and allegedly shot him dead, while his 10-year-old son, who saw what happened, left the scene and ran to the town to report the incident. Osun police spokesperson Abiodun Ojelabi said the incident is being treated as kidnapping, noting that the reported killing is yet to be confirmed. He added that tactical teams have been deployed and a search is ongoing to rescue the abducted victim. The traditional ruler confirmed that the police had been informed and called on the government to strengthen security in the area, which shares boundaries with Ekiti and Kwara states. Still to come, Fubara commissions first 1,000 housing units in Rivers State. Abia State government to roll out electric buses under its mass transit scheme. Stay with us.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has commissioned the first phase of the Greater TAF housing estate, comprising 1,000 housing units out of the 20,000 houses planned by his administration. Speaking at the commissioning, the governor described the delivery of the 1,000 housing units as a major milestone, noted that the project was conceived at a particular challenging period of his administration. He noted that the project, which is a reflection of his commitment to inclusive and decentralized development across the state, faced more obstacles than any other undertaken by the administration, including over 90 court cases which were instituted to frustrate the project. Governor Fubara explained that the project aligns with the development philosophy of previous administrations, particularly the policy of decentralizing development to reduce pressure on Port Harcourt and grow other parts of the state.
I want us to understand the importance of this project. It's not just a project. It was an idea conceived in our most difficult time. It was an idea that even when we started it, faced the greatest challenge, not just challenges any other unit of development has ever faced in Rivers State. The idea of our leaders then was to decongest Port Harcourt, get places where it won't be a very choked place that we'll be operating from, send development to other parts of Port Harcourt so that Port Harcourt can grow.
Earlier, the Managing Director of Greater TAF Nigeria Limited, Mustafa Njay, said the 1,000 units form part of a proposed 20,000 housing units to be delivered through a partnership between the Rivers State Government and Greater TAF Nigeria Limited for low and middle income earners.
Your Excellency, on behalf of TAF Africa Global Limited and Greater TAF Nigeria Limited, I offer our deepest gratitude. Your unwavering commitment and supportive environment created by your government have been the bedrock of this achievement. You championed this partnership, and today we are not just delivering houses, we are delivering on the promise you made to the people. Thank you for your steadfast leadership. This project stands as a testament to what is possible when the public and private sector align with a singular purpose for public good.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has expressed optimism that his administration's ongoing delivery of infrastructure across the state will boost public trust and translate into increased support for President Bola Tinubu. Fubara spoke during the commissioning of the 5.94-kilometer Ihowo-Ihoma Road in Ahoda East local government area, a project awarded in October 2024. He said the road project underscores his government's commitment to responsive governance and addressing the pressing needs of the people. He described the intervention as a basic responsibility of any people-oriented administration. The governor noted that the road had previously served as a death trap and an epicenter of crime and kidnapping, adding that its completion would significantly improve security and safety in the area. Fubara stressed that his administration remains focused on service delivery to improve the living conditions of residents across Rivers State. He said that while every administration has a definite lifespan, his government will be remembered for its simplicity, openness to public concerns, and prompt response to the needs of the people. The governor also assured the traditional ruler of the area that requests for additional roads and other infrastructure would be granted, pledging sustained development interventions. Abia State Government is set to roll out the first batch of 20 units of the state electric buses under its mass transit scheme. The Commissioner for Information, Oke Kanu, who disclosed this at Government House, Umuahia, while briefing journalists, on outcome of this week's State Executive Council meeting, chaired by Governor Alex Otti, said the first 20 units of the electric buses arrived at the state sometime in November. According to Kanu, the 40-seater capacity electric buses were specifically built for transportation within Abia State. The information boss also disclosed that the governor has agreed to the Abia State Startup Law, a legal document that enables the state establish a framework to foster innovation, develop tech-enabled startups, nurture digital talent, and position Abia as a leading tech hub across the country.
We establish and where are the locations, so we will be able to know where the service stations are.
Yes, thank you. You see, what makes business run 24 hours in any state or city is not only transport. Of course, if we have to, if we're following up our governance within our strategy, find out that one, the essence of making sure that civil servants are paid is to make sure there is money in their hands. You know, businesses run when there is demand and supply, right? If we have money, we'll be able to buy things, right? You can see even now, before we came here, we find out that nightlife was totally dead. Now you can see that it's started right. Another thing is the light. Lighting up Abia is one of the strategy to make sure that we have nightlife businesses throughout, right? For transport, yes, we will do that, but get something very good. We are not introducing this to take away businesses from the private people. What government is doing is to de-risk the business. We set the pace and allow private investors or individuals to come into it. And these are the people who actually can boost night operations or night businesses, right? Of course, I won't be here promising you that we're going to run the buses 24 hours. Have you also forgotten it's an electric bus? Right? So that if it's necessary for us to do that, we can do that. And we've given a leeway for other private transporters to also use.
They go to sleep when we go to sleep. That's the only thing. If people, those private people you're talking about,
Even security one, there are several parameters that keep life going or businesses going 24 hours. It's not only transport. Transport is one of it, yes. We'll do everything possible and we'll set the pace also to give room for private investors to come. I will aid also in that. Two, you asked about
the back.
Yeah, if you when last did you go there?
That was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, go there now. Find out they are working day and night, 24 hours, to make sure they deliver. Of course, they still promise us by the end of this year that place will be. They are really working tirelessly and assiduously to make sure that place is in place on us by the end of this year. So hopefully.
Speaking also, the Commissioner for Transport, Chimezem Ikegbu, said the first phase of the electric buses would provide free rides to commuters during this Yuletide, with each charging stations installed at the International Conference Center, Umuahia, in the interim.
Response to the question asked by you know, like you did mention, these 40-seater buses. So these are not actually the buses that can maneuver through the streets and you know, to do what you're actually talking about. But this is just one level of the problem the government has decided to solve. Okay, states do have their official taxes. So while we are, you know, solving this problem, of course, the government is thinking through its, you know, policies, thinking through the measures that require, you know, to be taken to ensure that the people actually, you know, get to enjoy the services you are talking about. Because it's important that once people come to a city, we'll be able to have taxis or whatever, you know, as a means of transportation. But then, the most important thing is what the government is doing, both in the area of infrastructure,
look at what is happening at the Seagate. Seagate used to be very chaotic, but look at how the government has been able to restore some level of sanity there. So with the markets being built at Afara here, by the time we relocate this place, remove all the shanties, the shops, and close the market and the rest of them, we would have succeeded in opening the city to a great extent. And by the time the bus terminal takes off, the fundamental problem will be solved. What is it? We now have private investors who will now come in, who will buy taxis. If you go to Owerri, for example, you have boats, you have Uber now, you have so government doesn't even bother itself talking about providing taxis because you can just do this. But if you look at how the Owerri environment is, so if you decide to go into that business, if you have decided to go into that project, and you will not be able to do anything. But by the time the government completes what it is doing here, it will be easy for boats to come into this place, for it to take off. And people, because you now have places to, the roads are moderate, you have access, you can now, so that is the direction we are going with what we're doing in infrastructure, light up area, security measures, and the rest of them. So I think that will take care of the problem.
Voices rose in unison, hearts were lifted, and the atmosphere was charged with worship at the grand finale of the 3rd edition of Voices in Praise, the event, which is a gospel music talent hunt dedicated to discovering and promoting young gospel artists, lived up to its billing. Correspondent Quinsley Rowland completes the story.
It was indeed a night of soul-stirring praise and worship as gospel music lovers gathered to celebrate faith, talent, and excellence at the highly anticipated finale of Voices in Praise 2025 held in Enugu State. Voices in Praise is an annual gospel music talent hunt that provides a platform for young and emerging gospel singers to showcase their gifts while inspiring lives through music. Chairman of the Voices in Praise initiative, Barrister Joe Mamel, highlighted the rigorous and transparent journey.
Voices in Praise initiative was founded with a clear and intentional mission to give talented gospel singers a platform where their voices can be heard, a space where they can grow and be known. We observe that while many sectors actively support and promote secular music, the gospel music community often lack the same level of visibility and encouragement. So we asked ourselves, why don't we uplift gospel music as well? Why don't we bring it to the limelight? Why don't we build a platform that trains, empower, and support those who have chosen to use their gifts to God?
The evening kicked off with electrifying opening performances by the 10 finalists, setting the tone for an unforgettable night. Their energy and passion instantly connected with the audience, who received each performance with commensurate applause. The competition intensified as the quest to select the best gospel artists began. Contestants took turns performing their original compositions, displaying vocal strength, lyrical depth, and spiritual expression. The performances captivated the audience, who actively participated in the voting process in a transparent and inclusive manner. At the end of the first round of voting, 5 contestants with the lowest votes were evicted, leaving 5 finalists in the race.
Is Hakuna Pressure. So, on behalf
the decisive moment of the night came with the cover song performances, which, according to the judges, tested musical intricacy, vocal control, stage presence, and overall performance.
We actually gave these points according to the parameters. And from the judges' table, I can really say that these guys are amazing. From our table, their points, the difference between all of them is just either 1, 2. 1, 2. You get it? So, but your votes interfered in this our points. You get it? So I want us to have an understanding about this, so that when the winner is called, you will know how these things were done. Are you with me? Are you with me?
Following the second round of voting and the judge's final verdict, Chukwumalio Obiora, who emerged as the winner, smiled home with a grand prize of 1 million naira, with consolation rewards going to other outstanding contestants. As the curtains fell on the 3rd edition of Voices in Praise, one message that echoed clearly is that gospel music continues to be a powerful tool for worship, inspiration, and discovery of new voices dedicated to praising God. In ENUGU, Quinsley Rowland, Signaturetv News.
Next is business news.
The federal government has said it will pursue a more aggressive revenue mobilization strategy to slow Nigeria's rising debt profile, which currently stands at over 152 trillion naira. This was outlined in the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy paper presented as a guide for government spending and borrowing in the coming years. According to the document, the government plans to expand the tax base, strengthen compliance, and digitize revenue collection across ministries, departments, and agencies. Figures in the document indicate that Nigeria's debt-to-GDP ratio stood at about 40%, while debt servicing accounted for over 60% of federally retained revenue in recent years. The framework also projected gradual reductions in borrowing through increased non-oil revenue, cost savings, and tighter expenditure controls. The government said it would expand the tax base, improve compliance, and deploy digital systems to reduce revenue leakages across ministries, departments, and agencies. Nigeria's inflation rate eased to 14.45% in November, according to the latest figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The figure represented a decline from the previous month and was driven largely by a slowdown in food inflation, which remains the biggest contributor to headline inflation. NBS data showed that food inflation, though still elevated, recorded a slower month-on-month increase, while core inflation, which excludes farm produce, also moderated. Urban inflation remained higher than rural inflation, reflecting rising transportation, housing, and energy costs in major cities. Despite the easing of the inflation, year-on-year price increases remain significant, indicating that household purchasing power continues to be under pressure. The Federation Accounts Allocation Committee shared less than 2 trillion naira among the federal, state, and local governments in November. The decline was attributed to reduced oil revenue, lower company income tax collections, and fluctuations in other major revenue lines. Data from the committee showed that statutory allocations and derivation funds were distributed across the 3 tiers of government, but overall receipt fell compared with previous months. Oil revenue continued to be affected by production challenges and global price movements, while non-oil revenue also underperformed projections. The lower allocation has raised concerns about fiscal pressure on sub-national governments, many of which rely heavily on monthly FAAC disbursements. The chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, clarified that only taxable Nigerians would be required to obtain a tax identification number (TIN) and that students and dependents without income were exempt from the requirement. Oyedele, speaking during a media engagement in Abuja, dismissed social media claims suggesting that all bank account holders would need a tax ID to operate accounts before January 2026. He explained that the requirement, anchored in Section 4 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, scheduled to take effect on January 1, 2026, applies only to individuals who earn income from trade, business, and other economic activities. Oyedele also noted that those who already have a TIN will not need to register again under the new framework. Banks are expected to request TINs from taxable persons, but individuals without income, including students and dependents, are not obligated to obtain one. The clarification was aimed at addressing public concerns that the new law would force millions of Nigerians to obtain tax IDs simply to hold or use a bank account. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Jewish community in London on Tuesday put on a show of solidarity and support for the victims of the Sydney attack. The Hanukkah celebration at one of London's most recognizable landmarks, Trafalgar Square, mixed joy and pride with sorrow over the 15 people killed at Bondi Beach on Sunday in Australia's worst mass shooting in nearly 30 years. Police identified the alleged gunman as Sajid Akram and was shot dead by officers. His 24-year-old son, an alleged accomplice named by local media as Naveed Akram, was in critical condition in hospital after also being shot. Tara said it was their festival and they were celebrating it for all the Jews that were murdered in Australia because they can't celebrate now.
This is our festival, we are celebrating it, and we are celebrating it for all the Jews that were murdered in Australia because they can't celebrate now. And it's enough spilling Jewish blood. We just want to live. We just want to live.
We British Jews, we live with anti-Semitism, we understand it, so do our Australian counterparts. And the thing that's important to remember is that whilst I'm sure the Australians in Bondi are mourning, and we are a community are mourning the people who were lost in Bondi, we got to remember that...
Let's join Queen Wankota on the entertainment news.
Nigerian celebrity auto dealer Ikechukwu Ogbonna has been discharged and acquitted of complicity in the death of his late wife Bimbo Ogbonna. IVD was cleared on Monday, 3 years after a legal battle with Bimbo's family, who had accused him of causing her death. His new partner and self-styled relationship expert, Blessing CEO, announced the news on her Instagram page. Celebrating IVD's court victory, Blessing CEO encouraged her followers to live toxic marriages and relationships. Bimbo died in October 2022 after sustaining injuries from a fire incident linked to domestic violence at their Lagos residence. In March 2023, IVD was arraigned by the Lagos state government and charged with involuntary manslaughter before being released on bail. He was later rearrested on August 1, 2025, while traveling to Qatar ahead of his wedding with Blessing CEO by the Lagos State Directorate of Public Prosecution. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has ordered immediate legal action against popular Nigerian TikToker Pella. Following a recent car crash, Pella was allegedly involved in a deliberate car accident on Sunday afternoon after his girlfriend and content creator Jarvis broke up with him. After the video of the incident surfaced on social media, many netizens condemned Pella's act and called on the authorities to withdraw his license. Reacting to the development, the Federal Road Safety Corps, in a statement released on X, directed its Lagos command to prosecute the TikTok star. The Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed urged entertainment stakeholders, including the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Content Creators, and Entertainment Association, to call their members to order over dangerous use of the road. The call further warned the entertainment industry that fame does not confer immunity from the law, nor does it excuse dangerous behavior on public roads. Fraudulent AI-generated tracks are increasingly appearing in artists' own profile on streaming platforms presented as their original work. British folk musician Emily Portman got a shock in July when she received a message from a fan congratulating her on her new album, even though she hadn't released one since 2022. That's when she discovered Orca on numerous streaming platforms, including Spotify and Apple Music. The title of the song looks like something she might have created herself, but very quickly she recognized it was AI-produced music. The musician couldn't identify the perpetrator of the fraud, but believes she knows how they operate. On the other, Akindele has recorded a strong box office outing with her latest film, Behind the Scenes, which has grossed 200 million naira in its opening weekend. The film, whose storyline centers on black tax, features Kale Gome in a lead role alongside Iyabo Ojo, Funke Akindele, Destiny Etiku, Toby Bakari, Uche Montana, Ozu Arukwe, among others. Recorded the biggest opening weekend of 2025, becoming the first Nollywood film this year to hit the 200 million naira mark on its opening weekend. The movie was also described as a 5-time box office opening weekend record holder, and the film had its advanced screening on December 10 and 11 before officially opening in cinema nationwide on December 12. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
And that's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Coming up shortly is Signature Morning. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. How are you feeling this morning? The Christmas day is just about a week away. What are your plans for the celebrations? What do you intend to do to mark such a memorable day in the world? Today is the 17th day of December 2025. You are tuned into Signature Morning. Quinsley, good morning.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, our dear viewers, and thank you for joining us this morning. As always, making it a date every single day of the week to join us here on Signature TV. A lot has happened. Let's talk about the screening of the ambassadorial appointments.
Exactly. I mean, 3 non-career nominees have already been, confirmed. But the larger list is still being processed by the Senate. I'm wondering why is it taking so much time to
for a list that has about 65 persons, don't you think it's supposed to take that long?
Well, in my opinion, I was thinking that, everything would have just been done together and the list of, the confirmed people, instead of doing it, parts. Anyway, I'm not in the Senate, so I don't know what their plans are, but, well, let's just hope and see what the final list turns out to be, both for the career and the non-career nominees.
Of course. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Before we go on to our newspaper, look into the newspaper headlines this morning, don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms and watch us on YouTube and also on SLTV channel 265. I am Quinsley Rowland.
And I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. We'll be back. Welcome back. Now let's look at the headlines on our dailies this morning. We'll be starting with the Daily Trust newspaper. Boldly written on the headlines, we see that Labour rallies against insecurity on pages 2 and 4.
And just above the headline, we have 2023, how Cabal plotted Lawan's installation as APC candidates.
All right, why CBN revoked licenses of ASO Savings Union Homes.
Reps wade into detention of NAF aircraft military personnel.
Now, the ICPC to probe Dangote's allegations against NMDPRA boss.
And the NBA police disagree over enforcement of tinted glass permits.
Now, looking beside that, woman jailed 10 years for killing stepdaughter, and beside that, former CJN Tanko takes final bow.
Over to the Punch newspaper, boldly written, insecurity, police deploy special forces ahead of NLC protest today. NLC defies pressure, mobilizes state chapters, police lockdown flashpoints, CPS meet labor leaders.
Beside the mast, petrol battlefield, ICPC plans NMDPRA boss probe after Dangote petition.
And just above the mast, we have federal government recorded 30 trillion naira revenue shortfall in 2025, and this is from Edu.
FG to acquire 24 fighter jets for 1.2 billion euros.
Interesting. United States adds Nigeria to travel restriction lists.
Alright, now below the large headline, we see blackout looms as gas shortfall hits power stations on page 9 and disbursed in 19 months, says Nel Fund.
2027 ADC state chairman locks horn over Congress. And afterwards, we have Transcorp Hotels appoint Awele Elumelu as board chair. Over to the Nigerian Tribune, just written below the mast, we have Dangote petitions ICPC and the NMDPRA boss fires back. Dangote confirms readiness to provide evidence how I funded my children's education in Switzerland. Farouk Ahmed responds, insists on thorough probe.
Page 3 says how mafia relatives held Buhari captive, manipulated him. With Ryder for 8 years, he had wrong people in right places. Aisha explains.
NLC to hold protests over rising insecurity today.
Now, Tax Act, Dino Milaye threatens to sue NAS over VAT provisions.
NBA slams police over tinted glass permit enforcement.
2026, Senate cuts crude oil benchmark to $60, passes MTEF.
And from the health, we have AI now decodes sweats for early signs of diseases.
Now over to the Guardian newspaper. The headline says, anxiety, mistrust cloud Nigeria's tax reform promises and benefits on page 6.
Downstream sector wobbles as corruption allegations escalate regulatory battle.
Gas issues, 6 trillion naira debt cripple power generation as discos record lower load profiles.
Trump places Nigeria and 14 others on partial restriction to US.
Now below that we see NHRC laments 422,942 abductions, sexual violence, others in November.
Alright, over to
the Vanguard newspaper. The Vanguard says on page 5, workers facing worst survival crisis in Nigeria's history, says NLC. With riders, says citizens being crushed by inflation, insecurity, poor wages. Nigerians now spend 80% of income on food.
CBN revokes licenses of ASO Savings and Union Homes, and under that we have Nigeria's 80% unemployment rate, indictment on leadership, says P2B.
Falana to AGF, rearrest 10 soldiers, arraign 400 terror sponsors.
Duke Ogunbiyi Media Titans grace Uncle Sam's art exhibition, and this is on the page 10.
Emergency rule, PDP, ADC differ with AGF over Supreme Court ruling.
The cabal made Buhari lock his room against me, says Aisha.
Alright, that is what we have on the Vanguard newspaper and also on the headlines of our dailies this morning. Let's move over to having our review with Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning,
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, Quincy. Good morning, the people of the world. Compliment them. Best compliment of the season. We're hoping to have a wonderful Christmas. Anyhow, because of the level of insecurity.
Hopefully not anyhow.
The level of insecurity in Nigeria has brought celebration of fear instead of celebration of the youth time. And,
it doesn't seem so for Nigerians because the market is filled to the brim.
well, the market will always free me because Nigeria has about 240 million people. So even when the insecurity and the abduction, killing, mass killing, rape, and all the aiding, as they reduce the population of that, you hardly notice it because Nigeria is really a large and complex country.
Of course. So let's look at the dailies this morning.
Let's look at the dailies, like you said.
Labour the Labour Union is striking today, and they are also having a protest across other states as Labours, they are rallying against insecurity.
Yeah. It was confirmed, they are going to start the rally in Abuja. We confirmed Ebonyi. But even we have right here in ENUGU, we've not been able to confirm, but I'm sure the news people would have done that. What we noticed that the Labour is going on rally around the nation, protesting insecurity, high cost of living, They said 80% of whatever they have as money to survive goes on buying food. And you can imagine that. If you do what 80% of 70,000 naira wage, that's if some state have paid. Now that's when it becomes clear what the Labour is protesting. And I think their protest is coming at the right time. One thing is that we shouldn't see that whatever they are protesting will go back like every other protest. In Nigeria, we have now read on the headlines that the police are mopping up, covering up a sensitive area and all. If that is what is important to federal government, to mop up security, to protect the important area, the Labour didn't say they are going on rampage. They say they are protesting that the high level of living in Nigeria is not conducive for workers. And Nigerian workers are the only people who suffer directly. They are taxed directly.
because from source they take up their tax, and then the little they have to survive, and they are the ones who make up Nigerian masses movements. So when you are talking about insecurity, we talk about Nigerian workers, even if they are from the defense. The women that were abducted sometime at Kogi, they were on the official duty. They are workers. So it means that 90% of people moving up and down every day in Nigeria are workers, because they have to go on official trips. So if there is insecurity threat for many Nigerians, they get the higher percentage. So they are protesting, and for instance, you cannot beat a child and say you shouldn't cry. Whatever I see about our country, Nigeria, is when they gave warning that they could do this protest. We didn't hear much about negotiation or what government has done to assuage their concern. All they do is to mobilize police, and what is going to cost Nigeria to mobilize police, army, and the security to stop people from doing, which is their right to protest. They would have added it to them to assuage their situation. Can you imagine if we say, okay, do not protest, because what is going to cost us to stop your protest will be about 2% of it. Well, let's take it, give it to you as cash. But you don't get that being done in Nigeria, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Right, now we see that Dangote and NMDPRA are still, having some sort of face-off. The ICPC plans the NMDPRA bus probe after Dangote's petition, and he's now talking about how he funded his children's education in Switzerland. Farouk Ahmed is responding to Dangote.
It's getting very interesting. There's this kind of fight that fella Anipolago Kuti, the fella we know, called Rofo fight. When fight gets to that level of Rofo fight, you now know that things has come haywire. This particular greeting has passed the ankle. Now it has turned to fight. And I think I like what Dangote is doing. Once somebody, a baby, a kid says the mother will not sleep, there's no need to allow the baby to sleep. So all of them will start awake. Since they do not want Dangote to rest and breathe, they don't want him to set price for product he produces. They will regulate the one they produce, regulate the one Dangote is produced. Meanwhile, they are not adding one value to whatever he's doing. You only wait on the side to put sand in his garri. He will refine petroleum product. It will cost him so much to store, because this sabotage going around to make it not to sell. You might manage it to the point that it's gotten to, okay, you spend this amount to train yourself to school. That kind of, imagine the level. Just imagine the level of being pettiness that they have brought oil and gas because of greed, because of insensitivity. And I said, as a Nigerian who go to buy fuel for the last 1 year at an average of 1,200 naira, anybody who has come to make it cheaper has my vote. In this case, whatever they are talking, whatever, because they never explain to Nigerians why they are fighting Dangote. It's only Dangote that is coming out now to say he want to bring down the price of fuel to 690 something naira, around 700. That's when they say fight start, and they've taken the fight to home. So good luck to them. Good luck to them, because after fighting NMPCL, you will leave that. You go and fight Ip man and Ip women. You will leave that one, fight importers and exporters, damaging and managing and exploiting, stealing unions. You come back to this one that we never know they exist. MD, RPI, whatever they call themselves, still do not want Nigeria to buy fuel. What is their case? You have the refineries, go and refine, sell to Nigerians at the what price you come. The importers do not want Dangote to rest. There's a complete sabotage that has become very clear to Nigerians of these forces that do not want us to buy fuel at cheaper price for whatever reason. So let the fight go up. We'll be clapping. Akaka bajiaka. In this case now, the person who accused said, I'm ready to defy, I have evidences. And they don't expect somebody at the level of Aliko Dangote, at that level, to come with the petty, so he must have made his shot and have his claim. So for Farouk to be still doing this, I just wish he will go and save his head and save every other thing, because this fight will get to the point where everybody will be interested on the outcome. So Ada Chogumma, you don't polish fight. Once the fight gets to a point, you don't hey, Uche hit me here. This will hit. No, you will start throwing punch anywhere you get. And this thing has gotten involved too. Imagine the amount of money people are calling. He used to pay your school fee, and he was telling in his state, in Zafara, what state the Farouk is coming from. How many children that are out of school, and you spent. You were even saying one semester or one session, $5 million in Switzerland to train one child. And you check how much. Even Dangote said, at my level as the richest man in Africa, I can't spend that kind of money. Of course, he's a businessman, very shrewd one. You use that. Let the fight go on. As far as we understand, we know whose side, who we are cheering. So let the fight go on. We know who we say, go on, go on, go on. So if we wish that our dog and the dog of our neighbor will fight, our own will bite the other neighbor's dog to death, we will pay.
Of course. So there's a new development with Nigerians about the U.S. restriction that Trump has placed Nigeria and other 14 countries on partial restriction to the United States. What do you think about this particular development?
Partial because Nigerians deploy the diplomatic forces and they just mooching, talking from both sides. Otherwise, Trump has made up his mind about Nigeria longest time with evidences available. So the people say they meet Trump, the Nigerian security advisor, Ribadu and his group went to US and they came back. The people, the US Congress representative came to Nigeria. Even what they saw and what they are presenting is just diplomacy that made them to put them on partial. If you ask me, of course Trump has long time had a very bad impression about Nigeria and he has not hidden it. What has made him to be taking diplomatic steps is that he believes that he's coming from a country where you don't act anyhow. Even at times he himself can go over the bond, but he's still having restriction. And that is the maturity of their own democracy more than us. If a Nigerian, I'm sorry to say, an African leader has the kind of power Trump had at this level of our development, for God's sake, it would have been very, very dangerous. Look at the way we have done. You know, when ant flies across it, then we send the NAV to go and bomb. We do this, go and quench a coup. Even if it's palace coup and they have disagreement, husband and wife have issues in Burkina Faso, you go there to stop. Why your house is burning? I think that has tested the kind of power African leaders should have had if they have the kind of power Trump. But you can see their maturity, how they're even sending you. Otherwise, if it's they will say, hey, just bomb here, drop. They will be using like those days we were small, James Bond film. Twat, twat, twat. That's how the African leaders will use their power to shoot everybody, and then come back and say, like our friend said, when your wife put to bed, they will buy goat and kill everybody. So that's what will have happened. But that will tell you then that the impression about Nigeria, whatever way we look at it, we are trying to make it mild. The impression of the US about Nigeria, it's suspect. They still are not sure that this country is moving on the right track. Well, you can say our sovereignty, but it takes a neighbor to say, oh boy, you're not doing it well. And it now takes for you to understand that and then do it well or try to change. That's what we have checks and balances of the world. God has not made mistake to put us as a nation, as a globe, where we have some people who will look at us and say, you are not doing it right, and because we must learn from somebody.
Right, let's look at this issue of tax reform. The Guardian says that anxiety and mistrust cloud Nigeria's tax reform promises and benefits. Now, the Nigerian Tribune says that Dino Melaye threatens to sue NAS over VAT provisions.
But we remember when we started this tax on this desk, we were saying, Nigerians were fighting what the federal government was doing, the lobby from everybody, lobby governments of the states, lobby the National Assembly, lobby everybody to approve the tax reforms. Nobody brought the people who will pay the tax into picture. Nobody explained to us what to expect. He lobbied and got it passed, and then they now stamped it, and then waiting for January 2026, which is few minutes away, for Nigerians to begin to pay what they did not understand. And I've shouted here, distrust that the newspapers has mentioned is key. Most Nigerians do not trust government. They don't even understand what the new tax regime means. And to be very sincere, I do not know a jack about the new tax. I don't even know what I'm expected to do. So you're picking a droplet of information where we have federal secretariats in all the states. You have Ministry of Finance. You have strategy. You have NOA, Nigerian National Orientation Agency. You have Ministry of Information. Nobody is explaining to the people what the new tax regime will be. Once in a while, you feel when somebody comes up, all those Oyedele, and if it's not, where's this man of the FIRS? They will just crop up and say, what those their political field words? It will be this, it will be this, and people have distrust. It's clear. Nigerians don't have distrust. They have high level of distrust over our people, the government. So they don't accept whatever they tell them. Now they have to wait and see. That's it. See, don't look. And the 2000 and there's just few days to come now. They will start experiencing it. How do you explain to people who sat at home? Some pensioners, this thing will going to affect everybody. I learned, and that will tell you how ignorant I am about. I learned that even money given money given as gratis will be taxed. If our people living abroad send you money and it get into your account, after you start and in the whole year runs, you have 800,000 in your account, whether you spent it or not, you find out that you begin to pay tax. But people need to explain. And how do you pay? People need to know how to prepare their tax submissions, so that you will know which one you tax. It's not when you spend so much money caring for communities and all, which was supposed to give you tax holiday. People, because they did not know how to submit. Who is going to do that? And we have chains of government earning salaries, sitting back in offices, and they expect Nigerians to trust the government has done anything to show Nigerians to trust them. Nigerian workers, civil servants who are supposed to do MDAs, ministries, department agencies, common line ministries, everywhere, they are not doing what governments should do. When it comes to critical policies, decisions, they need to explain to the people. Nigerians are very resilient and good people. Once you explain to them and they understand, they will follow. But how do you follow what you don't understand? You're just expecting this touch and follow kind of policy. Any day you wake up, anything they tell you, your neighbor wakes up and you be dealing with market talk. What people say in the market, they carry home bits and bits of truth. The people who have the policy to explain are not explaining. I won't stop saying it, because even if at the level, we have not had the call press to explain, so that the press will help them explain. We not called stakeholder workshop. We have not seen the states said we understand they're breaking it down to states. Let every state go back. This country is not operating on the right. They do not put the stakeholders in right perspective when critical policies come.
All right. So since we are talking about the mistrust, NBA has slammed the police over tinted glass permit enforcement, and they are also worried and they warn against extortion due this. And this is supposed to be due on the 2nd of January 2026. NBA
had done the right thing for the first time. In recent times, NBA has shown that to be the bar association, the bench where you have learned gentlemen, they should be doing something. If the what they call it, the agama lizard do not do anything to show that it's agama lizard, children will eat agama lizard in rainy season and dry season. NBA, Nigerian Bar Association, should begin to interrogate some of these seemingly banana republic policies. They have done this tinted glass thing, and they find that Nigerians, take the sample, millions of Nigerians find that it was opening shop of bribery and corruption for police. experienced several times. What it took Nigerians to even get that? How can you buy a vehicle? You have one tinted permit. Now the reviewer want to everybody, even if it's 20-year-old car that came with tinted glass, even the people who are covering their, I don't know anything about it. It's another way. It's already a lot of bribery and corruption, a lot of policies, a lot of checkpoints. They will leave what they're supposed to be checking in this insecurity time and start checking tinted permit. Tinted glass is not our issue. It's not. Anybody who approved that has approved another bribery and corruption template. That's be against my word. But this one is NBA. You know, when you are on the side of the masses, you can see NBA will get the support of me. If they say vote and say I, will say NBA will support you. This thing should not be implemented. And suddenly you come, you are waiting for January 1. New tax regime will start January 1. Tinted glass will start January 2. Before you know it, they will line up New Year with everybody. Is Nigeria not already enough burdened with enough tension? Why are they still making the politics heated up? So many hard things that Nigerians need to deal with. For one night, the small Nigeria, the same people. They will sit at that top and be blowing down policy. They don't care. If the police line the street now, instead of checking for insecurity, they will check in tinted permit. You know what that means? For police in Nigeria, I follow. Stay here. I no follow here. All of them get their different prices.
All right, Chris.
Thank you so much.
Let's wrap it up here. Our time is up.
Okay, so God bless everybody as we are preparing. There's some of the things that are coming up. You know, once a while in Nigeria, find that so many things are cropping up. We are not doing badly at all. We only say we need to do better. And that's why the passion, the energy of doing this, and we are doing every day. We are not against anybody, and God knows our heart is clean. So God bless you as we prepare for Christmas. God bless you, the angels here. God bless the Signature TV crew. But remember, God's blessings are meant for those who desire to be blessed.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank
Chris.
you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on a short break and we'll be back.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
It was indeed a night of soul-stirring praise and worship as gospel music lovers gathered to celebrate faith, talent, and excellence at the highly anticipated finale of Voices in Praise 2025 held in Enugu State. Voices in Praise is an annual gospel music talent hunt that provides a platform for young and emerging gospel singers to showcase their gifts while inspiring lives through music. Chairman of the Voices in Praise initiative, Barrister Joe Mamel, highlighted the rigorous and transparent journey.
Voices in Praise initiative was founded with a clear and intentional mission to give talented gospel singers a platform where their voices can be heard, a space where they can grow and be known. We observe that while many sectors actively support and promote secular music, the gospel music community often lack the same level of visibility and encouragement. So we asked ourselves, why don't we uplift gospel music as well? Why don't we bring it to the limelight? Why don't we build a platform that trains, informs, and support those who have chosen to use their gifts to God?
The evening kicked off with electrifying opening performances by the 10 finalists, setting the tone for an unforgettable night. Their energy and passion instantly connected with the audience, who received each performance with commensurate applause. The competition intensified as the quest to select the best gospel artists began. Contestants took turns performing their original compositions, displaying vocal strength, lyrical depth, and spiritual expression. The performances captivated the audience, who actively participated in the voting process in a transparent and inclusive manner. At the end of the first round of voting, 5 contestants with the lowest votes were evicted, leaving 5 finalists in the race.
Is Hakuna Praise. So, on behalf
The decisive moment of the night came with the cover song performances, which, according to the judges, tested musical intricacy, vocal control, stage presence, and overall performance.
We actually gave these points according to the parameters. And from the judges' table, I can really see that these guys are amazing. From our table, their points, the difference between all of them is just either 1, 2, 1, 2. You get it? So, but your votes interfere in this our points. You get it? So I want us to have an understanding about this, so that when the winner is called, you will know how these things were done. Are you with me? Are you with me?
Following the second round of voting and the judge's final verdict, Chukwumalio Obiora, who emerged as the winner, smiled home with a grand prize of 1 million naira, with consolation rewards going to other outstanding contestants. As the curtains fell on the third edition of Voices in Praise, one message that echoed clearly is that gospel music continues to be a powerful tool for worship, inspiration, and discovery of new voices dedicated to praising God. In ENUGU, Quinsley Rowland, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A lot of vehicle owners have withdrawn their vehicles on the road for lack of fuel, or rather lack of purchasing power to fuel their vehicles. So it's a very, very tough period. A lot of people are agonizing over it. And except government does something and does something urgently, the situation might get out of hand. And don't forget the fact that this is just the tip of the iceberg, because for me, I feel that this is September and December is fast approaching. We may get to that situation at that point where a liter of fuel will cost 2,000. Already it is 1,400. By December, we'll be talking about 2,000 naira. It's an industry that is infested with corruption, and that's why we have the situation we have on the ground. That's why we are facing this problem. And you ask yourself, you know, this is a product that is excavated from Nigeria. In the wisdom of our past leaders, beginning from the military government, they had the wisdom of constructing refineries, first in Port Harcourt in 1965. We have the Port Harcourt refinery. We have a second refinery in Port Harcourt. Then we have Warri refinery. We have Kaduna refinery. And today we have Dangote refinery, which is about 650,000 barrels of oil per day. And we have other modular refineries. There is one in Edo. There is one, We have, on the whole, we have about 8 refineries in Nigeria. And you ask yourself, why are these refineries not functional?
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Nigerian celebrity auto dealer Ikechukwu Ogbonna has been discharged and acquitted of complicity in the death of his late wife Bimbo Ogbonna. IVD was cleared on Monday, 3 years after a legal battle with Bimbo's family, who had accused him of causing her death. His new partner and self-styled relationship expert, Blessing CEO, announced the news on her Instagram page. Celebrating IVD's court victory, Blessing CEO encouraged her followers to live toxic marriages and relationships. Bimbo died in October 2022 after sustaining injuries from a fire incident linked to domestic violence at their Lagos residence. In March 2023, IVD was arraigned by the Lagos state government and charged with involuntary manslaughter before being released on bail. He was later rearrested on August 1, 2025, while traveling to Qatar ahead of his wedding with Blessing CEO by the Lagos State Directorate of Public Prosecution. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has ordered immediate legal action against popular Nigerian TikToker Pella. Following a recent car crash, Pella was allegedly involved in a deliberate car accident on Sunday afternoon after his girlfriend and content creator Jarvis broke up with him. After the video of the incident surfaced on social media, many netizens condemned Pella's act and called on the authorities to withdraw his license. Reacting to the development, the Federal Road Safety Corps, in a statement released on X, directed its Lagos command to prosecute the TikTok star. The Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed urged entertainment stakeholders, including the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Content Creators, and Entertainment Association, to call their members to order over dangerous use of the road. The call further warned the entertainment industry that fame does not confer immunity from the law, nor does it excuse dangerous behavior on public roads. Fraudulent AI-generated tracks are increasingly appearing in artists' own profile on streaming platforms presented as their original work. British folk musician Emily Portman got a shock in July when she received a message from a fan congratulating her on her new album, even though she hadn't released one since 2022. That's when she discovered Orca on numerous streaming platforms, including Spotify and Apple Music. The title of the song looks like something she might have created herself, but very quickly she recognized it was AI-produced music. The musician couldn't identify the perpetrator of the fraud, but believes she knows how they operate. On the other side of the world, Australian musician Paul Bender also discovered from early this year that 4 AI-generated songs had been added to the profile of his band, The Sweet Enoughs. He said the streaming industry hadn't kept pace with security measures such as two-factor authentication, now widely used in other sectors. Nollywood actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has recorded a strong box office outing with her latest film, Behind the Scenes, which has grossed 200 million naira in its opening weekend. The film, whose storyline centers on black tax, features Kale Gome in a lead role alongside Iyabo Ojo, Funke Akindele, Destiny Etiko, Toby Bakari, Uche Montana, Uzwa Rukwe, among others. According to the film's distributor, Film One Entertainment on Monday, Behind the Scene recorded the biggest opening weekend of 2025, becoming the first Nollywood film this year to hit the 200 million naira mark on its opening weekend. The movie was also described as a 5-time box office opening weekend record holder and the biggest weekend admission of 2025. The film had its advanced screening on December 10 and 11 before officially opening in cinema nationwide on December 12. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
We are local.
International communities observing every
When the meat market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The ENUGU state government has reaffirmed its commitment to building durable and long-lasting public infrastructure through strict quality assurance of construction materials. The one-day stakeholders workshop on quality assurance of construction materials held at the International Conference Center brought together engineers, contractors, estate and housing developers, agents and residents for in-depth discussion on how to raise the standard in construction across the states.
To know if this material is standard or not. Even if you go thorough as now, when a building collapse, we have a way of knowing that the quality of concrete you use is good or bad. You look at it, it's fine, and you just go, wow, your face is just same. Did you look at what is under? Why don't you check the asphalt? What is the quality of asphalt? What is the penetration you can get? What is the resistance you get from the asphalt? Is it from the beauty of the black and the color that receives us? How do we know that this asphalt meet up the standard? We need equipment to test them.
The workshop was aimed at tackling the pervasive use of substandard building materials, which has contributed significantly to structural failures nationwide. Studies show that poor quality construction materials and weak regulation and oversight are responsible for the high incidence of building collapses and infrastructure deficits. Speaking at the event, Governor Peter Mba, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, emphasized that no sector can thrive on weak structures and poor materials. He emphasized that durability, safety, and value for money must guide public works across ENUGU State.
From inception, His Excellency made it very clear to the ENUGU that they will pursue infrastructure for visibility, but not just visibility alone, but for impact, for durability, and for long-term economic value, which is mostly what Professor Duden had talked about, even in his example about the 2 seasons of building and checking the quality of infrastructure. This philosophy is evident in the scale and in the ambition of the state's flagship initiatives, including the rollout of our smart, technologically enabled green schools across all our 260 wards, the development of our world-class Tier 2 healthcare facilities, the expansion and rehabilitation of our strategic road workshop, the investment in industrial, logistic, and urban renewal infrastructure that is ongoing. These projects are not isolated undertakings. They form part of our deliberate strategy to reposition ENUGU State as the preferred destination for investment, innovation, and human capital development.
The Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Benjamin Oko, said the workshop reflects a collective resolve by the state government to strengthen standards and promote regulatory compliance. This, he said, will enhance the overall quality of construction materials used in the development of the expanding infrastructure landscape in ENUGU State.
This workshop reflects our collective resolve to strengthen standards, promote regulatory compliance, and enhance the quality of construction materials used across the state. By improving our systems of testing, supervision, and regulation, we guarantee the longevity of our public infrastructure and reinforce the trust of our people in the development vision of this administration.
The keynote speaker, the Director General of the Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, Professor Samson Duna, highlighted the need for robust material testing laboratories and certification policies for contractors. He also called for the stronger media awareness campaigns to educate the public on the importance of building standards.
It's a workshop geared towards creating awareness on the relevance and importance of using standard construction material in the construction of infrastructure. I've been as the keynote speaker, and I've made presentation, and my presentation centered on all the different materials we use for construction and the effect of using the ones that do not meet up standard and the ones that meet up the standard. So basically, what we are doing today in today's workshop is to create awareness, one, to the people selling the material, construction material. Two, to create awareness in the people going to buy the construction material. Three is to create awareness to the people using the construction materials and to look at the effect of not using the construction material. If you don't use a material that is standard, what will happen to the infrastructure? So basically, in all the presentation we did, we discovered that the keynote, the standard, the backbone of durability of our infrastructure to last long is to use material that is standard.
Experts at the event identified critical gaps in material testing, supervision and enforcement in various parts of Nigeria that have contributed to premature infrastructure failures and tragic building collapses. The workshop signals a growing recognition that safe, sustainable infrastructure begins with quality materials, firm regulations, and informed stakeholders. This will no doubt ensure safer building, stronger roads, and increased public trust in government's development agenda. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with us on Signature Morning. Now, the Igbo nation, like many parts of Nigeria, is passing through a season of uncertainty. Now, beyond the political and economic, debate, we are also asking what the spiritual condition of the Igbo people are like under this pressure. What is the spiritual needs of the Igbo nation in a time like this? Now, we're joined by Reverend Father Ambrose Ofodile, who is a priest and also the director, Radio Maria Nigeria, ENUGU. You're welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you.
Now, looking at the situation in the country, when we talk about the spiritual need, what would you say is even the spiritual state of the Igbo people at this point?
Yeah, thank you very much. To start with, let me say that the Igbo people have their own, they are actually religious people right from creation. God made them to, in a way that they are so inclined to religion. And they are not bereft of the understanding of God right from time. And that's why they easily embraced religion like Christianity, because having known God, it was easy for them to accept him. And if you also look at the Igbo nation at the very beginning, you will understand that they have the concept of a supreme being, which is also found in Christianity. And also they see some of the smaller gods, if you like, the deities around, who are messengers of the great Chukwu, you understand. And so from that angle, you could see that the Igbo people are deeply religious people. They made encounter with Christianity and they embraced Christianity wholeheartedly. And that's why when you come to some communities at the early years of missionary enterprise, you will see that so many communities embraced Christianity with all their hearts, because they saw a similar semblance between their religion and that of Christianity, because they could relate. They understand the concept of God. They also understand the concept of the messengers of God, which is also found in Christianity. So when we consider the present religious orientation of the Igbos right now, you will see there is a kind of gradual resurgence of, you could say, return to the religion of our fathers. Is the African traditional religion, what you could call the Igbo traditional religion. There is a certain withdrawal from Christianity at this point. But then the question becomes, when we have this resurgence of African traditional religion, does it actually mean that they understand what they are doing? Does it really mean that they are actually going back to the religion of our fathers? When you look at the population that are actually claiming to be going back to the African religion, you will see that they are mostly young people. And some of these young people are people who do not even understand religion to start with. What we have is a kind of, you could say, syncretism in theology. It is that you are a Christian and you feel, oh, let us go back to our fathers, and you go back and you don't even understand the concept. The whole orientation about African traditional religion is about uprightness, is about faith in God, is about understanding the concepts of God. But what we have today, we have people who have returned to what they do not understand. We have people who have kind of created another understanding of African religion that is foreign to the correct understanding of African traditional religion. So today we have people who say, I am not going to church, but I want to go back to the religion of my fathers, and they go back to the religion of the fathers that they don't know. They bring in different kinds of deities, and some of these deities, they do not even know how to go about worshiping some of these deities. So first of all, there is lack of knowledge, lack of proper knowledge about the African traditional religion. For instance, in the seminary where I studied in Biga, we have a course on African traditional religion. We study the concept, and then we relate with our forefathers about how they worship God in those days, and then we try to kind of bring in that understanding into Christianity. Not to defame or destroy the African traditional religion, but to also learn something and also impute some aspects of Christianity into it. So today, what we're having is not actually a return to African traditional religion. It is, you could even say, an adulteration or a misunderstanding of the whole concept of religion in Africa.
So in the midst of having these political, social and security challenges, what does spiritual renewal truly mean to the Igbo nation?
Yeah, it means that we really need to understand God. It means actually that in the midst of all this, because when you find an Igbo man, and the Igbos even have a saying that in other words, that in the midst of the challenges we're experiencing today, the Igbo person should actually ask himself or herself, where am I with God? You know, I use God here because in Igbo traditional religion there is also the concept of a supreme being, Chukwu, and we also have that in Christian religion. So the whole challenges that we are experiencing, the whole apparent economic retardation of the Southeast, the whole concept of lack of federal presence in terms of infrastructure in the Southeast, the whole issue of politics being, systematically exterminated from the political arena that the Igbos, accuse the Nigerian state of. It calls for a kind of spiritual renewal. It calls also for a sober reflection. How and where did we get it wrong? If we say we are following the religion of our forefathers, what was actually the content? How do we go about it? And how will the normal Igbo person approach this supreme being? And how will religion be a panacea to the problem we are having today? Unfortunately, religion, instead of being an instrument of peace and reconciliation and unity, has become something of a division. Religion, when I say religion here, I mean even African traditional religion, even Christianity. Instead of religion to bind us together, to bring us together so that we may fight a common cause, we find out that we have people who are disoriented. They don't even know where they stand. So it is actually a call for sober reflection for us to all go back and say, what is our problem? And how can we solve this problem from the point of view of religion? For instance, in Christianity, when we talk about prayer, do we mean prayer? Are we actually religious people? Or are we lip service Christianity? People who are not even understanding what they are doing in terms of Christianity. So what is needed at this time is for all religions to actually go for an introspection. How did we get it wrong? And there must be a mapping of way on how to, face some of these problems. The problem of lack of federal presence in the Southeast, the problem of lack of education, because education, which used to be the bedrock of every development, especially in the Southeast, we have people who are saying, I don't want to go to school. And so what have we done to encourage our young people who have refused to go to school? And those who cannot go to school, what investments, what plans do we have for those who are skill oriented? By this I mean those who have skills. Did we prepare them very well? And the whole essence of religion, there is also morality associated with religion. So when we are talking about this present situation, how to get the spiritual orientation we need to actually ask ourselves, what can we do to bring these situations under control? And the first thing is to actually know God and go back to God. religion. It's about God. It's about God. So to follow God means to be morally inclined. You have to understand God. You have to have a certain morality that orients you to God. So if you don't have that, you cannot make any headway in terms of religion, in terms of development of the Southeast.
Now, speaking of spiritual orientation, now you've mentioned a couple of times about how there seems to be a resurgence of the African traditional religion and people seem to be wanting to go back to the religion of our fathers. Now, why would you say that there has been this increase in that resurgence? Would you say that the church or Christianity is probably not speaking to the hearts of the people anymore to want to still continue?
Yeah, I have to be fair with you. Christianity, even though came with all the good prospects. We remember the coming of the missionaries. They came with a lot of things, a lot of good things: education, healthcare, development, and all of that. And these things are glaring signs that Christianity has something to offer. Now, when the missionaries left, the whole point of conversion, or you could say consolidation of conversion, was handed over to the Igbo Christians, for instance, Igbo missionaries. And then what happened? There was a shift in focus. There was a kind of we did not follow actually what these missionaries came to do for us. We instead deviated, and it is this deviation which has now become pronounced in an age that has become so curious. In the 80s and 90s, people find it very difficult to even question the authority of Christian leaders. But today we have a society that is so critical. A society that wants to understand why you are doing what you are doing and wants to understand whether you are actually living up to expectation. And so that's where we got it wrong. That there is a kind of proliferation of churches all over Igbo land without a commensurate change in morality. Those who stand as Christian leaders are no longer showing good example. And those who are showing good example are not recognized. They are not in the news. Those who are living up to expectation are not the people who are being celebrated. We now celebrate miracles. Those who preach authentic teachings, the authentic teachings of Jesus Christ, are not actually in the fore. We'll have people who manipulate their ways to some places, and then we celebrate them. People who were never children of God and became men of God. There is a gap that people usually miss. That before you become a man of God or a woman of God, you must first of all be a child of God. And that's what is missing today. And so the whole essence, you see young people now looking at those who are Christian leaders, and they are not seeing good example. And they say, okay, this is a scam. What you are telling us you are not doing. Let us try and see if we can find an alternative. I am saying that this is one of the reasons why our young people have actually shifted focus, because there is no good example from the Christian leaders. Associated to this also is the rise in critical thinking. People have gone to school. People are no longer comfortable with, you say it from the pulpit and I obey. They want to actually challenge what you have said. Now you have explained this. Can you give us, we have people who have become so empirical in terms of what they believe in. You said this is faith. Can you give us concrete explanation of this? People now became so bold to ask some questions. That's what is happening today. And the earlier the Christian leaders understand this, the better. The other aspect is the aspect of lack of economic liberation. Today, you have people who are in church and they don't have anything doing. And they look at the lifestyle of the Christian leaders and they see a certain deceit. That you ask us for money and we are not seeing what you are doing, and you are riding in luxurious cars and you are living a flamboyant life, and we are paying for all these things, and you are not helping us. You are not giving us economic emancipation. And they feel that you are deceiving them. So if we begin to talk about this resurgence of, you could say, they return to what they call, because it is not actually African traditional religion, you see the failure of leadership from the point of view of Christian leaders. The other aspect is lack of job opportunities. If you have people who are gainfully employed, they will not have time to go back to some of these things. When you look at those people who do these things, they are people who don't have anything doing. You have the Ezewanyis, you have the Ezewokes here and there, because they don't have anything doing. I met three women who are Ezewanya, and they are struggling for who is greater than the other. And they engage in all sorts of diabolic things in order to test themselves. So it is because of they don't have job opportunities, and even when they have been educated, they don't have anywhere to go. Many of them are also did not go to school because they didn't see the school as necessary. And now in an age where you have your certificate, you need to have your certificate to get a job, they don't find anywhere to, and they engage in things in order to swindle the people, to make them petty and all of that. So what is needed at this time is a return to the roots. When we get it wrong, what is happening? Why are our young people deciding to leave the church? Why are they leaving the church in droves? Yes, on Sundays you see many people in the churches, but who didn't actually believe in what you are saying. So many of them come to church in order to engage in social interactions. As we see all these things, and we think, when we look at our congregation, we think that there are so many people in the church, but they have left us. They are no longer with us. So we need to do a lot in order to convince them that Christianity is not a scam as they pose. Christianity is actually a revealed religion and must be respected.
So can spirituality serve as a unifying force for the Igbo people to bring unity and cooperation despite the religious and political differences going on?
In Igbo land today, we need to really come to terms with knowledge. Aristotle, at the beginning of his metaphysics, said, all men by nature desire to know. For us to have a solution to this problem, we need to actually have knowledge. All the religions, especially what we have prominent here in the Southeast, we have African traditional religion and then Christianity. We need to really understand what we are doing. On the part of Christianity, are we actually following Jesus Christ? Do we respect the religion of the other people? Do I go to somebody's shrine and destroy the person's shrine? Christianity is about conviction. We need to convince people, to proclaim the good news for people to come to terms with. And then we need to also make a difference between our understanding of our culture and our culture as a people. For instance, I'm a priest of the Holy Roman Catholic Church, and my being a priest should not make me to relegate the African culture to the background. And that's why, and I'm happy that in the seminary today you have the teaching of culture, the Igbo culture and other cultures in the seminaries, so that you actually come to terms with your roots, so that you also understand that's a kind of what we call dialogue. We need to dialogue with each other. The different religions we have, the Christianity and then the African traditional religion here, because we are talking about Igbo land, we need to dialogue. There's supposed to be a dialogue. And what does this dialogue mean? It means that I look at African traditional religion and I see, oh, they have beautiful dimensions. Can these be appropriated in Christian religion? Yes. For instance, in the Catholic Church today, we break kola nuts in the church. Why? Because we understand that it has a great relevance in the Igbo culture. And we celebrate the breaking of kola nuts. We have, before the Vatican Council, local instruments were not played in the church. But then with Vatican Council, Second Vatican Council of 1962 to 1965, you have some of these instruments played in the church. It is a way of saying there are some aspects of this Igbo culture that can be appropriated in Christianity. And today you have dances in the church to worship God. These are also ways where Christianity tends to, take from what we have in the African culture. But then, on the side of the African traditional religion, are there things they will freely take from Christianity? That's why today you have, when you have the institution of the Ozo title, you have people who will also do that in the church because they understand it. So the way forward is for us to have knowledge, to know that we are not in conflict with each other. Christianity has not come to destroy the African traditional religion. Christianity has rather come to enhance it. And also in the Christian circle, there we have multiplicity of churches, the Christian denominations. And I tell Christians today, Jesus prayed in John chapter 17 that they may be one. But then, I say it every day, that a divided Christianity is a scandal to the world. A divided Christianity is a scandal to the world. What we do in the Catholic Church is that we try to also enter into other Christian denominations to have an understanding with them. What are our points of differences? Can we come together? Is there any way we can understand each other? We are preaching the same Jesus Christ, yet we are fighting. We are Igbo people, so let us come together. You know, your question is about how can we come together? All of us, both Christians and adherents of African traditional religion, we have a common cause. The Igbos say, no for Allah Signaturetv. We have one purpose. So why will we not be in peace? And this is also affecting our political situation with the other tribes in Nigeria. Because we have not actually come to understand ourselves, to know that the man from African traditional religion is also my brother. And I need to understand him and know his views about situations.
Now, this issue of this crisis we have in the country when it comes to issue of insecurity, economic hardship and the likes has, you know, reshaped how people view spirituality and how people view religion. So how would you say that this prolonged fear and uncertainty has affected the spiritual life of the people, particularly Igbo people? How is this playing out in Igbo families and communities?
You know, let me take an example with the issue of kidnappings happening and all sorts of things happening, and you see the normal Igbo person would expect the Christian God to go and destroy all those who are doing all these things. But then Christianity is a religion of peace, not a religion of retaliation. And it's also a religion where you need to understand the way of God. The way of God is not the way of man. Okay. So, if these things are happening and our Christianity says we need to be patient, we don't need to retaliate, we need to pray. Some people don't understand it. They will say, no, we cannot be praying all the time. We need God to intervene, to do it quickly. I remember Matthew chapter 11, last Sunday, John the Baptist found himself in the prison and he was telling his disciples, go and tell Jesus, are you the Messiah or should we expect another? That question also reverberates all over Christianity, especially when you find yourself in difficult situations. That you find out that there is a situation you have found yourself and you are asking, can God actually come here and save me? And when you think that God is not saving you, there is this disorientation towards Christianity. So, in Christian circle today, in the face of these challenges, what is expected of us is to understand the way of God. How does God work? And that's why we talk about real Christianity. If you understand Christianity, you understand how God works. That God does not even act as man. He has his own time. We must make a difference between what we call chronos and what we call kairos. Chronos is a sequence of events as they appear every day. Human beings can, get into time and change time, change dates, and all of that. But in Kairos, we're talking about the time of God. This is what God has allowed. But the question becomes, does God allow something that will decimate his children? But then he allows certain persecutions to come to us in order to test our faith. But it is only when you are a real Christian that you will understand that God is allowing these things. But we also have to be proactive. I like this saying, VUMCA statement, in situations where you find that somebody is coming to kill you and you are standing and you are saying nothing will happen, the person comes and cuts your head. So there is also supposed to be vigilance. There's also supposed to be what you may call our people should also understand how to get away from danger, even though sometimes you don't know when they are coming. But the whole essence is that we understand how God works, so that we follow him and we pray also. We are not serious with our spiritual lives, and that's why things are happening the way they are happening. We don't have people who are authentic Christians, people who can pray, people who can talk to God and tell God this is what is happening. We are all 1 foot in Christianity and 1 foot in African traditional religion. Somebody who says he is asking God for protection is also going to the Dibia to get some protection. So who will protect you? Who will you thank when you are protected? When one is protecting you, the other is protecting you. So we need to be Christians in the real sense of it. That's the problem we're having today in this part. We need to be real Christians. If we say we are Christians, we should be able to come out and say we are Christians, and we behave like Christians, and not just to do as we like. And God, you cannot deceive God.
All right, just before we go, what role should traditional institutions and custodians of the Igbo culture play in the spiritual reawakening of the Igbo people?
Spiritual leaders, the traditional rulers, those who are actually adherents of African traditional religion, they also preach peace. They also preach hard work. They also preach tolerance. It's just that we have a kind of distortion of African traditional religion today, that those who are calling themselves adherents of African traditional religion are involved in ritual practices. That is not the way of African traditional religion. So the stakeholders in these traditional institutions should be able to teach our younger ones what actually it entails to be an African man. The African man is hardworking. I refer you to Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. Okonkwo, very strong man. He was working. He earned whatever he was using. He did not just sit back like his father Unoka and wait for anything. The Igbo man is resilient. The Igbo man is hardworking. The Igbo man is poised to succeed. But today we have people who are weak. People who don't want to get. So our traditional institutions should remind us, in case we have forgotten, what we are made of. That we are people who are made to succeed, and not people who always sit down and beg. There is a tribe in Nigeria that is known for begging, and today Igbos have resorted to that type of nonsense. We are not made to beg. We are made to survive, to work, to do things. But today you have people who are sitting at home, and so our traditional institutions, they have a great role to play. They should reward excellence. They should reward hard work, not those who have money. You go to those who are taking titles, you see that they are the people who have money, and you don't even consider the source of these money. So we need, while we are talking to the traditional institutions, we also talk to the church, because we should not celebrate successes that are not earned. Sometimes we know the sources of this money, and we still continue to confer titles and praise some of these people. It is not the way. You need to be clear, and we should not be enticed by money. Even in the traditional institutions, somebody makes money and says, I want to answer a particular name, and we don't even restrict them, we don't even scrutinize them, we don't even ask them, this name you want to answer does not go well with the Igbo understanding of names. People answer all sorts of names, and we accept these things because they have paid. We give titles to those who have not done anything for the community, just that they paid money. So our rewarding institutions, our rewarding mechanisms should be reviewed, so that people don't get, and our traditional institutions should be able to praise those who are doing well.
All right, thank you so much, Reverend Father Ambrose, for joining us this morning.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our conversation on the spiritual need of Igbo nation in times like this, in situations like this in Nigeria, where we are going through so many things in the country. Our guest, Reverend Father Ambrose Okuchukwu, joined us this morning. Of course, he's a priest and director of Radio Maria Nigeria, ENUGU State. Thank you for joining us once again.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll wrap it up here, and we'll be back shortly. Stay with us.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria is currently witnessing steady rise in insecurity, and of course, the Southeast has also been affected. And this morning, we're taking a closer look at the rising insecurity in Nigeria and challenges of the Igbo nation. We're joined in the studio this morning by Dr. Malaki Ochie, who is the Dean, School of Business and Social Sciences, Maduka University, Ekwebe Nsukka. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Now, how would you describe the insecurity in Nigeria and how it affects the Igbo nation?
Well, let me start by saying that insecurity in Nigeria has become so deepened. It has become a multi-billion naira industry. And Nigeria is teetering on the precipice of collapse. Insecurity is not a regional problem in Nigeria. It is a national crisis. Igbo nation happen to be just one part of Nigeria that is suffering from insecurity. If you look at the geography of insecurity in Nigeria, you will see peculiarities in very many regions. For instance, in the northeast, you have the Boko Haram and ISWAP insurgents. If you go to the northeast, you have banditry. Then we have on a national scale kidnapping. In the southeast, you have the IPOB agitation. In the south-south, you have the Niger Delta militants. In the southwest, you have the OPC, or the Yoruba agitators. So from everywhere in the Middle Belt, you have the farmer-header conflict, and it's now spreading down to the southeast. So insecurity has wrought so much harm on this country that it's been politicized, and is a consequence of weak capacity of states to deal with emergent issues. And I am not happy, because this is a country so blessed of God, and we are politicizing the destiny of this country. Today, people kidnap for so many reasons, at least for 3 reasons. There are people who kidnap for ransom. There are those who kidnap for organ harvesting. There are those who kidnap for ritual purposes. So, some years back, we didn't have this. I grew up in the 70s, and you could walk from here to Abakaliki on foot without anybody questioning your movement. There was peace, and people were willing to cooperate with the other. I grew up at a time when Fulani herdsmen, we didn't start seeing them today. When Fulani herdsmen, they would take their cows near our dwelling places, somewhere in Abakaliki or Nsukka, and so on. And as children, we will run to them and they will say, "Give me water, nyamiri." So we related with them. So what really happened? Why all of a sudden the Fulani herdsman, the Igbo man, the Yoruba man, why is there so much antagonism? And this antagonism could be, could be explained in historical context. In historical context. So the issue of insecurity is not domiciled to Southeast. It's a national crisis. And it will consume Nigeria if we keep pretending that Nigeria is only slightly indisposed.
So how has Nigeria's rising insecurity uniquely affected the Southeast compared to other groups?
Well, uniquely in the Southeast, because like I said, we have to perspectivize the other regions of Nigeria. What actually gave rise to these things? Number one is the weak capacity, state capacity, to deal with issues and the weaponizing of legitimate grievances against those who feel violated. So how has it affected us? It has affected us in a number of ways. For instance, the Igbos are entrepreneurial. They are outgoing. J.P. Clark, in his fine imagery of ants reeling out of the forest into the savannah, painted a picture of soldier ants milling out from the dense forests of the southeast and south-south and taking the center stage in Nigeria. And that was depicting the Igbos. And then the Igbos, they were latecomers on the Nigerian scene, but when they came, they conquered, as it were. They conquered the terrain. They ventured out of their domain in search of new vistas, in search of new challenges. For instance, they went to the north. They started building their economy, building hotels, and so on. In 1962 or 63, there was a heated debate in the Northern House of Assembly, Northern Regional House of Assembly, where people like Dipcherima, Waziri, and so many of them said that the Igbos must return to their zone. must return to their that the north is for the north, the south is for the south, the west is for the west, and the central is for all of us. These things are not imaginations, they are historical facts that can be found in our National Museum, in our national archives, and these debates are there. And they also say that we don't need to sell land to these Igbo people because they are building. So there was a lot of things. And that was why immediately after the Nigerian Civil War, there was so many issues like abandoned property. Who abandons his property? But that's a discussion for another day. So the Igbos, in terms of insecurity, that outward dispensation of the Igbos have been drastically reduced. So their commercial fervor appears to have been, secluded to a place. Number two is affecting the economy of the Igbos. Businesses are closing down. People can no longer travel safely on the road and so on. Today in Nigeria, in Igbo land, is a lot coming from my station now to here. You have to be praying to God. Thank God for the reverend gentleman who talked about prayers. So, but you have to be praying to God because you could be kidnapped anywhere on the point. So that's the level of insecurity. Even though Enugu state government is, responding to that challenge on spot by the purchase of drones and using high tech to track them. But it has created a lot of problems. It has created also unemployment. People are no longer making enough money, also resources, at least to accommodate people in their establishment. So it's quite a lot of problem as it has affected our people. And kidnapping has become a general problem. People are killed on a daily basis, and human life has become such a waste among our people.
So would you say that looking at the way this insecurity issue is affecting everything, would you say that it is possibly politically motivated or due to some political grievances as opposed to, purely criminal intent of people?
There are so many causes of insecurity. Number one is politics. Number two, genuine grievances that has been criminalized and weaponized. How has politics driven insecurity in Nigeria? This is national television, and we must moderate our comment, even when we have the facts. Sometime during the tenure of Obasanjo as civilian president, he handed over to Yaradua, and then one of Nigeria's illustrious sons, Muhammad Buhari, was insistent on leading Nigeria one more time, and he failed on a number of occasions. The last time he failed there was after election violence in Kano, Kaduna, Bauchi, and most parts of the north. And he was attacking Southerners, particularly Igbos, as being the reason for their failure, for his failure. And he made a statement that if by 2007, am I correct, he fails to win, that Nigeria will be ungovernable. The issue of Boko Haram was played up as a political trump card to undermine the government of Jonathan. Today we know that the kidnap of the Chibok girls, the Dachi girls, and all the abductions in the north were politically motivated. The government knows the people who are perpetrating this. And if not, why would they suddenly say, we know the sponsors of insecurity in Nigeria, the sponsors of terrorists, we are going to name them. We are still waiting for them to name them. They know. So, at one point, it is politically motivated. The Boko Haram swap issue cannot be compared to the Niger Delta, to the militancy in the Niger Delta. It was a resource-based struggle that preceded this present democratic dispensation in Nigeria. And the people are saying, you take so much from our resources and we see nothing of it. Incidentally, I grew up somewhere in that area, in that part of Nigeria. So the Niger Delta under the had drawn up what they call the Kayama Declaration. So one of the reasons why government now said, or Yaradua government now said, okay, let's have a handshake, and then they initiated the amnesty program. And then the Boko Haram insurgents, when the government of Jonathan called for a dialogue, they nominated the former president as their chief spokesperson. They didn't nominate that president in isolation. That president, even before he became president, has had effective and intense conversation with that group. It's just that, given the nature of the issue at that time, he declined, but passed his recommendations from the back door. So we know that these things, most of them, are politically motivated. Remember, when I started, I told you that insecurity has become a multi-billion naira industry in Nigeria. Look at how much that is voted for security in Nigeria, and look at the state of security in Nigeria. Why would America, for instance, threaten Nigeria to have boots on ground in Nigeria to deal with bandits and terrorists? Why would they do that? And why would suddenly the government remove the chief of defense staff or chief of army staff, don't know which of them now, and they replaced him with another person? I once asked my students, do you think the removal of the chief of defense staff was due to the argument of health challenges? Or do you think there was something subtle behind it? And they gave their answers. And the majority of them said there was a slight push from outside. Baseline is that terrorism in the southeast, for instance, let's talk about that. In the southeast, for instance, there has been outstanding problems immediately, especially following the civil war, the end of the civil war. There's been marginalization. There has been exclusion from the power points of the country. And the Igbos say we need a restructured Nigeria. And if, for instance, Ojukwu fought for a restructured Nigeria, if Rafu Wazurike initiated a movement called MASOP for Biafra, if Nnamdi Kanu is in jail today because of Biafra, it shows that there is something uniquely important about Southeast and the Nigeria's political structure. So, if you look at the political structure in the Southeast, we have the least number of states. In other words, we have the least number of senators in the National Assembly, in the red chambers. We have the least number of Federal House of Representative members in the House of Representatives. We have the least local governments in Nigeria. In the north, for instance, states like Kano, Kaduna, Katsina, neutralizes the 97 local governments we have in the southeast, entire southeast. Neutralizes it. Now, in terms of allocations, if allocations are made on the head of local government, where is the southeast? So our people are saying we need to recalibrate Nigeria on the line of equity, good conscience, and faith. And the Nigerian establishment appears impervious to this demand. And these things have created a huge uproar in Igbo land. There is unemployment, and unemployed Igbo youths believe it is the structural defect of this country that is creating them. If you go to Lagos, the Igbos are out there, and when they try to make their points known, they will be told they are visitors. Their properties will be destroyed. Look at the policy that is going on everywhere. All these things are legitimate grievances for which the Southeast, most of them, are rooting for a restructured Nigeria. However, these things have been weaponized. Instead of engaging the Southeast, dialoguing with the Southeast and every other group in Nigeria, the establishment has chosen to stifle any form of dissent. And that does not work. In conflict resolution, it doesn't work. One way of conflict resolution is to allow parties to a conflict or people who feel dissatisfied to vent their anger. In venting their anger, they would have been sufficiently softened down. So these things cohere to create the insecurity we have.
All right, earlier you had stated that the ENUGU government had put some things in place to aid with the situation of insecurity. We talked about the drones, the cameras and all that.
Yeah.
Has the federal government's security response in the Southeast really tackled and helped the people of Southeast reduce violence with all these things put in place? I remember some weeks ago, a lady came out to complain that her car was stolen from her right where the cameras were installed and nothing was done about it. Are these things just decorations in the state, or are they really being put to proper use?
Even in the United States of America, even in developed economies, people steal people's cars. And the security agencies reading the camera will pursue the person and apprehend him or her. So it's not unusual, for instance, that somebody's car was stolen in view of a camera. So, but what we are talking about is the response of the security agent within that period. In terms of whether the federal response to insecurity in the Southeast has been commendable, I'm afraid no. I'm afraid no. The reason is very simple. You know, when you talk about insecurity in the Southeast, we are also talking about how has the federal government, especially since 1999, when this present democratic dispensation started, how has the government responded to insecurity in the Southeast? The Southeast is a victim of circumstance. We are a peculiar political space in Nigeria. We are a peace-loving people, but we have a violent political space. And this is why. Why do we have a violent political space? It's because, whether you like it or not, the Nigerian establishment, core Nigerian establishment, see the Igbo as a conquered people. A conquered people, and our territory has become a vassal territory. So response to insecurity in Igbo land has very often come as militarization of the process. For instance, Operation Crocodile, Operation, there are about 4, I can't remember all of them. There are about 4 operations in the East, you know. And within 2015 to 2020, the Human Rights Watch conducted a research, an in-depth research, which was supported by Ohaneze. At the time, I was the secretary of Ohaneze for ENUGU State. So that in 1 year, money that has been extorted from motorists in the southeast ran into billions of naira. Only in the southeast can you have such extortion. Only in the southeast can you see a young man, probably with dreaded hair. I say he looks like a criminal. Where is your phone? Where is your laptop? And he's shot and killed. And this is why criminal elements have plugged into legitimate grievances to wreak havoc on the system. The federal government has not responsibly responded to insecurity in the southeast. They see the southeast as a conquered territory, and this must not go on. They should respond to our grievances by engaging our leaders. And we have Ohaneze Igbo, we have Ali Igbo, we have so many Igbo organizations. Let them engage the Igbo leadership. Let them engage the Igbo leadership. We have a problem because it's not just talking about Nnamdi Kanu sentenced to life imprisonment. I may not like his methods, but I sure share in his complaints because I'm an Igbo man. You may not like his methodology, but you cannot dispute the grounds of his grievances. Why can't government talk about engaging the Igbos, trying to at least tell the Igbo, we are one now, but we are not one now, my dear. We are not.
All right. Now, you've said quite a lot, and I want you to speak on, while we're talking about federal government, you also mentioned Ohaneze Igbo, Ali Igbo, and the other Igbo groups. Now, to what extent have these Igbo political leaders also contributed or failed to help when it comes to addressing the region's security challenges?
I cannot begin to defend anybody or group now, but what I must tell you is that in every age and time, there are people who are sold to the vision of their people, and there are those who are willing to mortgage their conscience for a mesh of porridge. These two categories exist in Igbo land. I will not call their names, but on institutional or organizational level, I can tell you that Ohaneze Igbo has made significant effort to call the attention of the Nigerian state to what is happening in Igbo land. It started at least from the time of Professor Ben Nwabueze as Secretary General, from Rafu Witwe as President General, from Joe Iruku as President General. Ndi Igbo have continuously appealed to the Nigerian state to have a rethink about their opinion concerning the Igbo land. It gathered momentum during the period of Nyamodo and Professor George Obiozo and His Excellency Emmanuel Iwanyawu, and even Senator Mbata, who is here there now. His major engagement has been to get the federal government to look at the grievances of the Southeast and deal with it timelessly and reasonably. But there are people in Igbo land who, because of promise of federal contract, because of a promise of election, that they will be selected, because we don't elect people now, we select people through INEC. Okay. So they could give them such promises and say, this is what we want you to do. This is what we want you to do. You look at, we talked about, there are some people who talked about Christian genocide in Nigeria, and some people of Igbo origin, at least one person I know, was seen, in quotes, to go to global media and say there is nothing like Christian genocide in Nigeria. That's a discussion for another day.
Right.
But the point I am trying to make is that insecurity is not an Igbo affair alone. A secured Igbo land is a secured Nigeria. A secured Igbo land is a boost to Nigerian economy, is a boost to Nigerian stability. A disquieting and unstable Igbo land will continue to gnaw at the soul and conscience of Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Oche, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Doctor is the Dean, School of Business and Social Sciences, Maduka University, Ekwebe Nsukka. Of course, we talked on the rising insecurity in Nigeria and challenges of the Igbo nation. Thank you for joining us once again.
Thank you very much.
Of course, Signature Money continues right after we go on this break. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're always live on YouTube, always on YouTube. And on SLTV, we are on channel 265. We're connecting to the Abuja studios. I am Queensley Rowland.
I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Abuja. My name is Mwabuze Njoko and this is Signature Morning. 5 days from today, that will be January 1, Nigeria will have a new tax law. Nigeria already has a new tax law, but that tax law becomes effective. There's so much conversation going on about that tax law. There's so much effusion. Just last week, I think last week, the Arewa Consultative Forum raised issues about that tax law. They raised issues about between Nigeria's new tax authorities, because it will no longer be Federal Inland Revenue Service, and the French government tax authorities. There are people saying that the new tax law is a law to make it difficult for companies to come into the country, whereas the government says no, it's a law to open the space for companies to operate and survive. There are those who say the new tax law is the hangman's noose for the citizen. That people already tighten their belts are going to tighten them even tighter. I do not know. I want to find out. I'm only afraid, but I want my fears to be allayed. Or I want to be equipped to prepare for January 1. And this morning, I have as my guest Professor G.O. Professor Owo is a fellow of the Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. He is also a fellow of ICANN. Prof, you're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Prof, I said I'm afraid of January 1, and I want my fears to be allayed. I said many Nigerians think that the new tax law is the hangman's noose. Some also say it is freedom for Nigerians. I mean, the little details I've seen, for instance, say those earning anything up to not more than 800,000 naira in the year will go home without paying tax. And so many market women, the vulcanizers, they be going without paying tax. But the national minimum wage is 840,000 naira per annum. In other words, the minimum wage earner will pay tax. But the government also says that it is going to deduct 500,000 naira as rent, not taxable. For me, the ordinary citizen in the street who is watching you and I this morning, he's concerned to know whether 500,000 naira rent will be removed from the 840,000 naira, and therefore he goes home without paying any tax, even though he earns 840,000 naira above the 800,000 threshold. These are the two things the driver wants to know. The two things the cleaner in the office wants to know, not the director. Do you have anything to say to him at this low level first, before we go to the main issues?
Well, very briefly, you see, these things that have been panded and been canvassed as an issue has always been there. There's always tax allowances from the taxable income. So it's not a new thing, it's a dynamic phenomenon, and it's nothing new. When you aggregate your income, there are some allowances that is deducted before you apply the tax rates. So it's not new, it's not innovative, it's always there. The only thing is that the figures may vary from time to time. And I was surprised that it's even an object of law. It's a usual fiscal adjustment steps that are usually taken. And if you check in the past, it comes as a content of the minister's explanation of the budget annually.
And not necessarily a part of a law.
It's not supposed to be a law. The law is overloaded with minute operational details that are not object of law. And that will create a lot of problems, because the dynamics of business and activities will always make those things to change. It means once labor negotiates and there are increases, once there are windfalls, or once government comes with particular which comes up every other time within a fiscal year, you need to start changing the law. The process of lawmaking is not something we should always be toying with. So that law, to the extent of including those exact details, is quite unnecessary and a waste of the time of both the taxpayer and the tax regulator.
Okay. Let me just give me a few more minutes. Let me also address some of the things that the ordinary person in the street encounters every day. I'll give you an instance. Just yesterday, one of my staff got money from his elder brother, 200,000 naira remitted to him. But what was credited to his account was less by 5,000. And we said, why? He said, the new tax law. Does that make sense?
Well, you see, that points to a major problem. A major problem.
This is a real life experience,
yes.
Just yesterday.
It's just a symptom of a fundamental problem in our tax system, in our levy system, in our overall relationship with governments. You see, the government have not seen Nigerians as also part of government. In fact, the owner of government. It's a matter of we and them situation. such that whenever a law comes, it's usually heavily loaded against the taxpayer, as if it's an enemy of government, as if it's a combat situation. Now, most of these agencies, the banks, the utility providers and all that, will exploit this thing to a limitless end. And by the time it's done to an individual, it's difficult to control or challenge. That 5,000 that was deducted, will you need to spend 150 to pursue it, to go to court and all that? So when they do it severally, it becomes a huge amount. And that points to the major issue. The corresponding details in making sure that no naira is lost from the taxpayer is not being showed in ensuring accountability and severe punishment for anybody that misuses the tax revenue. In fact, this tax law is actually pointing to the fact that any fraud committed in government, any fraud involving taxpayers' resources should attract a death penalty because it's so stringent on the taxpayers. Therefore, it calls for a corresponding stringent application to those who manage public funds, which means this tax law is not going to be implemented by angels. It's not. A lot of issues about defalcations, manipulations, and all that, the law did not address the accountability quality of the human beings that will implement this law. It's assuming that agents, all the personnel and public officers that will be enforcing this law are angels. I don't know how it will look like if we start seeing angels in a physical place like this in Nigeria. So that's a major problem. So ultimately, by the time we go into some details of the law, you will see why I feel that this law is not yet ripe for implementation.
Yeah, that's what you said now, Prof, that it appears as if the intent of the law is that angels should implement it. There's a provision I saw in it that made me wonder really that operators of the law, these tax collectors, are protected from frivolous court cases in the course of their duty. You cannot take them to court anyhow, even if they misassess you or steal your money, because they are protected by law. Just 1 second. Can my producer please begin to show me the graphics, those graphics, and let me see the second part of those graphics, because I'm now going to the detailed provisions of the law where Prof will give us some education. Now, Prof, these are the sections I want you to address all this morning. But just please still hold on those graphics. So before you address us on that, is it right to protect the enforcers of this tax law from suits emanating from their Adam's assessment or fraud? Because contradictorily, the law also says you can blow the whistle on them if they commit fraud, but they are protected from frivolous lawsuits. Just help me, I'm confused.
Yes, the word frivolous destroys the essence of the entire provision, because how do you prove that a particular lawsuit is not frivolous? So it's a problem. You don't need to protect a professional, somebody that have held himself out as a professional to regulate, collect, administer tax. You don't need to have a second layer of protection for him, because he's supposed to be an expert. And he also has to be accountable. Serious issue of accountability is there. And because it's not with that provision, anybody can be a tax officer, even when he makes mistakes, even when he doesn't know what he's doing. He's protected by law. He suffers nothing. Therefore, he has no cause to be diligent. He has no cause to pursue his assignments with utmost professional attention. So that provision is a problem. because you also need to balance the equation, that side of the equation. And that provision failed to understand what happened in 570 AD during the Jewish-Roman War about paying tax for the maintenance of the cathedral, the Roman Catholic cathedral. They were paying tax, but they never knew that those tax proceeds were actually used to finance pagan worship. Now, when the taxpayers found out, there was a big revolt, serious one. Then you can also link it up to the Mau Mau revolution in Kenya between 1952 to 1960. Within that 8 years, it was a real battle between the British tax authority and the Kenyans. Of course, you know, the Mau Mau, the Jomo Kenyatta and all that. And a lot of issues were discovered that the British law, which were being implemented in Kenya then, were different from the same law that is being done in the UK. Now, most of these laws we are practicing today were also offshoots and modifications of colonial laws. So they are by origin, they are supposed to extract, not to develop the citizen. And that is why we have carried on up to today. So that when you read certain provisions of the law, you see ouster clauses of high courts, ouster clauses of power to fundamental human rights.
As if the colonial authority was being
that is where
protected.
We are. Yes, that's the position now. If you look at the typical law, a tax law in this country, I have looked at that law thoroughly, and it's so surprising that you will see that is a law that is seeing every other person as an enemy beyond the government. But I don't know whether the government exists in a state of autarky, whether they are not our relations, whether they are not our friends, or even part of the system.
We put them there. They are our government.
And they are there, they are simply there on a period to collectively carry out what we want that is good. But it becomes a war situation. There is no control. There is no strict requirements for prudence on the side of those who are to be so protected. Because it's only an angel, really, that you want to put and say nobody should touch the angel. Because from the angel comes peace and blessing. But I don't know whether those that will implement this law are going to be angels, which what we are seeing in Nigeria. So the truth is that is an overprotection. And what does it lead to? Serious corruption. And let Nigerians be ready for massive corruption scandals from the tax administrators.
Let us go. You know, I said I brought up these ones just as an opening part of this conversation.
Yeah.
There are specific sections of that law which I'm going to come from point of ignorance, so that me and those watching us can also get educated. Now, let's look at section 33 of that law, which says accreditation of tax agents. That law provides for the tax authorities to accredit tax agents. Now, before I address me on that, what is the structure of the tax authority? Personnel, capacity, competence to administer, to collect, to manage tax resources. In other words, they have the structure, they have the personnel, they have the capacity, and have the competence. Then they are told to appoint tax agents. Can I refer you? In recent history, that appointment of tax agent became contentious in Lagos State. Now it's going to be a national option captured in a law. Prof.
Yes. I think the provision of section 33 actually torpedoed the role. And I don't know whether the Charter of Taxation were asleep when that section was passed. Because the provision, their use of agents actually refers to consultants, professional service providers to taxpayers that now relates with the tax authority. That is, if you want to file your returns, the person you should approach. If you have an issue with the assessment, who to approach, that is a professional taxman, which is ideally either a chartered accountant, a member of the Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, or maybe ANAN, maybe. Then, of course, a practicing member of the Chartered Institute of Taxation. That should be their domain. But this law totally ignored the Chartered Institute of Taxation, despite the deep curricula, the deep requirements to become a member. They were totally ignored. They are supposed to be at the center of the implementation of this act, because the decision, just like in ICANN, the decision of the disciplinary committee of ICANN, when a member is subjected to discipline, the effect is as equal as that of the High Court. So any appeal, you go to appeal court. So it's a very serious mechanism for controlling and disciplining professionals. Now, they have been clearly torpedoed out in the implementation of this law, because one would have expected that this law should clearly require the role to be played by the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Rather, what we saw is over promotion of the lawyers. Remember, most recently, the Minister of Education even wanted to suggest that you don't need mathematics to read law, even until people have to cry out. But then these are the same people that you are given the issue of computation and all that, ignoring the professional bodies who have the skill, who are actually statutorily responsible by their own act to promote discipline and order and professional competence in taxation. Now, that section requires that the revenue authority themselves will appoint agents, accredit agents for taxpayers. That is terrible. That is undue influence, marred with serious conflict of interest. How can the revenue authority that collects tax accredit those who will come and serve you? Who will serve, which means they can withdraw their accreditation. Therefore, their loyalty is not to you, but you will be paying them. But they will be acting in consonance with the body language and the
of those who appointed
an informal directive of those who appointed them. It has never happened before.
Prof, you are being very fine and you are being very cultured in your language. Can I bring it down to what the person in the street may think? What is the fundamental difference between this appointment of these tax agents by the tax authorities and what is currently playing out now of governments appointing agberos as tax collectors? What is it in terms of concepts?
I think
is it a fundamental?
I think it's a formalization of the agbero now to come in and wear coats and present himself as a tax agent, because it's the revenue authority that will accredit. That word accreditation means that there is no more reference to any. It's presumed, presumably, we are now assuming that they will be reasonable to accredit professional accountants and tax experts. That may not be the case. Look at the list of ambassadors we're having and all that, and all the arguments around them. So anything goes. And when people make law because they are there today, that law will eventually come and haunt them. And of course, you can see me now, I'm a grandfather. Very, very happily a grandfather.
Congratulations, Prof.
So now we think of our children and our children's children and our friends and their children and every good Nigerian. That's what we should be thinking about. For those of us who think we have gotten to a space we can always escape and all that, what of the people we are leaving behind? Because we are beneficiaries of good and consensuous decision, good and reasoned insistence by our forebearers that things must be done right.
Okay, let me leave that section with a plea to the tax authorities. I purposely brought in the analogy of the agbero because local government tax agents, state tax agents, it's as if the citizen is led to the wolves, and they can barge into your company because you've not paid tax A, B, C, D. They close it down, bring everybody down, seize your vehicle, deflate your tires. I just hope that this will not be the reign of Agbero tax collection. Now let me go to the second, my producer please, let me have the second topic, and that is still on those areas that we are concentrating on, not this one, the second one please. Now sections, please keep it on this one, section 61, which is the power to distrain. Now Prof, I've been bothered. Distrain is not everyday language. So for me as a journalist, for someone in the street, distrain is not everyday language. And now it says the power to distrain. What is the tax law saying there?
Exactly, by the definition given to the word distrain,
yes,
by the law, it simply means where you have been assessed and you are unable to pay over the allowed periods. The revenue authority can invade your premises, seize anything in order to recover the amount they must have assessed you for which you are not able to pay. So that is the provision. But the major risk there is that the law also allows the revenue to appoint among themselves, that is, officers of the revenue.
Yes.
People they call special purpose tax officers. And the law gave them the power of the police. They say they shall have the power of the police. I don't understand that. Will they automatically assume prosecutorial power? Will they automatically detain you, lock you up, and all that? Now, the law have seriously criminalized non-payment of assessed tax. It cannot be a criminal matter. It's a civil issue. That since there is still that issue of appeal tribunal, this section 61 is a very, very dangerous provision. If you look at it in details, because they have the power to seize your property. In fact, the law went further to say that, well, they can seize your property without an order of court, except where an immovable property is involved, which means any other thing. This is your table, you can be carried away, so it's movable, whatever, without an order of a court. It is only the movable property that the law now requires that, well, you can have an order of a court. And the question is, when these things are seized, sold, it can be sold within 14 days. Who determines the value? It will come back to a situation where somebody will seize your property that is worth 10,000, and he will eventually say it is sold at 1,000, and goes behind to. These are problems that by this stage we are not supposed to be having. This is similar to the hot tax conflagration that occurred in Sierra Leone in 1898, when the same British went to Sierra Leone and decided to tax establish a poll tax based on the size of your hut, the size, the dimension. Now the chiefs around there got together, did a petition, sent in the petition. Now the British army, soldiers, police came, arrested one of the chiefs, and it led to a major riot, popularly known as the hot tax law riot. If you want to also relate it to the Aba Women's Riot, where the women from Etina, in today's Akwa Ibom, brought their fish were seized for 7 days. Now the people could not sell it because those who buy fish from them refused to come and buy the fish from them. The fish got bad and all that. So when they came back to ask for tax, the woman said no. that fish you collected would have paid you, it became another problem. That was the origin of the Aba Women's Riot. Because the bulk of the people who buy those come from Aba. So it does not mean that all those women who did that riot came from, they're all Nigerians. Do we count one? Do we count two? Do we talk of the 100-year war, the so-called 100 Years War, 1333 to 1447, between the French and English, French and England? The basic cause of that war, tax, and it resulted from the distress, which the British government, because of the weight, the financial weight of the war, they levied a lot of additional tax on the peasants. They couldn't bear it, and it was a hell. And it led to the fall of 5 dynasties. 5. So issues after this tax law we are looking at appear to have ignored the historical global experience of reactions, counter-reactions, vis-a-vis the very fundamental objective of taxation. It's not for development, aggregate development. But you don't make a law to give the impression that you are just out to screw funds out of people and to use it in a way that they are even not part of.
Well, I'm going to talk about using the funds, Prof, but I'm rather worried about this train phenomenon. Just a few seconds back, I alluded to, pardon me, Agberoism. If a tax officer, special tax officer, can enter my premises, seize my vehicles, seize my tables, maybe dismantle my air conditioners, seize my cameras, and without an order of the court.
Yes.
Of what use are the courts if the courts cannot protect me? Because it means this law has ousted the authority of the courts. I can only run to the courts, but the courts will refer me to the law, that they have right under the law to seize those things without the order of the court.
That is the issue.
Did the National Assembly see this?
That is the surprising part of it. But the irony is that they are all going to be victims and they will start shouting. Just like the previous Attorney General of the Federation is now shouting. I was surprised that what he brought out, the presidency said, he's been called to follow it and he's complaining. Everybody, in fact, most of these persons that took part in passing this law, I'm sure they never knew what they were doing. They never knew what they are doing. The law is unfortunately obnoxious, and I don't think it's even those who sign.
Yeah, but even those who signed the law, even the presidency, even the office of the Accountant General of this federation is allowing a clause on this train to be inserted in modern law, tax law in Nigeria.
It violates the constitution. The right to fair hearing is being violated. The various conventions, EU conventions, UN conventions, they are all violated by this law. So you don't go all out straight to collect what you have revenue for what? Is it not to collect revenue for our welfare? And in the process, you have created serious disenchantment and impoverishment in the law. And I'm so surprised the level of campaign that is even going on to tell us how good the law is. Do you need to do all that?
Anyway, this part of it, please, I think those of them, because they have created a them and us, those of them in National Assembly, those of them in law practice, should please look at this again, and maybe, since it has already been signed, they may ask for amendment, because I would not want somebody to back into my house to take away my TV while I'm watching something with my grandchildren, because I've not paid tax. When there should be a procedure. Take me to court if that is the case, and then let the court force me. Now let me look at the next section 62 now. Following from the powers to distrain, that is this enforcement of powers.
Yes, it's the same thing. Enforcement, very, very obnoxious, very, very violent. And in fact, they need to recruit those of them that you think are in the forest now to do these things, because that section is actually formalizing the activities of the forest difficult people. I don't want to start. You get the point? Because if you look at that law, then you wonder how a tax by taxpayers' money will now be constituted into a special purpose tax officer who has the power of the police and who can enlist the services of the security agency at any time. I mean, are we at war? I mean, Nigerians have a limit of endurance. The lessons from history it does not appear that those who took part in this law participated. And that was why during the public hearing, those that were allowed to speak were predetermined. You can't just walk in and talk. Some of them they will have even told you to remove certain things and all that. So that enforcement powers and the tax investigation itself, the tax investigation, it means for 6 years anybody can swoop into your books and all that and use it to justify every of those other actions. But the problem is, if you are crediting the professional that should serve me and I'm paying for it, he is loyal to you, how do you come back to talk of investigations going forward? And it's a 6-year period. Your books can be, they can investigate.
It was you who accredited who assessed
that is the
and
point.
caused me to pay or not to pay.
Then within 6 years, you are still open for a reassessment, a revisitation. And there's another provision there where the revenue itself can appoint an agent who will take possession of your funds, take possession of the resources and pay the tax. It's allowed by law. You can have access to your resources, have access to your funds, and use it to pay the law under the provision that deals with substitution. There's a substitution provision, which perhaps they might have copied from the France, the Yellow Vest campaign. That is a provision that caused public protest that has been dropped in France. That is what they brought there. Now, that is also a provision that caused a major riot in 2024 in Kenya. That set Kenya very hot, which was also dropped by the current administration. This is the same thing that the MPP got introduced towards the end of that tenure. That was one of the reasons why he has to lose the election. The levy and all that. They've all been dropped. So now, how do you talk of investigation? The investigation can go on for the last 6 years and all that. While the tax authority itself, when you talk of accountability, is given a window of 6 months between which the FIRS now, which will be the revenue service late from January, should submit an account 6 months. And the depth of accountability required of the current day FIR is so weak that they are not even made to be accountable. In same jurisdictions, like the US and others, you are required to also, beyond submitting or detailed accounts, you submit what we call domestic reports. That is the unpainted reality of the status of your financial transaction before the final audit, which will now be is like a painted house. The letter of exception, otherwise known as domestic report, is seeing the house when it's under construction, the kind of road, these are beyond the painting. Now the audited report, in simple language, is the painted version. It's actually a 2-page paper. Then I was shocked that the tax law did not require long form audit reports instead of the short form. Long form audit report. That is, you go via the trial balance, bring all the charts of account, bring the issues you have raised as the auditor, the report of the management, and your final position as a professional on each item on the account, on the chart of account, not a global usually repetitive language. This kind of tax law goes with long-form audit reports. It does not go with short-form audit reports.
So that the picture is clear.
Both ways. So that I can allow you to, it's like a father who has a stringent rule on alcohol and no room. He has, no, it can't work. That's the situation we are now. That's the situation we are. If you are to exhibit that level of discipline, such level of misfeasance should not be found among you. We want to see a legal framework that will move from short-form audit reports to long-form audit reports, so that if I pay you and you have all the leverages and leeway to get the money, it should be judiciously applied. Therefore, the audited reports must be clear, transparent, and open to rigorous engagement on both ways, because nobody is an angel. Because angels live in the terrestrial plane. This is a mental arrangement.
And here we are talking about a Nigerian mortal situation.
Yes.
This is in Nigeria.
There is no angel here. And the earlier we understand that, the better. The only thing that can force the repercussion for being a devil is so heavy, then that becomes the singular disincentive to committing malfeasance and becoming a nuisance.
And that's what there's hell. That's what there's hell.
That's the problem. So that's because when you look at the weight of engagement, tightening the news on the taxpayer, the tax collector news is being widened open. His belly will be getting fatter.
But
by the day.
Our president calls it widening the tax net for national development.
No, it doesn't develop. After all, what is development? There is also a counterfactual argument. While in some jurisdictions, people are now saying, paying tax, what is the ultimate objective? Is it not to improve the well-being of the citizens? Now, where you are not, you have shown that you are not competent, in quotes, in providing that level of livelihood, then you allow the people,
morally speaking,
yes, you allow them to actually make it organic, because for every 1 naira you live in the hands of a household, it is an organic development. The children will be well fed, schools, then the father can really discipline the children, because if you cannot provide certain things, there's a level of indiscipline that you must allow. But once you have more disposable income
to take care of a
you are
family,
in a more position to sit down here, do that. That's the point we're making. It's not the objective of tax actually to make well-being more reasonable.
Then, Prof, I have a bigger fear. That's a bigger fear. If my producer can once again bring up those sections, there's one that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and that is Section 78, who says the power of the president to exempt companies from income tax. If in the layman's language, if I understand it, the president can say, Mwabweze and Mwabweze multinational, Mwabweze and Mwabweze street sweepers limited, you should not pay income tax. Is that what that law is saying?
Yes, and it's so. In fact, I read it 5 times. Very short provision, but I want to be sure. Then I went to collect another act, another copy, to check whether it's a printer's devil, and I saw that that is the provision. Why on earth can that provision be there? There is no such example anywhere in the world where the president himself is a taxpayer, even if you himself a taxpayer,
yes, he is.
So he has capital gains before becoming president, or even as president. He has interest here and there that will be paying taxes. Now, how can you put that kind of law there? These are the kind of provisions that will propel an appetite that will become unquenchable going forward. Because when they pack sites and the privileges are so massive, a man will start thinking, am I not God? Don't you know I'm God? When I can say you don't pay tax, subject to, according to the provision, approved by National Assembly. And you can see how National Assembly approves. You can see it, subject to the approval. When they feel it is expedient, how do you define expediency? I mean, if the president is saying don't pay tax, is it not already expedient? It's already expedient. So that section is a very dangerous section. Believe you me, it's a very dangerous. Even if you have an angel today, that's a mistake we make. You say these are.
Yeah, but we've established that there are no angels here.
Yes,
there are no angels.
Okay,
here.
good.
There should be laws.
Yes. So this provision is very dangerous because it nullifies the entire law, and you dare not do that. It nullifies the entire hurdles we are all going through. If at the end, a person, an individual, can say, don't pay tax.
In other words, in fact, don't obey this law.
Haba, don't pay tax. I'm not sure whether, I don't know, I'm still not at peace with myself that what I read is correct. But that is what it is. Because I read it 5 times. So, there is nowhere in the world where a president can say you should not pay tax. Meanwhile, the power of this train is there. Some people's property can be seized because they've not paid up to what they're supposed to pay.
My door can be broken and people enter.
And the assessment. Even in law, you have layers of appellate courts. So even you can start a matter in the magistrate court and you end up in the Supreme Court. So even the judicial system, the people that feel they are experts in law, are not even arrogating to themselves the ultimate power of finality. Whenever they take a decision, they still allow it to go to another level. And that is why from the magistrate court, 1 person, high courts, 1. From appeal, it's no more 1 person. It's no more 1 person. So why is that provision there? That is why I'm saying this law is not yet ready for implementation. It has to be looked into seriously because there are serious draconian provisions there that will even embarrass the presidency. How can that section 8 be in a law that we are saying is a reform? Because before reform, you must have performed. This is a situation where apparently where we are looks better than where we want to enter. After all, when you say multiple taxation, this and that, so people still go to court and challenge them. A lot of people still win cases. Just like the VIO have been asked not to seize anybody's vehicle again and all that without an order of a court. But the Revenue Board is asking the jurisdiction of the court.
You can move and seize my property.
Nobody is talking about it. Whoever must have found himself by accident of employment as a staff of FIRS is now a super. He has powers more than a court. That anybody in a sane society can carry out any enforcement that is above the court to be questioned. It's an abuse of the Constitution. Whatever law you are making, one must be in line with the constitutional provision for fundamental right for fair hearing. So now, the law did not go further in this section 78. It did not go to specify the requirements and the procedures, the audit processes that must go through. Who should recommend to the president? Under what condition can that happen? It means if I'm in competition with you, and perhaps the president says you don't pay tax when you are liable to billions. How can we be talking of all the royalties, everything coming, and you are even in foreign currency, and you are saying the president can say somebody should not pay tax if and is subject to approval by National Assembly, and you know the way the National Assembly does their approvals. You will just come and bow and go. This time you may not even be allowed to come in As you are coming, they will say just
go
from the gate.
You've done well.
They will make a and they'll just send you. You go, you turn back, turn and go. From bow and go, we get to turn and go. That's what this thing will lead to. Because if this type of law can be passed in this country, and they forgot there is cross comparison of fiscal legislations. They've forgotten that. They've forgotten that this law have subjugated the monetary authority 100% to the fiscal authority. We're talking of recapitalization of banks from next year. We're introducing that. It's also coming up with this new tax law, and people are already having a perception that their banking transactions may be jeopardized. Because the power of this train actually relates to your bank account being torpedoed. That is the truth. These powers of investigation with the extensive provision of special purpose tax officers who have powers of a police officer. Remember, a police officer can get to a bank and issue an order.
Without waiting for a court?
Yes, that your account is under investigation. They will block your account. The timing is wrong. It may be subject to misinterpretation. It may be subject to misinterpretation in view of where we're entering in 2026. It is an election year. You cannot create such a scenario and you want everybody to believe that, it is not, it cannot be related to something. Just like when the currency was being changed during the last election. All our funds were seized and all that. You cannot provide a formal, seemingly legal way of stupefying the free flow of resources to the common man in on the street who have labored to buy orange, suffer through. So that is an issue. It could be an honest provision, but it is dangerous. It's not supposed to be there. I mean, our laws are being checked by others too. We engage in analysis, we engage in cross-country comparison, and you make yourself look like a laughing stock. I was at a session somewhere in Boston in August, and we're reviewing the global tax economic history of countries, just the history of taxation, to see how taxation has helped development. The findings were horrible. More developments were recorded in countries that seemingly do not emphasize this issue of come and pay, because the come and pay people put the thing in their pockets, especially in developing countries.
Very quickly, Prof, my producer has given me a signal. There are some provisions of this law that will also be effective from January. Let me just take one that bothers me, and that is the 5% hydrocarbon tax. 5% on petrol, on diesel, on aviation fuel, on industrial oils, but not on kerosene, domestic kerosene, not on CNG and LPG. Nigeria's transport system, vehicular motor transport system, is still heavily dependent on diesel and petrol. With additional 5% tax on it, the industrial oils, industries are folding because they say cost of business is high. You put extra 5% tax on it. The airlines, Nigerian air travelers are already complaining of cost of flight tickets, and they put 5% tax on aviation fuel. In economic terms, what economic outlook can this mean from January?
Yeah, it's just like most other issues around what we're expecting. The manner and the content of this law have generated a lot of tensions. Most people are tensed up, and people are just waiting to say, okay, let the January come, let us see what it looks like. But for me, those nitty-gritty details of percentages are usually not object of law specifications.
So.
They're operational issues, which the minister, the dynamics of the environment can even
and
Trump
can even adjust.
Even Trump changes. You see how many times he has changed his tariffs here and there, eventually. So it's not supposed to be a provision of law that will now require you coming to amend the law
for it to have
for a
effect.
redress. There could be some redress that we will require in 2 days if it is purely policy level at the threshold of the minister and all that. You can always issue directive on. So those percentages makes little or no sense.
Being part of law.
Being part of law.
But they are part of law.
They are now part of law now. They are supposed to, the law is supposed to have macro provisions for which the details, the exact operational details will derive from the law, so that the action will be subject to legal interpretation. That is how you link up the three arms of government. But by the time you say this and that should be 15%, so whatever I do 15% on, it's already legal, without looking at the substance of how we came to that. So that is the question with that. The idea is to get more money and all that for the government, but as you can see, it's obviously going to lead to higher costs, which the Lafarge curve have already explained. It's a French economist, Philippe Lafarge, that at a point when you keep on increasing the tax rates, it will be rising. When it gets to the peak, it goes negative. It must hit the zero vertex and go to negative range. So by the time you over militarize tax collection and revenue generation, eventually you may be worse off. That is what the experience of history have shown. That when you over militarize collection, when you are so aggressive on collecting without the quality of what you have collected before, without also matching it to the quality of life and well-being of the citizens, you will misfire. Because what are you basing tax on? Is it not an economic activity? Businesses are folding up, no jobs are not there, people cannot move freely. The farmers, I used to know a very big farm, 70% of our earlier farming capacity have gone down, zero. Now the importation that was done have further destroyed all the effort of the farmers. They can't make any profit out of it. So what tax are you talking about? And it is the agri sector that provides the real input for industry. And that is why, if you look around our state governors, nobody is talking of industrialization. Nobody is talking of production. Government is telling you that their business is not to do business. But so their business is to collect money from business. We do business. Do business so that I have a feel of what it looks like. Most jurisdictions are engaging in businesses. British Airways, go to all these same countries. The Chinese, most of these construction firms and all this then are owned by government. Why can't we have a hybrid so that if you who is awarding contracts,
you know the pain of it,
you come and have a small pain so that you can understand what we're talking about. Paying tax from where? Where would the money come from? The prices are skyrocketing. The NEPA utilities are charging all kinds of things and you must pay. You spend an average of 20,000 in 4 days under band A, for which you have no control. People are paying through their nose.
And the income is not coming in that way.
It's not coming in. Then you spend a hell on security. As it is now, security is purely a private matter. You have to pay for your security. Now, that is the point we're making. Now, it doesn't mean that the 11,170 policemen that were withdrawn from VIPs will be deployed into FIRS as special purpose officers. Yes. And when that happens, you can imagine what Nigerians will see.
Well, if I allow Prof, there's so much more to talk about this new tax law. January 1, 2026, is it the coming of doomsday, Armageddon? Or can we listen to the government that says, not to worry, it is in fact the coming of boomsday, because the tax is going to create so much wealth that the government will be enabled to meet its obligations to the people. But are you obliged to the debt? Well, I don't want to quote Charles Dickens this morning because I've asked questions. But, hello, Mr. Government. Charles Dickens says, ask no questions and you'll be told no lies. But I've asked Prof questions, and January 1 doesn't seem to have a lot of sunshine in it. But let's see. Let us see. All I can do is to thank Prof. Prof, thank you very much for coming to the program.
Thank you very much.
Well, this conversation is serious. I'm sure there'll be more episodes on this tax matter because the other Northern Elders Forum or the Ariwa Consultative Forum is raising issues about the Memorandum of Understanding between the Federal Inland Revenue Service, as it is now, and the French tax authorities. And from what Prof has said this morning, the history of taxation in France is not one to be emulated. We don't want no riots, as Americans will say it here. We want harmony. We want development. We want peace. My name is Mwabo Zenjaku. For January on, get ready to pay your tax. And good morning.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam Chair, Deputy Secretary. Dear leaders, dear friends, and all those who can become our friends, because you want safety and peace just as much as we do. Today, no one but ourselves can guarantee security. Only strong alliances, only strong partners, and only our own weapons. The 21st century isn't much different from the past. If a nation wants peace, it still has to work on weapons. It's sick. But That's the reality, not international law, not cooperation. Weapons decide who survives. Excellencies, you know perfectly well international law doesn't work fully unless you have powerful friends who are truly willing to stand up for it. And even that doesn't work without weapons. It's terrible, but without it, things would be even worse. There are no security guarantees except friends and weapons. No Ukrainian choice this kind of reality. And knowing our people, they would have chosen a different priority. Ukrainians are peaceful people, but they are people who want to live freely in their own independent country. That's why we invest in defense. For many nations, there is simply no other way left. Nations can speak about their pain from stages like this, but even during bloodshed, there isn't a single international institution that can truly stop it. That's how weak these institutions have become. What can Sudan or Somalia or Palestine or any other people living through war really expect from the UN or the global system? For decades, just statements and statements. And even everything happening in Gaza remains without a way out. Even now, Syria, after all the changes, still has to appeal to the world to ease the sanctions that are choking its economy. It has to ask and wait. Syria deserves stronger support from the international community. And as Russia's war against my country goes on, people are still dying every week. Yet there is no ceasefire because Russia refuses. Russia abducted thousands of Ukrainian children, and we have brought some of them back. And I thank everyone who's helped. But how long will it take to bring all of them home? Childhood slips away faster than adults are able to help. Look at Israel. Nearly 2 years have passed and hostages still haven't been freed. They must be freed, but even that still hasn't happened. And for years, there have been no real answers to other threats, either chemical weapons and famine used as a weapon. Last year, at this assembly, I warned the world about the risk of radiation disasters, especially due to Russia's occupations of our Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the biggest in Europe, but nothing's changed. Nothing's. And yesterday, the plant went into blackout again, and Russia hasn't stopped shelling even in areas near a nuclear facility. And because of international institutions are too weak, this madness continues. Even being part of a long-standing military alliance doesn't automatically mean you are safe. Just recently, 19 simple Russian drones violated Polish airspace, and only 4 were shut down. Luckily, they were not shaheeds or even worse. Otherwise, the results would have been horrific. Estonia had to call a UN Security Council meeting for the first time in history because Russian fighter jets deliberately entered its airspace. Moldova is defending itself again from Russia's interference. We are helping Moldova, and Russia's trying to do to Moldova what Iran once did to Lebanon. And the global response, again, not enough. We have already lost Georgia in Europe. Human rights and the European nature of the state system are only shrinking there. Georgia is dependent on Russia. And for many, many years, Belarus has also been moving toward dependence on Russia. Europe cannot afford to lose Moldova too. It's important to remember how the world once ignored the need to help Georgia after Russia's attack and how the moment was missed with Belarus. How Moldova must not be lost. And for Europe, supporting Moldova's stability is not costly, but failing to do so will come at a much higher price. That's why the EU needs to help Moldova now with funding and energy support, not just words or political gestures. We must not forget about protecting the rights of people and the rights of nations in regions where these rights are under threat. The UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights must apply everywhere. But the Taliban in Afghanistan dragged a whole country back into the dark ages. Cartels in some Latin America countries are more powerful than the government there. This is all about collapse of international law and the weakness of the international institutions. And so it's about the rise of weapons. Weapons decide who survives. Excellencies, yesterday President Trump stood right here in this hall, and God saved him from a murder attempt during the campaign. A shot was fired from a rifle, and just a fraction of an inch saved his life. Just days ago, President, along with hundreds of thousands of Americans, honored the memory of Charlie Kirk. Sadly, his life was cut short by a bullet. Once again, violence with a rifle in hand. We also mourn the Ukrainian woman, Irina Zarutska. She was brutally killed with a knife here in America, the very country where she was seeking refuge from Russia's war. And almost every day when we open the news, we see headlines about violent attacks happening all around the world. Most of it is done with weapons. People are already used to, but weapons are evolving faster than our ability to defend ourselves. Now, there are tens of thousands of people who know how to professionally kill using drones. Stopping that kind of attack is harder than stopping any gun, knife, or bomb. This is what Russia has brought with its war. It used to be that only the strongest countries could use drones because they were expensive and complex. Now, even simple drones can fly thousands of kilometers. War tech doesn't care about geography anymore. It's now reshaping it. Just recently, airports in Europe had to shut down because of drones. Authorities couldn't even say what kind of drones they were, who sent them, or from where. Last week, North Korea announced the test of a tactical strike drone. That means even countries with limited resources can now build weapons that are dangerous to their neighbors. Ukraine and nations like Saudi Arabia know all too well how dangerous Iranian attack drones are. But what happens when all the types of drones become available, even to small terrorist groups or cartels? The world moves too slowly to protect itself, and weapons move fast. Now companies are already working on drones that can shoot down other drones, and it's only a matter of time, not much, before drones are fighting drones, attacking critical infrastructure, and targeting people all by themselves, fully autonomous, and no human involved, except the few who control AI systems. Dear leaders, we are now living through the most destructive arms race in human history, because this time includes artificial intelligence. And if there are no real security guarantees except friends and weapons, and if the world can't respond even to old threats, and if there is no strong platform for international security, will there be any place left on Earth that's still safe for people? We need global rules now for how AI can be used in weapons, and this is just as urgent as preventing the spread of nuclear weapons. We need to restore international cooperation, real working cooperation for peace and for security. A few years from now might already be too late. 10 years ago, war looked different, and no one imagined that cheap drones could create dead zones, areas stretching for dozens of kilometers where nothing moves, no vehicles, no life. People used to imagine that only after a nuclear strike. Now it's drawn reality. Mass-produced, simple drones, and without AI yet. Ukraine doesn't have the big fat missiles dictators love to show off in parades, but we do have drones that can fly up to 2,000-3,000 kilometers. We had no choice but to build them to protect our right to life. Control over the sea used to depend on having a big navy. Ukraine doesn't have a big fleet, but we succeeded. In the Black Sea, we pushed what's left of the Russian navy into remote base. And we did it with sea drones. That's how we protect our ports and maritime trade routes, because Russia has left us no other choice. And our spiderweb operation, when cheap drones destroyed or damaged dozens of expensive Russian strategic bombers, became a real example for special forces around the world of what new weapons can do to old systems. These very Russian bombers attacked our cities. And none of this would have happened if Putin had not started this full-scale aggression, full-scale war. And every year that this war goes on, weapons become even more deadly. And only Russia deserves to be blamed for this. Dear leaders, to protect lives, Ukraine builds underground schools and underground hospitals. To protect lives, we have to spend more on protecting power stations from drone and missile attacks than on building sports facilities or cultural infrastructure. Ukrainian farmers are learning how to protect their equipment from Russia's FPV drone strikes, and for them, that challenge is far greater than climate change. Russia's war has put us in this situation, but do you have protection against similar threats? The facts are simple. Stopping this war now, and with it, the global arms race, is cheaper than building underground kindergartens or massive bunkers for critical infrastructure later. Stopping Putin now is cheaper than trying to protect every port and every ship from terrorists with sea drones. Stopping Russia now is cheaper than wondering who will be the first to create a simple drone carrying a nuclear warhead. So we must use everything we have together to force the aggressor to stop. And only then do we have a real chance that this arms race will not end in catastrophe for all of us. If it takes weapons to do it, if it takes pressure on Russia, then it must be done. And it must be done now. Otherwise, Putin will keep driving the war forward wider and deeper. And we told you before, Ukraine is only the first, and now Russian drones are already flying across Europe, and Russian operations are already spreading across countries, and Putin wants to continue this war by expanding it, and no one can feel safe right now. So first, we are now building a new security architecture for ourselves. More than 30 countries are already part of our coalition, and we are strengthening army, launching joint weapons production with partners, and defining financial commitments for defense in a way that could become a security model for any other nation. If security guarantees work for Ukraine, something more than just friends and weapons, it will mean that people were able to make national security not a privilege for a few nations, but a right for everyone. Second, we are ready to make our modern weapons become your modern security, your modern weapon. And we have decided to open up arms exports. And these are powerful systems tested in a real war when every international institution failed. And we are also ready to grow our defense production together with strong partners so that their protection is modern and reliable. You don't need to start this race from scratch. We're ready to share what has already proven itself in real defense. And third, many in the world are still relaxed. Still. But look at how many countries are here at this General Assembly, countries that are at war, or just came out of war, or are trying to stop one, or openly getting ready for one. War has already reached too many people to pretend it has nothing to do with you. So it depends on you. Whether you help peace or continue trading with Russia and helping Russia to fund this war, it depends on you. Whether prisoners of war will be freed, whether abducted children will come home, whether hostages will be free. It depends on you what will define existence, war like now, or our joint strong actions as it should be. Yesterday we had a good meeting with President Trump, and I also spoke with many other strong leaders, and together we can change a lot. Of course, we are doing everything to make sure Europe truly helps. And of course, we count on the United States. I appreciate the support we are receiving. Yes, much depends on the G7 and G20, but in the end, peace depends on all of us, on the United Nations. So don't stay silent while Russia keeps dragging this war on. Please speak out and condemn it. Please join us in defending life and international law and order. People are waiting for action. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Dike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly to lead this historic 80th session of the General Assembly. I thank her predecessor, His Excellency Philemon Yang, for his distinguished leadership during the 79th session. I commend the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his steadfast commitment to the ideas of the United Nations during these increasingly turbulent times. Madam President, it's both an honor and a solemn responsibility to address this Assembly on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. This Assembly is not just ceremonial. It is a call for the world's conscience to act with unity, determination, and vision. Our theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, both celebrates and summons. It reminds us that cooperation delivers progress. It also demands that we reimagine multilateralism so that peace, dignity, and equality are not promises on paper, but realities in the lives of people. This anniversary is not a time for complacency, but for courageous renewal. Today, we face deepening inequalities, climate crises, geopolitical fragmentation, technological disruptions, and entrenched conflict. No nation can meet these challenges alone. We need bold multilateralism and a united nations that is not only reformed, but reinvigorated. The UN must be more than a meeting place. It must be a working place for people, for peace, and for our planet. Madam President, Sierra Leone is a small state that has relied heavily on the United Nations chapter and our helps to uphold it. We speak with independence and conviction because we have lived the cost of its absence. I also serve as chair of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government and coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government on Security Council Reform, C10. For both myself and the people of Sierra Leone, these roles are not just titles, they are responsibilities. They reflect Sierra Leone's conviction that principled multilateralism is the surest defense of law, equity, and peace. Since 1945, the Charter's promise of sovereign equality, non-aggression, and human dignity have been the bedrock of small states like ours. In 1961, when Sierra Leone first addressed this assembly, our founding Prime Minister, Sir Milton Magai, pledged that our voice would be independent and principled, guided not by bitterness, but by conviction. That pledge remains our compass. We stand for justice and equality. We uphold the rights of all people to self-determination. We speak truth. We speak truth to power and act in defense of humanity and the rule of law. Small states are not inherently small. Our sovereignty is equal and our responsibilities are the same. Leadership is not the loudest voice in the room. It is the clearest voice for justice. Madam President, our current term on the UN Security Council has deepened these convictions. Guided by the Charter, we have championed peace through dialogue, upheld international law, and promoted prevention as the first duty of collective security. We have supported efforts to stabilize Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, de-escalated tensions in the Middle East, and supported political transition in Lebanon and Syria for peace and stability. We have also seen the Security Council's limits, its paralysis in the face of grave human suffering. Nowhere has this failure been heart-wrenching than in Gaza. A preventable genocide was not prevented. Mass starvation that could have been avoided was not avoided. A broadly supported two-state solution has been obstructed by division and inaction. We therefore welcome all member states that have recently announced their long overdue recognition of the State of Palestine. Yet, much more remains to be done. We must bring an end to the war and ensure the release of all hostages and prisoners. Sierra Leone has not wavered. We have spoken with independence, voted with principle, and pressed for urgent action to end atrocities and revive hope. We say again, cease fire now in Gaza. Cease fire now in Sudan. Cease fire now in Ukraine. These These are not just slogans. They are calls to conscience, calls to action. In fact, they are echoes of the UN's founding pledge to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. A veto should never be a verdict against humanity. Madam President, across the world, the UN's authority and legitimacy are being tested. Selective adherence to international law, disregard for Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, deprivation of funding, attacks on peacekeepers and humanitarian workers, disinformation that corrodes trust, and over-reliance on unilateral action. For countries like Sierra Leone, this is not an abstract debate. We know what a working United Nations means. At our darkest hour, during one of the most brutal civil wars in modern history, the UN stood by our side. The United Nations missions in Sierra Leone, UNAMSI, one of the largest peacekeeping operations of its time, helped disarm over 75,000 combatants, restore civilian governance, support democratic elections. The Special Court for Sierra Leone and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, both backed by the United Nations, ensured justice and reconciliation. When the United Nations Integrated Peacebuilding Office in Sierra Leone closed in 2014, it signaled something rare in our world: a successful transition from war to peace. We saw blue helmets on our streets. We saw ballot papers returned to citizens' hands. We saw our nation breathe again. When the UN works, lives are saved. When it fails, lives are lost. We must ensure the UN delivers for all. And to do so, we must respect and implement UN decisions. Protect those who serve under the United Nations flag. Invest in prevention and peace building. And reform the Security Council so its authority and legitimacy match today's world. The United Nations cannot protect vulnerable people if it cannot protect its own authority. As a nation, Sierra Leone does its part and contributes troops to peacekeeping missions. We serve as elected Security Council member and offer our experience in peace building to the world. Sierra Leone's story is proof that multilateral solidarity works when it is grounded in trust, mutual respect, and genuine investment in national ownership. Madam President, peace is inseparable from development. In Sierra Leone, our medium-term national development aligned with the SDGs and the African Union's Agenda 2063 prioritizes people-centered growth. We are transforming our agricultural sector to ensure food security. We are investing in a digital economy that fosters inclusion and innovation. We are deepening investment in human capital development through free quality education and in healthcare, particularly maternal and child health. We are expanding renewable energy to support industrialization and climate resilience. Climate change is an existential threat to Sierra Leone. Our greenhouse gas emissions are negligible, yet our people and our wide coast bears the cost through erosion, flooding, and pressure on food systems and fisheries. We have mainstreamed climate adaptation and strengthened disaster preparedness. In fulfillment of the commitment made at the Third United Nations Oceans Conference, Sierra Leone has ratified the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, BBNG. As the 60th state to deposit its instrument of ratification, Sierra Leone is proud of the collective endeavor to trigger the entry into force of the BBNG Treaty, a historic milestone for multilateralism and the collective stewardship of our ocean commons. We urge all countries to do the same, so the high seas and areas are governed by common good. Climate justice is not charity. It is a legal and moral responsibility. If the poorest are left to pay the highest climate price, there is no justice. Developed nations must honor their commitments, $100 billion per year in climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. We welcome the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change, affirming states' obligation to prevent environmental harm and to protect future generations. In that spirit, Sierra Leone is proud to present the candidature of Professor Dr. Charles Cherno Jallo to the International Court of Justice, a distinguished jurist and tireless advocate for the rule of law. We respectfully solicit the support of all member states in the November 12 elections this year. Madam President, as chair of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, I proudly note our community's 50th anniversary. For 5 decades, ECOWAS has embodied regional integration and collective security, often acting decisively when others hesitated. ECOWAS moved early in Sierra Leone's peace process before and alongside the UN to end our civil war. It has done so in Liberia, the Gambia, and elsewhere to defend democracy and stabilize the region. These are African solutions to African challenges, open to global partnerships anchored in regional legitimacy and trust. Partnership with Africa must move from promise to practice. As chair of the ECOWAS Authority, I recently embarked on a regional tour, including a second visit to Burkina Faso in 2 years. This was to demonstrate solidarity and build trust between ECOWAS member states and the Alliance of Sahelian States. I commend the leadership of Burkina Faso for its willingness to engage and I look forward to continued dialogue with the leadership of both Mali and Niger. In my role as chair of the ECOWAS Authority, I have placed emphasis on advancing and safeguarding democratic governance with a strong commitment to upholding constitutional order and reflecting the people's will. Countering terrorism and strengthening our regional security architecture, including operationalizing the ECOWAS standby force and implementing counterterrorism strategies. Enhancing economic integration by promoting trade, liberalization, developing cross-border infrastructure, and advancing towards a common ECOWAS currency. Strengthening the credibility of institutions through reforms that promote transparency, efficiency, and service focused on citizens. We urge the United Nations to deepen its partnership with ECOWAS and other African regional mechanisms in the spirit of Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter. Africa is not a problem to be solved. Africa is a partner to be empowered. Madam President, during Sierra Leone's tenure as elected member of the Security Council 2024-2025, we have highlighted the urgent security challenges in West Africa and the Sahel, where terrorism and violent extremism transcends borders and destabilize the entire region. However, Africa's lack of permanent representation continue to hinder the Council's ability to act decisively and contextually. We have advocated for a comprehensive approach to counterterrorism in the Sahel, linking security with development, governance reforms, and regional cooperation, and strengthening the UN-AU-ECOWAS partnership. Too often, however, the Council's response has been hindered by narrow geopolitical interests, delaying action that could have saved lives. Our experience confirms a clear truth. Lasting peace requires inclusivity, ownership, and legitimacy. The Council's structural imbalance undermines its credibility and must be addressed to ensure the safeguarding of collective security. Madam President, in my capacity as coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on Security Council reforms, I speak on behalf of a continent still excluded from the permanent representation on the Council. Africa, home to 1.4 billion people and the largest regional bloc in the United Nations, still has no permanent seat. This is unjust and untenable. It undermines the credibility of the Council and the legitimacy of its decisions. The common African position expressed in the ENUGU Consensus and SAT Declaration calls for at least 2 permanent seats for Africa with full rights and prerogatives, including the veto, if retained, and 2 additional non-permanent seats. This is not a request. It is a demand for equity. It is a test of UN's commitment to fairness and its own charter. During our Security Council presidency in August last year, we gave this issue unprecedented prominence. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and the 20th anniversary of the ENUGU Consensus and SAT Declaration, let this be the moment that the international community answers Africa's call. Let us not pass on to the next generation a Security Council reform that fails to reflect the world as it is today. Madam President, the United Nations at 80 must look forward. Sierra Leone stands ready, committed to principled multilateralism, to speaking with independence and conviction, and to working for justice, solidarity, and the dignity of all peoples. Let this anniversary be a turning point, measured not in the many speeches we make here, but service, not in declarations, but in delivery. Let us build a United Nations more representative, more responsive, and more resilient. The world does not need a louder United Nations. It requires a braver United Nations. Now is the time to make the United Nations work for all. Together, let us forge a future of peace, shared prosperity, and human dignity. For in unity, we are not only better, we are stronger. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export.
We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand
the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finish the game.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU government tightens quality control in construction sector. Abia government allays fears of keke riders over introduction of electric buses. Analysts say Trump's potential push on cannabis likely to fall short of legalization. Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua hit the pads ahead of controversial heavyweight clash. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Enugu state government has called for a radical improvement in the testing, supervision and regulation of construction materials to combat the growing menace of substandard structures and restore public confidence in infrastructure development. The call came during a one-day stakeholders workshop organized by the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure in Enugu. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam saw it all.
The Enugu state government has reaffirmed its commitment to building durable and long-lasting public infrastructure through strict quality assurance of construction materials. The one-day stakeholders workshop on quality assurance of construction materials held at the International Conference Center brought together engineers, contractors, estate and housing developers, agents and residents for in-depth discussion on how to raise the standard in construction across the states.
To know if this material is standard or not. Even if you go through as now, when a building collapse, we have a way of knowing that the quality of concrete you use is good or bad. You look at it, it's fine, and you just go, wow, your face is just same. Did you look at what is under? Why don't you check the asphalt? What is the quality of asphalt? What is the penetration you can get? What is the resistance you get from the asphalt? Is it from the beauty of the plant and the color that deceives us? How do we know that this iceberg meet up the standard? We need equipment to test them.
The workshop was aimed at tackling the pervasive use of substandard building materials, which has contributed significantly to structural failures nationwide. Studies show that poor quality construction materials and weak regulation and oversight are responsible for the high incidence of building collapses and infrastructure deficits. Speaking at the event, Governor Peter Mba, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, emphasized that no sector can thrive on weak structures and poor materials. He emphasized that durability, safety, and value for money must guide public works across ENUGU State.
From inception, His Excellency made it very clear to the ENUGU that they will pursue infrastructure for visibility, but not just visibility alone, but for impact, for durability, and for long-term economic value, which is mostly what Professor Duden had talked about, even in his example about the 2 seasons of building and checking the quality of infrastructure. This philosophy is evident in the scale and in the ambition of the state's flagship initiatives, including the rollout of our smart, technologically enabled green schools across all our 260 wards, the development of our world-class Tier 2 healthcare facilities, the expansion and rehabilitation of our strategic road workshop, the investment in industrial, logistic, and urban renewal infrastructure that is ongoing. These projects are not isolated undertakings. They form part of our deliberate strategy to reposition ENUGU State as the preferred destination for investment, innovation, and human capital development.
The Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Benjamin Oko, said the workshop reflects a collective resolve by the state government to strengthen standards and promote regulatory compliance. This, he said, will enhance the overall quality of construction materials used in the development of the expanding infrastructure landscape in ENUGU State.
This workshop reflects our collective resolve to strengthen standards, promote regulatory compliance, and enhance the quality of construction materials used across the state. By improving our systems of testing, supervision, and regulation, we guarantee the longevity of our public infrastructure and reinforce the trust of our people in the development vision of this administration.
The keynote speaker, the Director General of the Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, Professor Samson Duna, highlighted the need for robust material testing laboratories and certification policies for contractors. He also called for the stronger media awareness campaigns to educate the public on the importance of building standards.
It's a workshop geared towards creating awareness on the relevance and importance of using standard construction material in the construction of infrastructure. I've been as the keynote speaker and I've made presentation, and my presentation centered on all the different materials we use for construction and the effect of using the ones that do not meet up standard and the ones that meet up the standard. So basically, what we are doing today in today's workshop is to create awareness, one, to the people selling the material, construction material. Two, to create awareness in the people going to buy the construction material. Three is to create awareness to the people using the construction material and to look at the effect of not using the construction material. If you don't use a material that is standard, what will happen to the infrastructure? So basically, in all the presentation we did, we discovered that the keynote, the standard, the backbone of durability of our infrastructure to last long is to use material that is standard.
Experts at the event identified critical gaps in material testing, supervision, and enforcement in various parts of Nigeria that have contributed to premature infrastructure failures and tragic building collapses. The workshop signals a growing recognition that safe, sustainable infrastructure begins with quality materials, firm regulations, and informed stakeholders. This will no doubt ensure safer building, stronger roads, and increased public trust in government's development agenda. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
The Enugu State Governor, Peter Mbah, has sworn in 13 new permanent secretaries for key ministries and agencies. The governor charged the appointees to uphold excellence, diligence, and the administration's vision of effective service delivery. Correspondent Chinemere Ikebunam has the reports.
Enugu State Government has officially sworn in 13 permanent secretaries for various ministries and departments across the state. The swearing-in ceremony, which took place at the Government House in Enugu, was presided over by Governor Peter Mbah, who reminded the appointees of the enormous responsibility placed on their shoulders. Governor Mbah charged them to serve with integrity and professionalism and to adhere to the governance guide designed to align public service operations with the vision and goals of the administration.
It's also to remind you that the honeymoon is over, because as they say, he who much is given, much is expected. And as we all know, the reward of success, the reward of hard work, it's more work. As permanent secretaries, you are largely the engine room of government, right? You are the repository of institutional memory and knowledge.
The governor emphasized his administration remains committed to delivering on its development mantra, noting that Enugu State has recorded significant progress that has positioned it as a growing attraction, both nationally and internationally. He urged the permanent secretaries to work collectively towards sustaining the gains while driving excellence and efficiency in their respective ministries.
There are programs and reforms that we want to institutionalize. We want to outlive us. And the people that will champion that will be yourselves. So we expect you as the leaders in your various ministries, chief accounting officers in your various ministries, to at the minimum not just be a beginner in ICT, but a middle to an advanced level ICT person. The reforms going on, as I did mention, are across all sectors.
Speaking on behalf of the newly sworn-in permanent secretaries, the Solicitor General and Permanent Secretary Ikechukwu Ezenwukwa expressed gratitude to Governor Mbah for finding them worthy of the appointment and entrusting them with leadership roles in the state's public service. He assured that they would discharge their responsibilities with dedication and professionalism.
We express our profound gratitude for this opportunity given to us to serve the people of Enugu State under your administration. Your Excellency, we are not unmindful of the gains that this administration has made in the area of revenue generation and infrastructural development. And Your Excellency, we pledge to add value to this already achieved success of this administration. Your Excellency, we are not ungrateful. We are very happy on behalf of our family too. We express their happiness today for seeing us being sworn today as permanent secretaries. Your Excellency, sir, we once more thank you for this opportunity. We thank you very much.
The ceremony concluded with a group photograph led by Governor Peter Mba, who also took time to pose for individual photographs with each of the permanent secretaries. With the swearing in of the new permanent secretaries, the ENUGU state government reaffirms its commitment to strengthening governance structures and delivering efficient, people-centered public service across all sectors. From the Government House, ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signaturetv News.
Abia State government is set to roll out the first batch of 20 units of the state's electric buses under its mass transit scheme. The Commissioner for Information, Oke Kanu, who disclosed this at Government House, Umuahia, while briefing journalists on outcome of this week's State Executive Council meeting, chaired by Governor Alex Oti, said the first 20 units of the electric buses arrived the state sometime in November. According to Kanu, the 40-seater capacity electric buses were specifically built for transportation within Abia State. The information boss also disclosed that the governor has agreed to the Abia State Startup Law, a legal document that enables the state to establish a framework to foster innovation, develop tech-enabled startups, nurture digital talent, and position Abia as a leading tech hub across the country.
Has been established, and where are the locations, so we will be able to know where the service stations are.
Yes, thank you. You see, what makes business run 24 hours in any state or city is not only transport. Of course, if we have to, if we're following up our governance find out that one, the essence of making sure that civil servants are paid is to make sure there is money in their hands. You know, businesses run when there is demand and supply, right? If we have money, we'll be able to buy things, right? You can see even now, before we came here, we find out that nightlife was totally dead. Now you can see that it's started right. Another thing is the light. Lighting up Abia is one of the strategy to make sure that we have nightlife businesses throughout, right? For transport, yes, we will do that, but get something very good. We are not introducing this to take away businesses from the private people. What government is doing is to de-risk the business. We set the pace and allow private investors or individuals to come into it. And these are the people who actually can boost night operations or night businesses, right? Of course, I won't be here promising you that we're going to run the buses 24 hours. Have you also forgotten it's an electric bus? Right? So that if it's necessary for us to do that, we can do that. And we've given a leeway for other private transporters to also use.
They go to sleep when we go to sleep. That's the only thing. If people, those private people you're talking about
security one, there are several parameters that keep life going or businesses going 24 hours. It's not only transport. Transport is one of it, yes. We'll do everything possible and we'll set the pace also to give room for private investors to come in. That will aid also in that. Two, you asked about the bank. Yeah, if you when last did you go there?
That was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, go there now. Find out they are working day and night, 24 hours, to make sure they deliver. Of course, they still promise us by the end of this year that place will be. They are really working tirelessly and assiduously to make sure that place is in place on us by the end of this year.
Speaking also, the Commissioner for Transport, Chimezie Ukegbu, said the first phase of the electric buses would provide free rides to commuters during this Yuletide, with its charging stations installed at the International Conference Center, Umuahia, in the interim.
Like you did mention, these 40-seater buses. So these are not actually the buses that can maneuver through the streets and to do what you're actually talking about. But this is just one level of the problem the government has decided to solve. Okay, states do have their official taxes. So while we are, solving this problem, of course, the government is thinking through its, policies, thinking through the measures that require, to be taken to ensure that the people actually, get to enjoy the services you are talking about. Because it's important that once people come into a city, we'll be able to have taxis or whatever, as a means of transportation. But then, the most important thing is what the government is doing, both in the area of infrastructure, the security, opening up the state capital. If you look at what is happening at the Seagate used to be very chaotic. But look at how the government has been able to restore some level of sanity there. So with the markets being built at Afara here, by the time we relocate this place, remove all the shanties, the shops, and close the market and the rest of them, we would have succeeded in opening the city to a great extent. And by the time the bus terminal takes up, the fundamental problem will be solved. What is it? We will now have private investors who will now come in, who will buy taxis. If you go to Owerri, for example, you have boats, you have Uber now, you have so government doesn't even bother itself talking about providing taxis because you can just do this. But if you look at how the Umuahia environment is, so if you decide to go into that business, if you have decided to go into that project, and you will not be able to do anything. But by the time the government completes what it is doing here, it will be easy for boats to come into this place, for it to take off. And people, because you now have places to, the roads are moderate, you have access, you can now, so that is the direction we are going with what we're doing in infrastructure, light up area, security measures, and the rest of them. So I think that will take care of the problem. Okay.
The Abia State government has assured members of the Abia State Tricycle Operators Union that the introduction of electric buses in the state will not displace them, but will instead complement existing transport services. The Commissioner for Transport, Chimezie Ukebu, gave the assurance on Tuesday at the Aba Town Hall during the 2025 Astopu Reward and Empowerment Ceremony. He said that tricycle operators would continue their operations, acknowledging their contributions to the state's internally generated revenue, and them, particularly those in Aba, for their support to the state government. The Commissioner assured that his ministry, in collaboration with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Transportation, would continue to protect the interests of tricycle operators, while calling on executives to sustain their visionary leadership. The Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Transportation, Obioma Nwobe, said tricycle operators are already benefiting from the state government's ongoing infrastructure development. Chairman of Abia Tricycle Operators, Victor Azubike, said the ceremony was organized to reward 164 tricycle operators who returned forgotten items to the union for retrieval by their rightful owners, describing the initiative as part of efforts to promote discipline and good conduct within the union. A former president of the Trade Union Congress and energy expert, Peter Esele, says the Dangote refinery is under threat from industry regulators who are out to undermine his business. Esele made the remarks while reacting to the ongoing dispute between Dangote and the managing director of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed. He noted that Dangote's concern centers on the issuance of multiple fuel import licenses, which he says poses a threat to the refinery's operations, which he said needs to be thoroughly investigated. Esele emphasized that public officers must be held accountable and their sources of income made transparent. He said investigations by relevant agencies, including the ICPC, would help strengthen public trust and ensure accountability. Meanwhile, the chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, has denied issuing any statement in response to allegations made against him by the president of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Ahmed, in a brief statement on Wednesday, said that he did not authorize the statement currently circulating on social media, describing it as false. The denial follows comments made by Dangote during a press briefing at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery in Lekki, Lagos, where he called for a full investigation into Ahmed's source of funds and urged him to appear before the Code of Conduct Tribunal to give a public explanation. Dangote also petitioned the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, alleging that the regulator's actions could amount to economic sabotage and negatively affect investor confidence. Ahmed said he was aware of the allegations against him and his family, but had chosen not to engage in public exchanges, and said he welcomed the ICPC investigation, which will provide him an opportunity to objectively review the claims and clear his name. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana says the Nigerian constitution does not expressly grant the president the power to take over or temporarily displace the executive or legislative arms of government in any state. Falana was reacting to the recent Supreme Court judgment, which reaffirmed the president's constitutional authority to declare a state of emergency in any state facing threats to public safety or governance. He noted that unlike the constitutions of countries such as India and Pakistan, Nigeria's constitution does not clearly spell out the extent of powers the president can exercise during a state of emergency. According to Falana, while the Supreme Court confirmed the president's rights to adopt extraordinary measures, including deploying security forces to restore law and order, the judgment did not clearly define whether such powers extend to suspending or taking over state institutions. He observed that much of the controversy surrounding the ruling stems from differing interpretations, stressing that Section 305 of the Constitution fails to explicitly outline the limits of presidential authority during a state of emergency. The Benue State government has ordered political appointees with plans to run for elective positions to officially make their intentions known and vacate their offices. The statement, which was endorsed by the Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Sam Ode, comes amid heightened political maneuvering and increasing indications of interest for various elective offices ahead of the 2027 polls. The statement enjoined all affected appointees to forward written notices declaring the offices they intend to contest, together with their resignation letters, to the office of the Deputy Governor by Thursday, the December 18th of this month. According to the statement, all documents received will be forwarded to Governor Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Alia for review and further action as deemed necessary. The administration explained that the directive is designed to promote discipline, openness, and sustained pursuit of government policies and development objectives. The representative of Okigwe South Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Chike Okafor, has called for caution following calls for the disbandment of the Imo State Police Command's anti-kidnapping unit, popularly known as Tiger Base. In a statement, Okafor also criticized the mounting attacks on social and traditional media, pressuring authorities to dissolve the unit, accusing opposition elements of orchestrating a sustained media trial against the security outfit. He argued that disbanding Tiger Base would be unfair, likening it to punishing the entire unit for the actions of a few. The lawmaker also rejected attempts to implicate Governor Hope Uzodimma in the alleged misconduct, saying the governor had shown leadership by mobilizing federal and state security agencies to maintain order. 3 nominees, Lateef Are, Aminu Dalhatu, and Emmanuel Oke, have been confirmed by the Nigerian Senate as non-career ambassadors. Their confirmation followed the presentation of a report by the chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Sani Bello, who said that they met all the requirements during their screening.
The committee therefore recommends as follows. 1, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Lateef Kayode Kolawole Are as appointment as a non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 2, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Aminu Muhammad Dalhatu for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And finally, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Emmanuel Ayodele Oke, CFR, for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We so move.
Coming up next is business news.
The federal government has said it will pursue a more aggressive revenue mobilization strategy to slow Nigeria's rising debt profile, which currently stands at over 152 trillion naira. This was outlined in the medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper presented as a guide for government spending and borrowing in the coming years. According to the document, the government plans to expand the tax base, strengthen compliance, and digitize revenue collection across ministries, departments, and agencies. Figures in the document indicate that Nigeria's debt-to-GDP ratio stood at about 40%, while debt servicing accounted for over 60% of federally retained revenue in recent years. The framework also projected gradual reductions in borrowing through increased non-oil revenue, cost savings, and tighter expenditure controls. The government said it would expand the tax base, improve compliance, and deploy digital systems to reduce revenue leakages across ministries, departments, and agencies. Nigeria's inflation rate eased to 14.45% in November, according to the latest figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The figure represented a decline from the previous month and was driven largely by a slowdown in food inflation, which remains the biggest contributor to headline inflation. NBS data showed that food inflation, though still elevated, recorded a slower month-on-month increase, while core inflation, which excludes farm produce, also moderated. Urban inflation remained higher than rural inflation, reflecting rising transportation, housing, and energy costs in major cities. Despite the easing of the inflation, year-on-year price increases remain significant, indicating that household purchasing power continues to be under pressure. The Federation Accounts Allocation Committee shared less than 2 trillion naira among the federal, state, and local governments in November. The decline was attributed to reduced oil revenue, lower company income tax collections, and fluctuations in other major revenue lines. Data from the committee showed that statutory allocations and derivation funds were distributed across the 3 tiers of government, but overall receipt fell compared with previous months. Oil revenue continued to be affected by production challenges and global price movements, while non-oil revenue also underperformed projections. The lower allocation has raised concerns about fiscal pressure on sub-national governments, many of which rely heavily on monthly FAAC disbursements. The chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, clarified that only taxable Nigerians would be required to obtain a tax identification number, TIN, and that students and dependents without income were exempt from the requirement. Oyedele, speaking during a media engagement in Abuja, dismissed social media claims suggesting that all bank account holders would need a tax ID to operate accounts before January 2026. He explained that the requirement, anchored in Section 4 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, scheduled to take effect on January 1, 2026, applies only to individuals who earn income from trade, business, and other economic activities. Oyedele also noted that those who already have a TIN will not need to register again under the new framework. Banks are expected to request TINs from taxable persons, but individuals without income, including students and dependents, are not obligated to obtain one. The clarification was aimed at addressing public concerns that the new law would force millions of Nigerians to obtain tax IDs simply to hold or use a bank account. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
In recent months, Trump has intensified pressure on Venezuela with a massive military buildup in the Caribbean. The Trump administration has said it does not recognize Maduro, in power since 2013, as Venezuela's legitimate president. Maduro claimed to have won re-election last year in a vote dismissed as a sham by the US and other Western governments. Independent observers said the opposition had won overwhelmingly. US President Donald Trump said on Tuesday that he is nominating Troy Edgar as the next US ambassador to El Salvador. Edgar was most recently a deputy secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. Trump, in a post on Truth Social, said El Salvador is one of their most important partners in the region, and Troy would play a key role in advancing their Western Hemisphere strategy. US President Donald Trump said on Monday that he is considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug, a move that could reshape the cannabis industry, ease criminal penalties, and expand research.
A lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
So right now, marijuana is on Schedule 1 under the Controlled Substances Act, which means that making it, selling it, even possessing it is illegal under that statute, except for research purposes. What the president is proposing to do, and actually what the DEA and the FDA proposed to do under the Biden administration, is move marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Schedule 3 drugs are still regulated under the Controlled Substances Act, but they're regulated less strictly. You can actually make, grow, and sell Schedule 3 drugs. Ketamine is an example of a Schedule 3 drug.
Marijuana is currently listed as a Schedule 1 drug under federal law, alongside heroin and ecstasy, even as many states allow medical or recreational use. Reclassifying it to Schedule 3 would mark the lowering taxes for cannabis businesses. Legal experts say the move would not legalize marijuana nationwide or resolve conflicts between states and federal law. Recreational sales will remain federally illegal, and banks would likely continue to avoid the industry. Advocacy groups welcome the proposal, but warn the process could take months, noting the president must rely on federal agencies to complete any rescheduling.
The public has made their minds up with respect to whether cannabis ought to be legal quite some time ago. The public polling has been overwhelming on this issue now for well over a decade. About 9 in 10 Americans say cannabis ought to be available as a medicine. About 7 in 10 Americans say it ought to be legal for anyone over the age of 21. The question Americans have been asking now for years is why their lawmakers, particularly federal lawmakers, aren't responding to this overwhelming bipartisan public opinion that says cannabis prohibition has been a failure and that legalizing and regulating cannabis is a much smarter and a much sounder policy than the failed policy of criminalization. The president does not possess the unilateral authority to reclassify cannabis. What the president can do, and what he's hinted at doing, is issuing an executive order directing the requisite agencies within his administration to advance this rescheduling petition forward. So right now, the power to reschedule a substance lies with the Attorney General. So theoretically, Trump could direct Pam Bondi to take the steps necessary to proffer a final rule in the Federal Register that says this administration wishes to follow through with the Biden-era guidance and move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. My presumption is it won't change dramatically in the short term, but over time, banks and credit unions and other financial institutions will become more comfortable with the fact that this industry is here, it's here to stay, and that clearly the federal government itself is also becoming more comfortable with this industry and more accepting of it. It's already been a long road. Again, let's remember, this administrative review was initiated by the Biden administration in 2022. It's now 2025, and my guess is that even if the Trump administration is to take action in the ensuing days, it will still be several months, if not longer, before this issue is finally resolved.
Providence Police on Tuesday released new video footage of a person of interest in the Brown University shooting that killed 2 people, urging residents in nearby neighborhoods to review home security and vehicle camera footage. Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez said the video, which shows the individual before and after the shooting, was captured in residential areas near the campus. Authorities are asking residents to check footage going back to at least a week and share anything that could help identify the person. Perez said investigators are still working to identify the individual, adding that it remains unclear whether the person of interest is affiliated with Brown University. He said initial witness descriptions were limited, noting the chaos at the scene on the night of the shooting.
In this video that you just saw behind me, it all comes from the residential block of Waterman Avenue, Power, Ives, and Hope Street. And it's those residential areas that we're asking the public to look, if you have any camera systems or any Teslas, like I mentioned, that you look at that footage and that you can reach out to us and please provide us anything that you have. And we're asking you to go back at least a week to do that. And the reason for that is because on Saturday night, the day of, we actually learned that this individual was in that neighborhood at around 10:30 in the morning. Correct. And we have video footage of that, and we believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime. That's a pattern that criminals do, and that's what he was doing. When it happened on Saturday night, obviously it was chaos, and there was a witness that stated that he might have been in his 30s. At this point, we're still just looking at the picture. We haven't identified ages or anything to that point. And as far as whether he's a problem student or anything, we don't have any of those answers, no.
Rhode Island Attorney General Peter Neronha said the shooting occurred at the edge of the Brown campus, quickly giving way to a residential neighborhood, which explains why most of the available footage comes from off-campus cameras rather than university surveillance systems.
Somebody reported, it might have been the Globe, that there are 800 cameras or so on the campus. It might have been the Globe. 1,200. But this building is on the very edge of the campus. If you know, I know that building well. I had two sons who spent a good chunk of their lives there. It's at the very edge of the campus. It's not in the heartland of the campus. It's not the green. And there are several greens. It's not any of the three greens as I remember them. So it's right on the edge of the campus, and where the shooting took place is at the very edge of that building on the edge of the campus. And so, as those of you who know Providence know, you are very quickly into a residential neighborhood, which is why the video footage you're seeing of this defendant's, person of interest movements, are pre and post shooting are in that neighborhood. So the building is on the edge of the Brown campus. Where the shooting took place is at the edge of that building, and then you're very quickly into a residential neighborhood. There is no footage. I'll try to say it again. There is no footage.
There had been 8 hospitalized. 1 has since been discharged. The 7 that remain in the hospital, 1 is in critical status, 5 in critical but stable status, although healthcare providers report that they are improving, and 1 in stable status. Those are the 7. 1 in critical, 5 in critical but stable, 1 in stable status, and 1 discharged since the last time we made comments about their safety and recovery. Since the initial call came in at 4:05 p.m. on Saturday, we have not received, and this is now updated with another 24 hours have passed, a single credible specific threat to the area, to the city related to this event, and as far as I know, to the state.
The mass shooting, the latest of nearly 400 in the US this year, according to the Gun Violence Archive, shook the community at the university, one of the oldest in the United States. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro spoke at a public event in Caracas on Tuesday and urged peace while accusing the United States of trying to seize Venezuela's natural resources. Maduro said oil workers should organize an international sustained protest to defend free trade for Venezuelan oil, and he rejected US allegations on drug trafficking as fake news.
Now, the oil workers, through this International Constituent Commission, must move to defend the right to free trade of our main export product, Venezuelan oil, in every international arena, multilateral bodies and labor organizations. We must speak with shipowners in ports around the world to prepare a protest by oil and gas workers, and by merchant marine workers, against what we see as piracy by the US government, which is trying to impose privateering again. A big global protest, permanent, not just for one day, and to prepare the defense of free trade for Venezuela and the whole world, because defending free trade and peace in the Caribbean and in Venezuela is defending free trade and peace for the whole world. We tell the people of the United States our truth, and it is very clear: imperialism and the Nazi-fascist right wing want to colonize Venezuela to take our wealth, oil, gas, gold, iron, aluminum, and other minerals. We have sworn to defend our homeland, and in Venezuela peace will always prevail, along with stability and shared happiness for our people. To the people of the United States we say again and again, 1 and 1,000 times, not blood for oil, not war for oil. The claims about drug trafficking are fake news, a lie, an excuse. Since they cannot accuse us of weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, or nuclear missiles, they invent another pretext to create another Afghanistan, another Libya. And with moral authority, and with God's blessing, I say no more Vietnam, no more Afghanistan, no more Libya, no more Iraq, no more endless war. We know we are morally and spiritually in the right.
Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua held open workouts in Miami on Tuesday, ahead of their controversial heavyweight clash. The fight, scheduled for Friday, which pits former twice unified heavyweight champion Joshua against YouTube star turned boxer Paul, has attracted its fair share of critics. Former WBC heavyweight title holder Deontay Wilder has dismissed it as a money grab, while some of Joshua's previous opponents have raised concerns for relative novice Paul's safety in the ring against one of boxing's heaviest hitters. Since first entering the ring in 2020, Paul has amassed a 12-1 record with 7 knockout wins. In that time, the social media celebrity has fought and beaten other influencers, basketball star Nate Robinson, and a host of MMA champions, including Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley. Such a record pales in comparison to Joshua, who has fought some of the heavyweight division's greatest champions in Wladimir Klitschko and Alexander Usyk. The December 19th bout is scheduled to last 83-minute rounds and will be fought using regulation 10-ounce gloves, with the spectacle to become only the second boxing event broadcast live on Netflix. The first fight put on by the streaming giant was Paul's controversial win over heavyweight great Mike Tyson last year, which was also criticized for pushing the boundaries of safety in sport, despite becoming the most streamed sporting event in history. That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finished the
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The country is actually gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
Season's greetings, Nigeria. We are fast approaching Christmas. I think that should be next week, Thursday. Yeah, that's when we start shouting Merry Christmas, Merry. In fact, a lot of people want to wishing their fellow colleagues, family, and friends Merry Christmas already before the ideal Christmas day. All right, this is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mokonta. I have lots of stories today. And of course, as usual, Wednesdays, our playlist pal. We have a guest who we'll be having a conversation with. But first of all, let's talk about the gist and stories of the day. The Lagos State Police Command has arrested popular TikToker Habib Hamzat, widely called Pella, after a video circulated online showing him engaging in dangerous driving that resulted in a crash during a live broadcast. Information released in a statement on Tuesday by the police public relations officer SP Abimbola Adebisi indicated that the arrest was prompted by public condemnation of the incident, which took place on Sunday, December 14, 2025. Police authorities explained that the influencer's conduct posed a grave risk to lives and damaged swift actions to prevent further harm. The command stressed that the behavior was highly irresponsible and could easily have led to loss of life, either by the suspect himself or for unsuspecting motorists or pedestrians. Authorities further revealed that the case file has now been forwarded to the State Criminal Investigation Department for an in-depth investigation. The police also noted that the Commissioner for Police in Lagos State, CP Olohundare Jimo, used the opportunity to caution social media influencers and the general public against misusing digital platforms to promote illegal or hazardous activities. He stressed that acts of this nature would attract strict legal consequences and reaffirm the command's commitment to impartial law enforcement. All this for a live broadcast and for the fact that your girlfriend decided to end the relationship with you. I don't know. So many people tend to say, was Pella really thinking that Jarvis will end up marrying him? Of course, it's possible. Why not? If there's love and understanding and everything that has to do with love. But yes, she decided to end the relationship. So does that warrant you taking such risk? And you were on a live broadcast. The anger for the police force is the fact that yes, you are a celebrity, but you tend to forget that this is a law-abiding country, right? You tend to forget that there are laws, there are rules, and you are not above the law. Be you who, right? And you tend to just, in fact, in the video, he was lamenting that, he first of all said, thank you, I'm sorry, I think I'm going to have an accident now. Like he already knows that he was going to have an accident. Or maybe it was a pre-planned drama to maybe draw the girl back to him, because it doesn't make sense in any way. People were so disappointed to the point that some celebrities said they should collect his driver's license from. Honestly, Pella, this was not necessary. Now you've been arrested for what? The fact that your girlfriend broke up with you. Alright, moving forward. The Federal Road Safety Corps has warned celebrities, social media influencers, and content creators to stop using public roads to make online content, saying the practice is dangerous and illegal. The Corps Marshal Malam Shehu Mohammed raised the alarm after a video went viral showing a popular TikToker Pella live streaming while driving, which led to a road crash. Mohammed said using a phone to record, stream, or create content while driving distracts drivers and puts the lives of passengers and other road users at serious risk. He stressed that such behavior is a clear violation of traffic laws. He directed the Lagos State Sector Command to begin legal action against anyone involved in reckless driving, phone use while driving, or any form of distracted driving, in line with existing laws. The FRSC boss called on actors guilds, entertainment groups, and influencer communities to educate their members on safe and responsible driving. Mohammed warned that the FRSC would enforce the law against anyone found breaking traffic rules, regardless of their social status. He added that no social media trend or online popularity is worth a human life. He reminded Nigerians that roads are not filming locations, but shared public spaces meant to protect lives. He also urged citizens to report dangerous driving, all because of Pella. That is why all this information has been passing on and on and on and on, because that act was uncalled for. It's gonna be difficult because, trust me, a whole lot of people now tend to film themselves while driving, tend to be distracted, doing drinking while driving, discussing while driving. You know, a whole lot of things happen on the road, right? So now, because of this act of his, the road safety have taken, I don't know, I think they've won more life jacket. They've gathered momentum that if you're found wanting, I'm so sorry for you. You're gonna pay. You're literally gonna pay. Now they've urged every single person, citizens, netizens, that you are not allowed to film on the road. Find a place, do your content, and upload, so as not to cause distraction. Because if it's for that content creation on the road, it's even another thing. They tend to stop a lot of vehicles from moving, trailers from moving, because they're trying to shoot content. Some of them tend to create content where they're dressing up on a whole lot of things have just been going on. And I think they've gotten it up to here, so they had to put up the law out there for everyone to be guided. This is Christmas period, so that you would not be found wanting. He who has ears, let him hear. Now, American rapper Clifford Joseph Harris Jr., popularly known as T.I., has explained why he does not go to church despite being a Christian. The Atlanta star said he was raised in a Christian household and believes in the realness of God, but the church to him is a business. Speaking in a recent interview with gospel musician Kirk Franklin, T.I. accused Christian clergy of twisting the Bible and exploiting their congregations. T.I. also said that he doesn't believe that he needs to pay tithe or make any financial commitment to a church before God could bless him. He added that he doesn't believe there's need to be a middleman in their relationship, in his relationship with God, in any form of clergy. And trust me, he's not even the first person saying this. A whole lot of people have been saying this. You know, one thing about faith is whatever you have or put your faith into, let it just work for you. Don't advise anybody. Just leave everybody, because we have different religions, right? People have different beliefs. They tend to believe in anything that works well for them, right? He said he can't be paying tithes because, oh, they said if you pay tithes, it blesses you or some sort. There are people that pay tithes and it works for them, and there are people that don't pay tithes and it still works for them. So at the end of the day, my loves, do what works for you. Be you a traditionalist, because even traditionalists, they pay tithes. They know how they do it, right? There are certain ways to do these things. It's just that, like he said, there's a misinformation about it some way, right? But then again, whatever you put or tie your faith into works for you. I mean, this is, should I say we're in 2025? we're going to 2026, so some kind of perception needs to change, and some kind of advice needs to change too, so that somebody will know what you slap one day. That was on the lighter note. Okay, Senator Ned Nwoko has disputed recent social media posts of his estranged wife, actress Regina Daniels, regarding their children, insisting that they have not been hidden from her and that her absence has been by choice. And even this noted that a court has already addressed the matter, directing Daniels to undergo rehabilitation and be assessed by the Abuja Social Welfare Department before access to their children can be restored. In a statement shared on his X account by his communications team on Tuesday, Nwoko described Daniel's posts as misleading and inconsistent with long-established family practice. It added that the suggestion Daniels has been prevented from being present in the children's life is equally misleading. Nwoko emphasized that the children have always been cared for in an environment prioritizing routine emotional balance and stability. The statement followed Daniel's Monday post, in which she spoke about the pain of being separated from her children, saying no mother could be at peace under such circumstances. She added that despite the challenges, she remained committed to seeing her children soon. Take a look.
Let me show you. And even this toy gun. Very big toy gun. Can you see? Huh? Mama, come back. I should come back. I'll come soon, okay? Okay? See your toys. See your new shoes. I bought you. Nice? Huh? See, I also bought you a new car. See your car. Oh my God. This is your car. These are your shoes. I bought you shoes. I bought you sneakers. See?
I come back. Can I come back? I'll come soon. I'm so happy to see you. Once you guys receive this, if you guys receive the box, one side is for Khalifa, one side is for Moon. So we already arranged it. Hi, Mama. Oh, you look so beautiful. I love your hair. Thank you. Mama, I'll take care of myself. I'll try. Take care of us and yourself. Yes, I'll take care of you and myself. I'll take care of only you. And I love you so much. You haven't told me you love me. Yeah. Are you sure? How big? This big? Did you see what I got for you? You didn't even see them. I love you a great time. Oh, I love you too. Mwah. You didn't even see what I bought for you. Let me see. See, I got you so many things. This one is your gun. And then I'm still looking for Spider-Man gun. I'll get you Spider-Man gun also. See your shoe. This one is, and then I bought you so many clothes. This one is another gun. This one is helicopter. This one is car. See another sneakers. I love you guys so much, and I miss you people. Okay, I'll come with it. I'm coming soon. Netflix will continue to distribute Warner Bros. Films in cinema if its takeover bid for the storied studio is successful. The streaming service's chief executive Ned Sarandos said in an interview Tuesday in Paris. Previously, Sarandos had suggested that the cinema experience was outdated, surpassed by the convenience of streaming. The Netflix boss was being interviewed by Maxime Sada, head of France Canal Plus Media Group, in a Paris theater that was presenting Canal Plus project for 2026. Netflix only began to produce its own programs a dozen years ago, said Sarandos. And in early December, Netflix announced that it had reached an agreement with Warner Bros. Discovery to acquire most of the group for $83 billion. However, doubts remain about whether the deal will be approved by regulators. And in the meantime, television and film group Paramount Skydance has made a counter offer valued at $108.4 billion. If Netflix bid is successful, it would acquire HBO Max, one of the world's largest media platforms, and it would find itself at the head of a movie catalog, including the Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings sagas, as well as the superheroes of DC Studio, and that's huge. Negotiations are already on, and the chances are shaking. So let's wish Netflix good luck to that, because these other opponents are offering a very huge amount of money, higher than theirs. So the chances are very, very shaky. But congratulations to any of them that wins in advance. All right, Bogota opened the Christmas train on Monday, one of the season's family-friendly activities in the Colombian capital. Each night, Savannah train runs its Christmas route from Bogota to Chaya town, 10 kilometers to the north, where passengers enjoy a pyrotechnic show. During the journey, families can interact with Santa and a crew of elves who are living the time on the rails and lift the Christmas spirit. The tourist train, known as Tourist Train, offers trips along the historic Colombian Railway in the Savannah region. Take a look.
It's a great joy because for our child, Christmas is magic and we feel very happy to be here on the Christmas train. Plus, we're sharing time with family, cousins, uncles, grandparents, so we're very happy to be here.
It brings me childhood memories because when I was a child, my parents brought me here to the De Vivienda train, Ed's note, referring to the train's former name. Then it brings me nice memories. I think it's a nice place to share with family.
In my time, I did the Bogota-Here Thought trip, when the train was at its peak. Since then, we've dreamed of returning to these types of activities on the railways. It's beautiful, for families, grandchildren, we had so much fun. We're very happy and full of Christmas spirit.
A stage revival of the 1935 musical comedy film Top Hats is playing a special Christmas season at London's South Bank Centre since December 12, 2025. The first musical adaptation of the film toured the UK in 2011, and this 2025 revival premiering at the Chester Festival Theatre earlier this year. Boasting elaborate tap dancing routines and 1930s era costumes, Top Hats brings cult film to life, borrowing original soundtrack songs like Top Hats, White Tie and Tails, and Cheek to Cheek that were written by veteran Russian-born US composer Erwin Berlin. Along with some new songs written for the stage adaptation, Top Hats offers several nods to the source material, such as Fred Astaire's distinct tap dancing style and Ginger Rogers' feathered dresses. Now, filling is in Astaire's and Rogers' show in the musical are US actor Philip Atwell and UK actor Amara Okereke. The current London run of Top Hats lasts until January 17, 2026. Take a look.
Every dime for a wonderful time. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz.
think the most challenging part is finding the balance of paying homage to what's been done on film and what's been made iconic on film, but also translating that to the stage, because you can't just do what's been on film for the stage.
Thrill me half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I'd love to go out fishing in a river or a creek.
You can feel the joy radiating off us and off the audience, and it bouncing between these two entities. It's just pure happiness.
Yes.
There's a reason it's considered the golden age of Hollywood, is because there is just nothing quite like the combination of choreography, storytelling, and music that this type of musical provides.
Yes.
But I personally do enjoy watching a few clips on YouTube of Fred and Ginger every now and again, just to be reminded of the style and the physicality that they have that created this whole genre of musicals.
A lot of times people will come with the perspective of, oh, well, let's see if these people can fill the shoes of. But I don't think that Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers would ever want anybody to fill their shoes. I think that they would want the actors playing these roles to keep the legacy alive.
For I'll be there, putting down my top hat, mussing up my white tie, dancing in my tails.
But I think the magic of Irving Berlin is how he can take a moment like getting ready to go out, which is top hat, white tie, and tails, and turn it into a meal. And I think to be able to do that on stage is a gift in itself.
Well, they did it sort of, gosh, it's about 12 years ago now. And funny enough, I was involved at that point.
You did the first read-through, right?
I did, yeah, the first read-through. I was playing Horace in the first read, but I couldn't go into town with it because I was already doing, I think I was doing Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. We were about to open that. So I wasn't available. So I've known this production for a long time. And then when Kenny phoned me up and said, will you come and do it now? Absolutely.
I hate the sofa that you rest your seat on. I hate the rouge upon your lips, the polish on your fingertips. I hate your eyes of heavenly blue. I hate your battle cry, honest I do. Outside of that, I love you. They're brown, Horace!
thing that never changes is the music, the Berlin
Irving
songs.
Berlin, I mean.
You know, I mean, the script is different from the film, but you still have that through line of these incredible songs.
Which never date. These songs never date.
Yeah.
I hate your phony. It's very lovely, but I hate that funny little mouth you.
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segment. I'll go on a short break, and up next is Playlist Pal, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signaturetv. This is a playlist pal. So as the year is coming to an end, we'll be looking at some top P-Square songs on playlist pal today, celebrating their timeless hits and musical impact. And first on the list is No One Like You. No One Like You is a romantic song in which P-Square expressed deep love and appreciation for a woman who is unique and irreplaceable. The song highlights themes of true love, commitment, and gratitude, showing the joy of finding someone special and worthy of lifelong affection. Listen to it.
Hello, how you doing? My angel, my one and only. The only one that I'm missing, where they bring me joy and blessings. You know that I love you, and I can't wait to say I do. But before we walk down the aisle, I just wanna let you know that you're the finest. Like you be the finest being I've seen, you're the brightest. The way you the shine, you the bling like me, you're the highest. When it comes to rating, you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. Girl, I just wanna let you know that no one be like you. See, I don't go different places, I've seen many faces. No one be like you. So they cannot replace you, cause you are a blessing. No one be like you. You're driving me crazy, cause you are my baby. No one be like you.
Whether you like it or yes. Okay, up next is Chop My Money. Chop My Money is an upbeat Afrobeat song centered on love and generosity. In the song, P-Square expressed their willingness to spend money and resources to make the lover happy, showing affection through care, gifts, and financial support. The phrase Chop My Money symbolizes sharing wealth and enjoying life together. The song highlights themes of love, enjoyment, success, and generosity, portraying a carefree lifestyle where love is celebrated without hesitation with its energetic rhythm and confident tone. The song emphasizes the joy of providing for a loved one and living large. So listen to it.
Even though I got much more, I don't mind if you chuck my money, chuck my money, chuck my money, cause I don't care. Chuck my money, chuck my money, chuck my money, cause I don't care. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care.
let me look what I want to say. Finally on the list is ENUGU. ENUGU is an emotional song that talks about the struggles and challenges faced in the life of and on the journey to success. In the song, P Square reflects on hardship, perseverance, and determination, explaining that achieving success does not come easily. They share personal experiences of obstacles, criticism, and sacrifices they had to endure. The song highlights themes of hard work, patience, resilience, and hope, encouraging listeners to stay strong despite difficulties. Overall, ENUGU delivers an inspiring message about persistence and believing in oneself until success is achieved. So, listen to it.
Baba God, now your hand working. Don't be lying. Now your hand working. I say, ENUGU, yeah. Oh, oh. To the sing and the dance and the people they rejoice, yeah. Oh, oh. My brother, my sister, don't be today. Oh, oh. If you could do a bad day, make we the tango, yeah. Baba God, now your hand working. Don't be lying. I say no be lie, yeah. No be everybody. Why sleep for night to wake up, see the light, yeah. See the future is bright, yeah. I need to enter for I, yeah. Make you do your best, yeah. Papa God go handle the rest, yeah. Even if you no get money, yeah. They jolly, they shake body. No need to get your body. If it no be God way, that's some baby dead body. Nobody be no baby. When you fall, you go stand up again. You try them again and again and again. Cause it's not easy, yeah.
Alright, that's all we have for you on Playlist Pal this hour. We're going to a short break, and up next is interview, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion and the mandate say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today we are joined by a woman who wears two powerful identities with effortless grace, a healer by day and a hitmaker by night. She's a rising Afro R&B sensation whose voice moves the soul just as confidently as her hand saves lives. Known to the music world as Teflon, she's redefining what it means to chase passion while serving purpose. From hospital hallways to studio spotlights, she brings a fresh, authentic sound that's quickly carving out its own space in Afro R&B. So join me as we dive into Singing in Scrubs, a new voice in Afro R&B with the incredible Teflon. You look so beautiful, by the way. I made you blush, right? You know, I'm actually interested in how you're able to blend being a nurse and singing. But before that, tell us who exactly Teflon is.
Well, Teflon is so many things.
Okay.
I would have said she's just an artist, but growing up, I think I want to say Teflon is a whole group.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I made it this far because I have a whole lot of, like, my team is the strongest, you know. They help me, they encourage me. So just having me answer Teflon, it feels weird. Exactly. So Teflon is all of us, my team.
Wow. How was it? How was it starting up, being a musician, you know?
It was hard. Very hard. Sometimes I felt like dreams like being an artist was just for the privileged, for those that actually knew the ropes of the entertainment. But I had a few people around me that encouraged me and told me that let's just take it one step at a time, then we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah. So.
Impressive.
Thank you.
So you got to find out that, oh, I have this talent when you graduated from nursing school or while in nursing school?
Before I entered school, actually, yes. I started, I developed interest in music as far back as 2018, 2019. Yes. I got the privilege of having a studio around me, so I used that opportunity to grow to where I am now. Yeah.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Now, I want to know how it has been in the music industry. You know, people tend to say it's kind of difficult for women. I've actually interviewed your manager, and he had to tell us what exactly it is managing a music artist, and it's really not easy, right? But of course, thank God you're privileged that, oh, you have a studio and all. But I want to know other challenges that has to do with being a music artist in this world that's, of course, the male are taking over almost.
Okay, so you know, this topic is very personal and sensitive for me because the truth is, almost aside my nursing, almost everything I do in my life is male-dominated field.
Okay.
I'm a photographer, so even with the music, with the photography, everybody tells me I shouldn't be doing this. It's going to be so difficult for me. It's not a woman's thing, you know.
Yeah, but I need to ask you now, why are you choosing things like that?
I don't know. I want to say is the interest, is the passion for me. So I really like them.
Okay. So there's no challenge at all?
There are challenges, but I think it's something that I've never really handled alone. I always have people around me to help me navigate my issues. Yeah.
Now this one is so personal to me. I want to know how you balance being a nurse and being a music artist, because these are two very sensitive professions, right? Being a nurse takes your time.
It does.
Already. Then being a music artist, you need to be in that show, you need to be in that concert, you need to really, you know. I want to know how you balance the two.
Well, I'm laughing because all I can remember now are the fights that I've had with my family.
Oh, okay.
No, don't do this. I don't want it to feel nothing. So, but in the midst of all of that, I just knew that they say you can't serve two gods at the same time, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but I also believe that if you plan yourself properly, you can. For instance, whenever I'm taking my exams, I don't accept any show, I don't accept gigs. It's just me and my books, because I know that I have to pass this exam. If not, carryover is real. But when we are talking about my music, I also know how to plan myself. Sometimes I write my exam and I go straight into recording. Maybe we have somebody that wants to hear my song and wants to submit a song, you know. So, but I know that, okay, I'm not going to be in the studio for this period of time because of my exam. Yeah, but after that, I think God has actually helped me to, like, okay, I know she's going to have exam now. Let's not do this now. You know, opportunities didn't really come when I had my exam, so that was just the biggest issues. But with class, I could skip class when I could.
Wow. I like the fact that you're very, very honest. It's very good, because most people will just find something to tell us, right? I like the fact, because I don't know how you guys do it.
It's not easy.
It's very demanding.
Yeah.
Now, you made mention about your parents telling you, no, you can't do this and all that. Whom exactly, your mom or your dad?
They are both very educationally interested, you know.
African parents.
Yeah. So the way you talk about entertainment, there's a lot to consider in entertainment, but they've always been very supportive. But they've always said this: even if you want to sing, it's your education first for me. Finish your nursing, get your certificate, let's know what next to do. Music has been second for them. So and I accepted that wholeheartedly, because I actually wanted to see what this nursing would be like at the very end. And
did you choose nursing yourself, or they chose this for you?
We could jointly reason.
Is it conjointly? So you guys had to reason, okay, let me go for nursing.
We thought about it, I was like, nursing is a good course for you, and I went to it.
Are you serious? So you had no other course of interest, like you didn't think of doing something else? Or
maybe I had interest in physiotherapy, but it was close to nursing, so I just went with nursing.
So you just love taking care of people?
Yeah. I think
now, would you agree that your voice and your song have a blend in being a nurse? Like, you know, music speaks to the soul, and nurses take care of people. Would you say that your music has a blend with?
Now you're asking me this question. I think I should have considered singing to my patients one of these times to see if they will recover.
You should actually.
But I think I've heard from different people that my voice is soothing, that they like the way I sing, that they like what it sounds like. So I think, I think it can help.
You actually seem so gentle. I like.
I'm not this gentle.
Oh, really? Anyways, we're gonna play some of your music. I think we have like 2 or 3 or thereabouts. So producer hits it on Teflon's music. Maybe the first or the second, whichever one you like anyways.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. So let's listen to Teflon's music.
See boy you see me see boy you feeling me ginger I know if you handle you did too much for two. You see this weather it dey run me mental. I don't know what else to do. I don't need to move more for you. Now call where you call my name. My pillow know the fear you say. Oh.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU government tightens quality control in construction sector. Abia government allays fears of keke riders over introduction of electric buses. Analysts say Trump's potential push on cannabis likely to fall short of legalization. Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua hit the pads ahead of controversial heavyweight clash. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Enugu state government has called for a radical improvement in the testing, supervision and regulation of construction materials to combat the growing menace of substandard structures and restore public confidence in infrastructure development. The call came during a one-day stakeholders workshop organized by the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure in Enugu. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam saw it all.
The Enugu state government has reaffirmed its commitment to building durable and long-lasting public infrastructure through strict quality assurance of construction materials. The one-day stakeholders workshop on quality assurance of construction materials held at the International Conference Center brought together engineers, contractors, estate and housing developers, agents and residents for in-depth discussion on how to raise the standard in construction across the states.
To know if this material is standard or not. Even if you go thorough as now, when a building collapse, we have a way of knowing that the quality of concrete you use is good or bad. You look at it, it's fine, and you just go, wow, your face is just saying, did you look at what is under? Why don't you check the asphalt? What is the quality of asphalt? What is the penetration criteria? What is the resistance rate from the asphalt? Is it from the beauty of the black and the color that receives us? How do we know that this asphalt meet up the standard? We need equipment to test them.
The workshop was aimed at tackling the pervasive use of substandard building materials, which has contributed significantly to structural failures nationwide. Studies show that poor quality construction materials and weak regulation and oversight are responsible for the high incidence of building collapses and infrastructure deficits. Speaking at the event, Governor Peter Mba, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, emphasized that no sector can thrive on weak structures and poor materials. He emphasized that durability, safety, and value for money must guide public works across Enugu states.
From inception, His Excellency made it very clear to the Enugu that they will pursue infrastructure for visibility, but not just visibility alone, but for impact, for durability, and for long-term economic value, which is mostly what Professor Duden had talked about, even in his example about the 2 seasons of building and checking the quality of infrastructure. This philosophy is evident in the scale and in the ambition of the state's flagship initiatives, including the rollout of our smart, technologically enabled green schools across all our 260 wards, the development of our world-class Tier 2 healthcare facilities, the expansion and rehabilitation of our strategic road workshop, the investment in industrial, logistic, and urban renewal infrastructure that is ongoing. These projects are not isolated undertakings. They form part of our deliberate strategy to reposition Enugu State as the preferred destination for investment, innovation and human capital development.
The Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure, Benjamin Oko, said the workshop reflects a collective resolve by the state government to strengthen standards and promote regulatory compliance. This is said will enhance the overall quality of construction materials used in the development of the expanding infrastructure landscape in Enugu State.
This workshop reflects our collective resolve to strengthen standards, promote regulatory compliance, and enhance the quality of construction materials used across the state. By improving our systems of testing, supervision, and regulation, we guarantee the longevity of our public infrastructure and reinforce the trust of our people in the development vision of its administration.
The keynote speaker, the Director General of the Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, Professor Samson Duna, highlighted the need for robust material testing laboratories and certification policies for contractors. He also called for the stronger media awareness campaigns to educate the public on the importance of building standards.
It's a workshop geared towards creating awareness on the relevance and importance of using standard construction material in the construction of infrastructure. I've been as the keynote speaker and I've made presentation, and my presentation centered on all the different materials we use for construction and the effect of using the ones that do not meet up standard and the ones that meet up the standard. So basically what we are doing today in today's workshop is to create awareness, one, to the people selling the material, construction material. Two, to create awareness in the people going to buy the construction material. Three is to create awareness to the people using the construction material and to look at the effect of not using the construction material. If you don't use a material that is standard, what will happen to the infrastructure? So basically in all the presentation we did, we discovered that the keynote, the standard, the backbone of durability of our infrastructure to last long is to use material that is standard.
Experts at the event identified critical gaps in material testing, supervision and enforcement in various parts of Nigeria that have contributed to premature infrastructure failures and tragic building collapses. The workshop signals a growing recognition that safe, sustainable infrastructure begins with quality materials, firm regulations, and informed stakeholders. This will no doubt ensure safer building, stronger roads, and increased public trust in government's development agenda. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signaturetv News.
The Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, has sworn in 13 new permanent secretaries for key ministries and agencies. The governor charged the appointees to uphold excellence, diligence, and the administration's vision of effective service delivery. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam has the report.
Enugu State Government has officially sworn in 13 permanent secretaries for various ministries and departments across the state. The swearing-in ceremony, which took place at the Government House in Enugu, was presided over by Governor Peter Mba, who reminded the appointees of the enormous responsibility placed on their shoulders. Governor Mba charged them to serve with integrity and professionalism and to adhere to the governance guide designed to align public service operations with the vision and goals of the administration.
It's also to remind you that the honeymoon is over, because as they say, he who much is given, much is expected. And as we all know, the reward of success, the reward of hard work, it's more work. As permanent secretaries, you are largely the engine room of government, right? You are the repository of institutional memory and knowledge.
The governor emphasized his administration remains committed to delivering on its development mantra, noting that Enugu State has recorded significant progress that has positioned it as a growing attraction both nationally and internationally. He urged the permanent secretaries to work collectively towards sustaining the gains while driving excellence and efficiency in their respective ministries.
There are programs and reforms that we want to institutionalize. We want to outlive us. And the people that will champion that will be yourselves. So we expect you as the leaders in your various ministries, chief accounting officers in your various ministries, to at the minimum not just be a beginner in ICT, but a minimum to an advanced level ICT person. The reforms going on, as I did mention, are across all sectors.
Speaking on behalf of the newly sworn-in permanent secretaries, the Solicitor General and Permanent Secretary Ikechukwu Ezenwuwa expressed gratitude to Governor Mbah for finding them worthy of the appointment and entrusting them with leadership roles in the state's public service. He assured that they would discharge their responsibilities with dedication and professionalism.
We express our profound gratitude for this opportunity given to us to serve the people of ENUGU State under your administration. Your Excellency, we are not unmindful of the gains that this administration has made in the area of revenue generation and infrastructural development. And Your Excellency, we pledge to add value to this already achieved success of this administration. Your Excellency, we are not ungrateful. We are very happy on behalf of our family too. We express their happiness today for seeing us being sworn today as permanent secretaries. Your Excellency, sir, we once more thank you for this opportunity. We thank you very much.
The ceremony concluded with a group photograph led by Governor Peter Mbah, who also took time to pose for individual photographs with each of the permanent secretaries. With the swearing-in of the new permanent secretaries, the Enugu State government reaffirms its commitment to strengthening governance structures and delivering efficient, people-centered public service across all sectors. From the Government House, Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signaturetv News.
Abia State government is set to roll out the first batch of 20 units of the state's electric buses under its mass transit scheme. The Commissioner for Information, Oke Kanu, who disclosed this at Government House, Umuahia, while briefing journalists on outcome of this week's State Executive Council meeting, chaired by Governor Alex Oti, said the first 20 units of the electric buses arrived the state sometime in November. According to Kanu, the 40-seater capacity electric buses were specifically built for transportation within Abia State. The information boss also disclosed that the governor has agreed to the Abia State Startup Law, a legal document that enables the state establish a framework to foster innovation, develop tech-enabled startups, nurture digital talent, and position Abia as a leading tech hub across the country.
Has been established, and where are the locations, so we'll be able to know where the service stations are.
Yes, thank you. You see, what makes business run 24 hours in any state or city is not only transport. Of course, if we have to, if we're following up our governance find out that one, the essence of making when there is demand and supply, right? If we have money, we'll be able to buy things, right? You can see even now, before we came here, we find out that nightlife was totally dead. Now you can see that it's started reviving. Another thing is the light. Lighting up Abia is one of the strategy to make sure that we have nightlife businesses throughout, right? For transport, yes, we will do that, but get something very good. We are not introducing this to take away businesses from the private people. What government is doing is to de-risk the business. We set the pace and allow private investors or individuals to come into it. And these are the people who actually can boost night operations or night businesses, right? Of course, I won't be here promising you that we're going to run the buses 24 hours. Have you also forgotten an electric bus? Right? So that if it's necessary for us to do that, we can do that. And we've given a leeway for other private transporters to also produce.
They go to sleep when we go to sleep. That's the only thing. If people, those private people you're talking about,
Even security one, there are several parameters that keep life going or businesses going 24 hours. It's not only transport is one of it, yes. We will do everything possible and we set the pace also to give room for private investors to come. I will aid also in that. Two, you asked about
the bank.
Yeah, if you when last did you go there?
That was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, go there now. Find out they are working day and night, 24 hours to make sure they deliver. Of course, they still promise us by the end of this year that place will be. They are really working tirelessly and assiduously to make sure that place is in place. Almost by the end of this year.
Speaking also, the Commissioner for Transport, Chimezie Ukebu, said the first phase of the electric buses would provide free rides to commuters during this Yuletide, with its charging stations installed at the International Conference Center, Umuahia, in the interim.
Like you did mention, these 40-seater buses. So these are not actually the buses that can maneuver through the streets and to do what you're actually talking about. But this is just one level of the problem the government has decided to solve. Okay, states do have their official taxes. So while we are, solving this problem, of course, the government is thinking through its, policies, thinking through the measures that require, to be taken to ensure that people actually, get to enjoy the services you are talking about. Because it's important that once people come to the city, we'll be able to have taxis or whatever, as a means of transportation. But then, the most important thing is what the government is doing, both in the area of infrastructure, the security, opening up the state capital. If you look at what is happening at the Seagate used to be very chaotic. But look at how the government has been able to restore some level of sanity there. So with the markets being built at Afara here, by the time we locate this place, we move all the shanties, the shops, and close the market and the rest of them, we would have succeeded in opening the city to a great extent. And by the time the bus terminal takes off, the fundamental problem will be solved. What is it? We now have private investors who will now come in, who will buy taxis. If you go to Owerri, for example, you have boats, you have Uber now, you have so government doesn't even bother itself talking about providing taxis because you can just do it. But if you look at how the Umuahia environment is, so if you decide to go into that business, if you have decided to go into that project, and you will not be able to do anything. But by the time the government completes what it is doing here, it will be easy for those to come into this place, for it to take off. And people, because you now have places to, the roads are moderate, you have access, you can now, so That is the direction we are going with what we're doing in infrastructure, light up area, security measures and the rest of them. So I think that will take care of the problem. Okay. My own question.
The Abia State government has assured members of the Abia State Tricycle Operators Union that the introduction of electric buses in the state will not displace them, but will instead complement existing transport services. The Commissioner for Transport, Chimezie Ukebu, gave the assurance on Tuesday at the Abba Town Hall during the 2025 Astopu Reward and Empowerment Ceremony. He said that tricycle operators would continue their operations, acknowledging their contributions to the state's internally generated revenue, and them, particularly those in Aba, for their support to the state government. The Commissioner assured that his ministry, in collaboration with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Transportation, would continue to protect the interests of tricycle operators, while calling on executives to sustain their visionary leadership. The Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Transportation, Obioma Nwobe, said tricycle operators are already benefiting from the state government's ongoing infrastructure development. Chairman of Abia Tricycle Operators, Victor Azubike, said the ceremony was organized to reward 164 tricycle operators who returned forgotten items to the union for retrieval by their rightful owners, describing the initiative as part of efforts to promote discipline and good conduct within the union. A former president of the Trade Union Congress and energy expert, Peter Esele, says the Dangote refinery is under threat from industry regulators who are out to undermine his business. Esele made the remarks while reacting to the ongoing dispute between Dangote and the managing director of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed. He noted that Dangote's concern centers on the issuance of multiple fuel import licenses, which he says poses a threat to the refinery's operations, which he said need to be thoroughly investigated. Esele emphasized that public officers must be held accountable and their sources of income made transparent. He said investigations by relevant agencies, including the ICPC, would help strengthen public trust and ensure accountability. Meanwhile, the chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, has denied issuing any statement in response to allegations made against him by the president of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Ahmed, in a brief statement on Wednesday, said that he did not authorize the statement currently circulating on social media, describing it as false. The denial follows comments made by Dangote during a press briefing at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery in Lekki, Lagos, where he called for a full investigation into Ahmed's source of funds and urged him to appear before the Code of Conduct Tribunal to give a public explanation. Dangote also petitioned the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, alleging that the regulator's actions could amount to economic sabotage and negatively affect investor confidence. Ahmed said he was aware of the allegations against him and his family, but had chosen not to engage in public exchanges, and said he welcomed the ICPC investigation, which will provide him an opportunity to objectively review the claims and clear his name. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana says the Nigerian Constitution does not expressly grant the president the power to take over or temporarily displace the executive or legislative arms of government in any state. Falana was reacting to the recent Supreme Court judgment, which reaffirmed the President's constitutional authority to declare a state of emergency in any state facing threats to public safety or governance. He noted that unlike the constitutions of countries such as India and Pakistan, Nigeria's constitution does not clearly spell out the extent of powers the President can exercise during a state of emergency. According to Falana, while the Supreme Court confirmed the President's rights to adopt extraordinary measures, including deploying security forces to restore law and order, the judgment did not clearly define whether such powers extend to suspending or taking over state institutions. He observed that much of the controversy surrounding the ruling stems from differing interpretations, stressing that Section 305 of the Constitution fails to explicitly outline the limits of presidential authority during a state of emergency. The Benue State government has ordered political appointees with plans to run for elective positions to officially make their intentions known and vacate their offices. The statement, which was endorsed by the Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Sam Ode, comes amid heightened political maneuvering and increasing indications of interest for various elective offices ahead of the 2027 polls. The statement enjoined all affected appointees to forward written notices declaring the offices they intend to contest, together with their resignation letters, to the office of the Deputy Governor by Thursday, the December 18th of this month. According to the statement, all documents received will be forwarded to Governor Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Alia for review and further action as deemed necessary. The administration explained that the directive is designed to promote discipline, openness, and sustained pursuit of government policies and development objectives. The representative of Okigwe South Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Chike Okafor, has called for caution following calls for the disbandment of the Imo State Police Command's anti-kidnapping unit, popularly known as Tiger Base. In a statement, Okafor also criticized the mounting attacks on social and traditional media, pressuring authorities to dissolve the unit, accusing opposition elements of orchestrating a sustained media trial against the security outfit. He argued that disbanding Tiger Base would be unfair, likening it to punishing the entire unit for the actions of a few. The lawmaker also rejected attempts to implicate Governor Hope Uzodimma in the alleged misconduct, saying the governor had shown leadership by mobilizing federal and state security agencies to maintain order. 3 nominees, Lateef Are, Aminu Dalhatu, and Emmanuel Oke, have been confirmed by the Nigerian Senate as non-career ambassadors. Their confirmation followed the presentation of a report by the chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Sani Bello, who said that they met all the requirements during their screening.
The committee therefore recommends as follows. 1, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Lateef Kayode Kolawole Are as appointment as a non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 2, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Aminu Muhammad Dalhatu for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And finally, that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Emmanuel Ayodele Oke, CFR, for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We so move.
Coming up next is business news.
The federal government has said it will pursue a more aggressive revenue mobilization strategy to slow Nigeria's rising debt profile, which currently stands at over 152 trillion naira. This was outlined in the medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper presented as a guide for government spending and borrowing in the coming years. According to the document, the government plans to expand the tax base, strengthen compliance, and digitize revenue collection across ministries, departments, and agencies. Figures in the document indicate that Nigeria's debt-to-GDP ratio stood at about 40%, while debt servicing accounted for over 60% of federally retained revenue in recent years. The framework also projected gradual reductions in borrowing through increased non-oil revenue, cost savings, and tighter expenditure controls. The government said it would expand the tax base, improve compliance, and deploy digital systems to reduce revenue leakages across ministries, departments, and agencies. Nigeria's inflation rate eased to 14.45% in November, according to the latest figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The figure represented a decline from the previous month and was driven largely by a slowdown in food inflation, which remains the biggest contributor to headline inflation. NBS data showed that food inflation, though still elevated, recorded a slower month-on-month increase, while core inflation, which excludes farm produce, also moderated. Urban inflation remained higher than rural inflation, reflecting rising transportation, housing, and energy costs in major cities. Despite the easing of the inflation, year-on-year price increases remain significant, indicating that household purchasing power continues to be under pressure. The Federation Accounts Allocation Committee shared less than 2 trillion naira among the federal, state, and local governments in November. The decline was attributed to reduced oil revenue, lower company income tax collections, and fluctuations in other major revenue lines. Data from the committee showed that statutory allocations and derivation funds were distributed across the 3 tiers of government, but overall receipt fell compared with previous months. Oil revenue continued to be affected by production challenges and global price movements, while non-oil revenue also underperformed projections. The lower allocation has raised concerns about fiscal pressure on sub-national governments, many of which rely heavily on monthly FAAC disbursements. The chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, clarified that only taxable Nigerians would be required to obtain a tax identification number, TIN, and that students and dependents without income were exempt from the requirement. Oyedele, speaking during a media engagement in Abuja, dismissed social media claims suggesting that all bank account holders would need a tax ID to operate accounts before January 2026. He explained that the requirement, anchored in Section 4 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, scheduled to take effect on January 1, 2026, applies only to individuals who earn income from trade, business, and other economic activities. Oyedele also noted that those who already have a TIN will not need to register again under the new framework. Banks are expected to request TINs from taxable persons, but individuals without income, including students and dependents, are not obligated to obtain one. The clarification was aimed at addressing public concerns that the new law would force millions of Nigerians to obtain tax IDs simply to hold or use a bank account. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Still to come, U.S. military ship docks in Puerto Rico port amid tensions with Venezuela. Authorities call on public for help in identifying Brown University gunman. Do stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A U.S. military ship docked in the southern Puerto Rican port on Tuesday amid military maneuvers in the Caribbean and tensions with Venezuela. In recent months, Trump has intensified pressure on Venezuela with a massive military buildup in the Caribbean. The Trump administration has said it does not recognize Maduro, in power since 2013, as Venezuela's legitimate president. Maduro claimed to have won re-election last year in a vote dismissed as a sham by the US and other Western governments. Independent observers said the opposition had won overwhelmingly. US President Donald Trump said on Tuesday that he is nominating Troy Edgar as the next US ambassador to El Salvador. Edgar was most recently a deputy secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. Trump, in a post on Truth Social, said El Salvador is one of their most important partners in the region, and Troy would play a key role in advancing their Western Hemisphere strategy. US President Donald Trump said on Monday that he is considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug, a move that could reshape the cannabis industry, ease criminal penalties, and expand research.
A lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
So right now, marijuana is on Schedule 1 under the Controlled Substances Act, which means that making it, selling it, even possessing it is illegal under that statute, except for research purposes. What the president is proposing to do, and actually what the DEA and the FDA proposed to do under the Biden administration, is move marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Schedule 3 drugs are still regulated under the Controlled Substances Act, but they're regulated less strictly. You can actually make, grow, and sell Schedule 3 drugs. Ketamine is an example of a Schedule 3 drug.
Marijuana is currently listed as a Schedule 1 drug under federal law, alongside heroin and ecstasy, even as many states allow medical or recreational use. Reclassifying it to Schedule 3 would mark the lowering taxes for cannabis businesses. Legal experts say the move would not legalize marijuana nationwide or resolve conflicts between states and federal law. Recreational sales will remain federally illegal and banks would likely continue to avoid the industry. Advocacy groups welcomed the proposal, but warned the process could take months, noting the president must rely on federal agencies to complete any rescheduling.
The public has made their minds up with respect to whether cannabis ought to be legal quite some time ago. The public polling has been overwhelming on this issue now for well over a decade. About 9 in 10 Americans say cannabis ought to be available as a medicine. About 7 in 10 Americans say it ought to be legal for anyone over the age of 21. The question Americans have been asking now for years is why their lawmakers, particularly federal lawmakers, aren't responding to this overwhelming bipartisan public opinion that says cannabis prohibition has been a failure and that legalizing and regulating cannabis is a much smarter and a much sounder policy than the failed policy of criminalization. The president does not possess the unilateral authority to reclassify cannabis. What the president can do, and what he's hinted at doing, is issuing an executive order directing the requisite agencies within his administration to advance this rescheduling petition forward. So right now, the power to reschedule a substance lies with the Attorney General. So theoretically, Trump could direct Pam Bondi to take the steps necessary to proffer a final rule in the Federal Register that says this administration wishes to follow through with the Biden-era guidance and move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. My presumption is it won't change dramatically in the short term, but over time, banks and credit unions and other financial institutions will become more comfortable with the fact that this industry is here, it's here to stay, and that clearly the federal government itself is also becoming more comfortable with this industry and more accepting of it. It's already been a long road. Again, let's remember, this administrative review was initiated by the Biden administration in 2022. It's now 2025, and my guess is that even if the Trump administration is to take action in the ensuing days, it will still be several months, if not longer, before this issue is finally resolved.
Providence Police on Tuesday released new video footage of a person of interest in the Brown University shooting that killed 2 people, urging residents in nearby neighborhoods to review home security and vehicle camera footage. Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez said the video, which shows the individual before and after the shooting, was captured in residential areas near the campus. Authorities are asking residents to check footage going back to at least a week and share anything that could help identify the person. Perez said investigators are still working to identify the individual, adding that it remains unclear whether the person of interest is affiliated with Brown University. He said initial witness descriptions were limited, noting the chaos at the scene on the night of the shooting.
In this video that you just saw behind me, it all comes from the residential block of Waterman Avenue, Power, Ives, and Hope Street. And it's those residential areas that we're asking the public to look, if you have any camera systems or any Teslas, like I mentioned, that you look at that footage and that you can reach out to us and please provide us anything that you have. And we're asking you to go back at least a week to do that. And the reason for that is because on Saturday night, the day of, we actually learned that this individual was in that neighborhood around 10:30 in the morning.
Correct. And we have video footage of that, and we believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime. That's a pattern that criminals do, and that's what he was doing.
When it happened on Saturday night, obviously it was chaos, and there was a witness that stated that he might have been in his 30s. At this point, we're still just looking at the picture. We haven't identified ages or anything to that point. And as far as whether he's a problem student or anything, we don't have any of those answers, no.
Rhode Island Attorney General Peter Neronha said the shooting occurred at the edge of the Brown campus, quickly giving way to a residential neighborhood, which explains why most of the available footage comes from off-campus cameras rather than university surveillance systems.
Somebody reported, it might have been the Globe, that there are 800 cameras or so on the campus. It might have been the Globe. 1,200. But this building is on the very edge of the campus. If you know, I know that building well. I had two sons who spent a good chunk of their lives there. It's at the very edge of the campus. It's not in the heartland of the campus. It's not the green. And there are several greens. It's not any of the 3 greens as I remember them. So it's right on the edge of the campus, and where the shooting took place is at the very edge of that building on the edge of the campus. And so, as those of you who know Providence know, you are very quickly into a residential neighborhood, which is why the video footage you're seeing of this defendant's, person of interest movements, are pre and post shooting are in that neighborhood. So the building is on the edge of the Brown campus. Where the shooting took place is at the edge of that building, and then you're very quickly into a residential neighborhood. There is no footage. I'll try to say it again. There is no footage.
There have been 8 hospitalized. 1 has since been discharged. The 7 that remain in the hospital, 1 is in critical status, 5 in critical but stable status, although healthcare providers report that they are improving, and 1 in stable status. Those are the 7. 1 in critical, 5 in critical but stable, 1 in stable status, and 1 discharged since the last time we made comments about their safety and recovery. Since the initial call came in at 4:05 p.m. on Saturday, we have not received, and this is now updated with another 24 hours have passed, a single credible specific threat to the area, to the city related to this event, and as far as I know, to the state.
The mass shooting, the latest of nearly 400 in the US this year, according to the Gun Violence Archive, shook the community at the university, one of the oldest in the United States. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro spoke at a public event in Caracas on Tuesday and urged peace while accusing the United States of trying to seize Venezuela's natural resources. Maduro said oil workers should organize an international sustained protest to defend free trade for Venezuelan oil, and he rejected US allegations on drug trafficking as fake news.
Now, the oil workers, through this International Constituent Commission, must move to defend the right to free trade of our main export product, Venezuelan oil, in every international arena, multilateral bodies and labor organizations. We must speak with shipowners in ports around the world to prepare a protest by oil and gas workers, and by merchant marine workers, against what we see as piracy by the US government, which is trying to impose privateering again. A big global protest, permanent, not just for one day, and to prepare the defense of free trade for Venezuela and the whole world, because defending free trade and peace in the Caribbean and in Venezuela is defending free trade and peace for the whole world. We tell the people of the United States our truth, and it is very clear. Imperialism and the Nazi-fascist right wing want to colonize Venezuela to take our wealth, oil, gas, gold, iron, aluminum, and other minerals. We have sworn to defend our homeland, and in Venezuela peace will always prevail, along with stability and shared happiness for our people. To the people of the United States we say again and again, 1 and 1,000 times, not blood for oil, not war for oil. The claims about drug trafficking are fake news, a lie, an excuse. Since they cannot accuse us of weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, or nuclear missiles, they invent another pretext to create another Afghanistan, another Libya. And with moral authority, and with God's blessing, I say no more Vietnam, no more Afghanistan, no more Libya, no more Iraq, no more endless war. We know we are morally and spiritually in the right.
Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua held open workouts in Miami on Tuesday, ahead of their controversial heavyweight clash. The fight, scheduled for Friday, which pits former twice unified heavyweight champion Joshua against YouTube star turned boxer Paul, has attracted its fair share of critics. Former WBC heavyweight title holder Deontay Wilder has dismissed it as a money grab, while some of Joshua's previous opponents have raised concerns for relative novice Paul's safety in the ring against one of boxing's heaviest hitters. Since first entering the ring in 2020, Paul has amassed a 12-1 record with 7 knockout wins. In that time, the social media celebrity has fought and beaten other influencers, basketball star Nate Robinson, and a host of MMA champions, including Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley. Such a record pales in comparison to Joshua, who has fought some of the heavyweight division's greatest champions in Wladimir Klitschko and Alexander Usyk. The December 19th bout is scheduled to last 83-minute rounds and will be fought using regulation 10-ounce gloves, with the spectacle to become only the second boxing event broadcast live on Netflix. The first fight put on by the streaming giant was Paul's controversial win over heavyweight great Mike Tyson last year, which was also criticized for pushing the boundaries of safety in sport, despite becoming the most streamed sporting event in history. That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime.
Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora. Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on addressing complex development challenges in Africa. Now, one of those challenges is how to drive sustained socioeconomic development. Some scholars situate the discussion on institutions. Indeed, this year's Nobel laureates, Darren Acemoglu, James Robinson, Samuel Johnson, wrote this fantastic book on inclusive institutions and extractive institutions and how they affect development in Africa. But the question really is what are these institutions? Where do they come from? How are they formed? Why do they take the form that they do? What can governments and the people do to get the form of institution that works for them? My guest today has spent decades thinking of these types of questions. Professor Peter Lewis is the Warren Weinstein Chair of Africa Studies at the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C. He's one of the world's leading Africanists, having spent decades living or visiting the continent, and has written several impactful books on the subject. His most recent book, Coping with Crisis in African States, examines sources of resilience and fragility across African countries, and presents a series of critical cases. His previous book, Growing Apart, Politics and Economic Change in Indonesia and Nigeria, is concerned with the institutional basis of economic development. He has published several other co-authored and edited books, numerous book chapters and articles in World Politics, World Development, the Journal of Democracy, the Journal of Modern African Studies, etc. His research and teaching focus is on economic reforms and political transitions in developing countries, with particular emphasis on governance and development in sub-Saharan Africa. Written extensively on economic development, economic adjustment and democratization, and civil society in Africa, democratic reforms, and political economy in Nigeria. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the editorial board of the Journal of Democracy. He's consulted for several leading development organizations, MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation, the World Bank, Freedom House, etc. His bachelor's degree is from UC Berkeley, and his master's and PhD are from Princeton University. Peter, welcome.
Thanks so much, Patrick. Nice introduction. It's great to be with you and to be with your audience.
Fantastic. And I hear you've had many decades of experience working with and living in Nigeria. Indeed, I hear you've lived in Nigeria probably 30 years ago, 40 years ago in Ohofia. How did you come to Nigeria? How did Nigeria come on your radar, and how did this relationship start?
Well, it was a happy accident. I was interested in Africa as a very young student because of the anti-apartheid movement and the liberation of the Portuguese colonies in the mid-70s. And so we were all very focused on Southern Africa, and I was interested also in East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania. There were debates about development and socialism, capitalism versus socialist economies and so forth. Those were the debates of the day. And in the midst of all this, in graduate school, in my early years, I had an opportunity to be an intern with the U.S. State Department. This was a summer program that they had. And we had no choice of assignment. And so I was fortunate to be selected, and they sent me straight to Lagos, which at the time was, before Abuja, it was the capital, the commercial capital. And so I was in Lagos at the time of the Second Republic, the last elections for the Second Republic. People will think I was 10 years old, but I was a little older than that. And it was a captivating place. It was a really compelling experience. Even in that short summer time, I traveled all over the country. I went to the east as far as Calabar. I went to the north as far as Kano. I was in places like Ilorin and Kwara. I was all over the Southwest. And it was it got into my bloodstream, we can say. And I made good friends who I maintain to this day, and it made me want to sort out some issues and some questions that I had about this massive, diverse, restless, roiling place with also outsized problems and as well as outsized potential. And so I haven't gotten bored with it yet. And I just keep making friends and finding new engaging questions, and I keep coming back.
And if you go back to those days, those early days in Nigeria, is there anything in your experience then that could have foretold what Nigeria looks like today? And if yes, what were those?
Those, yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, Nigeria did look different then. When in the summer, in the months of 1983 prior to the election, there were massive trash piles in the median of every road in Lagos. The lights were out for weeks at a time. Public services had collapsed. Meanwhile, the political class was parading their finery, wearing, all kinds of agbada and fancy textiles. I remember hearing, the prices per yard of some of the cloth that went into the outfits that politicians were wearing. I would say that there was a sense of impending sort of collapse, dislocation. The economy was in a very difficult state, and at the same time, we were coming to the end of the first oil boom. We were at the end of the first oil boom, which I did not witness, but you could see all over the country. New buildings had gone up, public programs. There were beginnings of social safety net programs, pensions, and other provisions. Lots of subsidized commodities, not just gasoline and fuel, but also food and all kinds of other things. So it was a somewhat different sense, in the sense that there was a big public economy, and there was this sense of this populist oil boom bounty coming to an end. And there was also a sense of dislocation. And when you come to Nigeria today, I have to say, in Lagos, there's a lot of new private construction. Things look more orderly. There are some public services that do function. And it feels much more plugged into the world, much more kind of contemporary and entrepreneurial and so forth. And yet at the same time, there are themes that are very much in common. The oil economy, the detachment of the political class, the really deficient state of public goods, utilities and services that don't serve average people well at all. The sense of insecurity and sort of uncertainty. In those days, it was a sense of political uncertainty and maybe more focused on crime, but there was a sense of things kind of just barely functioning at a precarious level. And we have the very precarious economy today. So there are continuities, and there are changes. And those are the kinds of things I reflect on.
And that's what I think I'm hoping that we can reflect on this talk. But just maybe more question from that time. Did you get a sense that the leaders, you were talking to the bureaucrats, that they really understood what we were going through and what it could evolve into? And I'm talking about back in '83. Now, as you speak to leaders today, do you get a sense that we now understand and that maybe we're ready to do things differently, or are we still stuck in that, mindset of the early 80s?
Well, I think there were some challenging ideas, let's put it that way, in the early 80s. There had been a spectacular, breathless decade of growth. The GDP of Nigeria expanded like fourfold between 1973 and 1979. I mean, 6 years, tripling of the GDP. But public spending expanded sixfold, so it outpaced the growth of GDP. But the economy tripled. This was an era when there were 5-year development plans. Each plan was orders of magnitude larger than the next. And the third and fourth plans really outlined in the most ambitious way a vision of an integrated, modernized, industrialized, diversified Nigeria. But it was all going to happen through state investment for the most part. It was all going to happen through the Ajaokuta steel plant and the Peugeot and Volkswagen assembly factories and the various cement firms and machine tools and petrochemicals, and it was all going to be driven by the public sector. And then we certainly had problems of fiscal oversight and fiscal discipline under the military, but then things really completely unraveled in the Second Republic. The politicians came back after a hiatus of 13 years, and they really, so 1966 to 79, and they really ran rampant with spending and self-dealing and private